Kira and I run CaliUnity Gym, which is a gym in Bath, the #1 rated independent gym in the area. It's the #1 rated beginner calisthenics gym in the UK. We no longer do anything to run that gym. Kira does an hour a week, we get numbers from our staff. The reason why is because we built with the end in mind. We went through these 15 stages, going from a obese, depressed, suicidal thoughts kid who struggled in the world to having someone else that helped me and believed in me for the first time. I developed that myself. I read all the books, I watched all the videos, and I started helping other people for free. That then led to me becoming a fitness coach and quitting my engineering degree and getting into fitness coaching. I had no idea what I was doing. I wasted years, and still it got to the point where even when I had no idea what I was doing, at age 21, I was doing 40 hours a week of paid coaching with 20 hours of online coaching. That then led to us opening our garage gym, which got kicked out of, selling parallettes all over the world, and then launching our first in-person facility, which got fully booked, won loads of awards, and now has led to CaliUnity, where we have 16 staff, 6 full-time staff, 10 coaches, and the whole thing runs itself. It's a CIC not-for-profit. We have a free calisthenics park next to our gym. We go into local schools and do free teens classes. We're doing free mobility classes for over 60s. We give everything away for free online. Now, why am I saying that? Because the first chapter of this book is proof. Why should you listen to us? And hopefully that story there is showing you that we have been through these 15 stages. There are 3 acts and then 15 stages. Number 1 is the dreamer. That for me was going from the person that was obese and struggled with life to becoming a fitness coach and getting my first paid client. So that is right now, maybe you want to quit your job, maybe you want to get into this, going from that to getting your first paid client. Then we come to the coach, and that goes from getting your first paid client to getting your dream freedom number. That's the number that you need in order to quit your job, or it's a number that you want in order to live the life of your dreams, becoming a full-time fitness coach. And then once you've achieved that, the visionary is then going from that level of your freedom number or being a full-time coach to building something that runs without you, a brand, hiring other people, building something, giving back, helping, becoming the CEO rather than the doer. Because look guys, right now in the world, we need fitness coaches. In the world of AI slot, where you can go on ChatGPT and say, write me a program that no one's ever gonna follow. When there is drugs coming out left, right, and center to short-term fix and fad diets and all these things that aren't long-term behavior change, what we need is people with real stories, people like you, people who have been through this and say, hey, this is what I've done, don't do that. Right? This is my story. This is where I've come from. And that's exactly what we're doing in this book. Again, we've been through these stages. We've made all the mistakes. We've had so much help. It almost feels like a moral obligation of us to put it all into a system, all into a process, and tell the stories so that you don't have to make those mistakes yourself, so that you can go and help your community. You can go and help your local area. And that's the biggest gift system thing that we could do with our time right now to help the world, help the UK, and help it become a stronger, healthier place. So how do you use this book? At first, I would recommend reading it front to back, all the way through. Understand the 15 levels, watch the whole YouTube video. We're filming this once we've filmed everything. It's probably over 5 hours of free content, okay? Go through the whole thing, understand it, and then go back to the level where you're at, study it, and do the thing that you need to do. At each stage, there are 3 things. You're here if this is what you need to do to get over it, and then you graduate once you've done this, okay? So there is a clear system and progression going from the start all the way to level 15. And guys, we are just adding our book into the library of people that have helped us, and all we want to do is tell the story so that we can help you. We lived it. We want to help you, and this is our biggest gift back to the community. So guys, if you're here, I want to thank you for investing your time and your attention and trusting us with that. We do not take it lightly. We hope you get a massive return on your investment in this book. We know you will. And let's get right into the first act, which is the dreamer trap. I can't wait. Welcome to Act 1, which is called the dreamer trap. So, this section is all about going from maybe you're working a full-time job. Maybe you have that dream of always having your own business in fitness coaching, nutrition coaching, PT, online coaching, whatever it is. But right now you're stuck. You have this passion. Maybe you have the proof. You have the story, but you just can't make that decision to go into the next stage. You don't know who you're helping. You haven't made the business yet because maybe you're afraid of what other people are feeling about you or saying behind your back. You don't understand that actually creating money and having value is about helping others and thinking about others first, because that's what coaching is. And so this chapter, this act, this whole section of chapter 1 to 5 is taking you from, I want to quit my career, I want to get into this, all the way to, I got my first paying client. And it comes from working for free, confronting the decision, making and understanding your story so you have the proof to actually get there, understanding who you help, targeting that very specifically. Now, there's one big belief that I want to break before we get into chapter 1, which is all about proof. And actually these two things link in very nicely. And it comes from the story, one of your favorite movies actually.
Catch Me If You Can.
Catch Me If You Can, with good old
Leo.
Okay, and Tom Hanks. And Leo is, if you haven't seen the story or watched the movie, Leo goes around. He fakes loads of stuff. He becomes like an airplane pilot. He becomes a doctor,
teacher.
And at one point, he's a teacher, and he's teaching for a year. And at the end of it, he gets caught. Tom Hanks is there with him, and Tom Hanks is going through all of these stories, and he's like, how did you do this? And he's like, oh, I faked this there, I did this here. And then he got to the bit on the section, the teacher.
Yeah.
Tom Hanks says, well, how did you do that? And he's like, oh, I didn't fake that one. Tom Hanks goes, what? He's like, yeah, I just read one page ahead. And that killed all of my imposter syndrome. Like, guys, writing this book, I have so many times had imposter syndrome. It's unreal. Making this video, which is probably going to be over 5 hours, who the hell are you to make this, Ollie? Why are you making this? There are people out there, Hormozy, James Smith, Daniel Priestley, who make millions more than you, who have so much more proof. Yeah, they do. You're right. But the thing is, and you'll see it in this book, we were helped by so many people. In the second chapter, you'll see how Toby helped me by saying you can turn those moves into pecs. You'll see how Jackson, a business coach, designed my whole personal training career for me. You'll see how Hormozy and all these people, PTDC, Jonathan Goodman, James Smith, all these guys helped us and saved us years of effort. But even then, we wrote this book because what you don't need is information, you need stories. And we need that more and more today. We don't need more AI slop. We don't need more people who are on the mountain right now. We need more people who are on the grind, who are going up there, who can look back and say, I read one page ahead. These are the mistakes that I made here. Here it all is. It's free. Go and do this.
Yeah.
And if you want more help, there is more help. But the information is free. The story is free. If you want everything that we know, it's in this book. And that, for me, cured my imposter syndrome. We asked ourselves, how can we help 18-year-old Ollie and Kira?
What would they want? And what would help them?
Exactly. And I said, back when I was starting PT, is what could I do? Could I help 15-year-old Ollie, who was obese, who had addictions, who was suicidal? Could I help him? Yes, I could at that stage. And guess what? When I got into PT, could I help him better? Yes. Right now, at this stage in our career, could have we helped Ollie and Kira when they were starting their PT career? Yes. Have we helped 5 people quit their careers in our gym, CaliUnity? Yes, who now work for us. Have we helped 16 people get into sales who have gone through our journey? Yes. Have we helped 200 members right now and thousands of members right now? Yes. So right now for you, you might be thinking, Ollie, I'm just not good enough. I can't help someone else. Trust me, if you've read one page ahead and you can help yourself 10 years ago, then you can help someone else. You might not be so good to get paid for it right now, but you can definitely work for free. And if you can give advice and do that and drop your ego and have the humility to realize that, then I promise you, you can start this path. Guys, I'm so hyped. I can't wait to get into this chapter. This is life-changing stuff. We're going to take you from chapter 1 to 5, realizing you have the proof, making a decision, realizing who you help, actually getting this stuff on paper and making the business, and then realizing that it's all about service. So guys, read the book, go through the chapter. There's more depth in there. Read it alongside this, go use the workbook, and I'll see you in chapter 1, which is all about proof.
So chapter 1 is all about proof and I guess proving yourself. So I guess I have 2 questions for you, Ollie. Number 1 is, why did your clients listen to you? And also, why should I listen to you?
Yeah, great question. Yeah, really good. So if we're kind of following the book here, before someone pays you, before even they follow your plan, they have a question in their head that everyone is asking, right? Which is, why should I listen to you? Yeah. So my proof started from my story, which is me as a kid. Again, I go through it deeper in the book, but I'll kind of give you an overview right now. So when I was a kid, I was in a really dark place. I had depression, multiple addictions, suicidal thoughts, and I was really, really in a bad place. Right. And the thing that I had to do is I had to fight the extremes with the extremes. And I remember my mum used to take me out on the weekends to the gym. She used to force me to go on the treadmill and to go on the bike. And one day it actually got so bad that she actually took me to the doctor. Right. And at this point, well, right now you're listening and luckily my voice has dropped and I've grown a little bit. But when I was a kid, I was always the prop in rugby. So I used to be in the fatty running group. I was like 5'5". I had a high voice when I was in year 11, I think it was. And my mum and my whole family was like, well, my dad's 6'4". Why is he 5'5"? Like, what's going on? Why has he got a high voice? And actually went to the doctor, and it's because I had so much fat on my body. Right. And I was producing so much estrogen that I actually couldn't enter into puberty. Right. That was like a big wake-up call. I used to wear men's large clothing. It was so humiliating. And I went to an all-boys school, so obviously the bullying and stuff kind of came along with that as well, which is just a thing at school, isn't it? But I was obviously called fatty and got all the bullying for that. And even I remember seeing skipping sessions. Like if cross country was coming up, for example, I used to fake being ill, and my mum used to rock up and be like, "Oh, here we go again. You want off cross country?"
PE.
Yeah, like PE and stuff, and like the running events. And it's funny now because I literally run ultras and do Ironmans and all this kind of stuff. Quite the opposite, but it's showing that I came from hell. It was. I had so many extremes. That's the only thing that I knew. I used to sneak out at lunchtime and buy chocolate bars. I'm not talking like Kit Kats. I'm talking like the 50p bars.
From like Premier, Londis, all those like classic shops.
Exactly, right? Yeah. And I used to have that every single day at lunch. KFC, Sainsbury's, cookies before breakfast. I used to eat my whole packed lunch on the bus to school. That was a really big thing. And the thing at school is I was always good at school. I always got good grades. I was like the good boy. All of this just led to this moment of me just feeling suicidal because I wanted to be better, but I was just stuck in this vicious cycle. I felt horrible. I would then go to the addictions, which made me feel worse. I remember I could literally like grab like a whole lump of fat, and I used to remember trying to like rip it off my body. And it got so bad that I even tried to force myself to throw up. I starved myself for a while. It got really, really bad. And the turning point for me, and this will be a theme throughout this whole book, is it was someone else to help me out of it. The thing
tell us about the defining moment that changed the course of everything.
Sure. So my parents really tried, right? They would, like, my mum took me to the gym for 7 years. And actually, I remember going to the pool and I had to wear a t-shirt in the pool because I just would not be seen topless.
Right.
I used to just absolutely hate having my top off. I would never do it. I'll find the photos and I'll put it in the book as well. The defining moment for me was the changing room moment, which Kira's got up on her screen right now. It actually came from someone else. His name was actually Toby. And he was a gamer, just like me. So I had like a year and a half playtime on one game when I was 18. So almost like a 15th of my life. In terms of like total sleep, everything alive was one game, let alone all the other games that I played. It was crazy.
Wow.
And if you want more context, read the book. Toby, he was always a gamer. He was always quite chubby. And then one day in the changing room, I used to rush, take off my clothes and then put my uniform on and go to school. But he had these like pecs and he was looking good. I was like, wait a minute. And he looked at me and he noticed that I saw him looking and he was like, dude, you can easily turn those moves into pecs. And I was like, what? And he was like, yeah, because you have so much like fat here, your body uses the energy and it can turn it to muscle really easily. And I was like,
wait,
sold.
What? How?
Yeah, I know,
Tell me more.
Right? But that was like, oh my God. And this was the first time where someone else, other than my family, hey, I had loads of people who helped me before, in my physics teacher, maths teachers, like all through school, teachers, people who helped me. But this was the first moment where someone came to me and said, hey, you can do this. And I believed him because I saw his story.
Right.
Now, that is the theme of this chapter, which is he had proof. I could relate to him and his advice landed because guess what? I knew him. It was real.
Yeah.
And that's why in this chapter we talk about you have to have proof, okay? So this matters. This is the power of coaching. If he can do it, so can I, right? And he took me that day at rugby training. I think the ground was too hard. So he went to the weights room and I remember him showing me the lat pull down, the chest press, all these things that he learned. And that got me into it. And then he was like, hey, yo, by the way, I'm going to come along on Monday. Like, do you want to join me?
Yeah.
And then that I met more people and then it became my identity. And then suddenly I got stronger than him. And it was a whole thing. But this is the point. He had proof. And because he had proof, I listened to him. And this is why my clients listen to me because they didn't witness my story, but they saw that. And hey, look, let's zoom out. Let's like break the fourth wall right now. You guys are watching us, two gym owners who have quote unquote made it in the industry in terms of what people want to achieve, right? We're showing you proof to show you that, hey, we've done this. We know what we're doing. This is the whole story. And in a world of AI slop and all this crap online,
you never know what's real anymore.
It's the stories.
Yeah.
It's the real people, and this is why we need fitness coaches more than ever who have true, real stories.
And been through themselves.
Exactly, and the thing is once I started, I used myself as the guinea pig.
Yeah.
I went all in, I obsessed, I watched everything. I tend to do this quite a lot, and this will be another theme throughout the whole book, which is I burn the boats, I go all in, I obsess.
All or nothing.
Exactly, right? I watched everything, and again, guess what? More people helped me. It was Goggins, it was Hormozy, it was Ross Edgley, it was David Lade, it was all the Gymshark athletes. And wasn't it the same for you as well? Didn't you watch?
Yeah, 100%. Whitney Simmons, Grace Beverly before she had her own businesses and stuff. Morgan Maroney, so many people.
Yeah, actually, I'm interested. How did you start? Why did you start in this?
In fitness?
Yes.
Well, to give you like the story is when I was growing up, I was always on the bigger side. So not necessarily like fat, if you want to call it that, but just bigger boned. If you looked at like pictures of myself compared to some of my friends, they were like super slim. They had like, amazing legs and amazing like, toned bodies, if you want to call it that. And then I was always like the bigger person with like thicker legs, thicker arms, like my wrists were like thick, they still are. My ankles are like, they look swollen almost because they were so like big. And I always used to, I guess, judge myself and put a lot of pressure on myself to want to look like them because I was basically just surrounded by them all the time. Because they were my friends, they were all the people at my school. I just hated the way I looked. I absolutely hated it. So I tried so many different things. I tried all the kind of like, I was 11 at this point, 11 or 12. I tried like loads of like crappy YouTube workouts just to try and like, I don't know, how can I lose weight for my ankles? How can I lose weight for my wrists? How can I lose weight from like my double chin? All this like stupid crap. And then, yeah, that went on for a while. Tried loads of like different diets, literally just stopped eating, and yeah, just loads of like stupid stuff. And there was one day where I had a look, I think I was watching the 2012 Olympics. I think that was what it was. I was watching the 2012 Olympics in my old teenage bedroom. I was like 12 at the time, on this like stupid big TV. And I just got super inspired by Usain Bolt. And I think at that point he'd either broken the record or maybe like he just won gold or something. And I was like, wow, oh my God, running quick, that looks like incredible. I'd love to give that a go. I told my parents about it. And then I think literally the next weekend, my dad took me to the track. There was like a track meet or something, and it was for 100 meters and 200 meters sprint race. And it was like super low key, nothing too crazy, nothing too intense, but it was still a race that you could still compete. And there was like still prizes and medals and trophies and everything. And he was like, yeah, come on, like you got this. And I think the reason why I liked the idea of sprinting and track and field is because all the girls, well, all the women in the Olympics, they looked a bit like me, just with a lot more like, I guess, definition, and they're a lot more fitter, right? They were slightly on the bigger side, not super stick thin, and I was like, wow, I can see myself maybe doing this, maybe this is my sport. Anyway, long story short, went to the track meet, signed up for the race, came second out of 10 people, and I was like, okay, this is all right. But all the other girls looked like me. They were pretty much my age, so 12, 13, 14. They looked like me, and I was like, oh my God, I think this is my place. Like, I don't feel like I have to shrink or feel smaller or take up less space or change my body. This is actually where I fit in. And for me, that was like the defining moment of like, wow, I can use my body for good rather than trying to force myself into what society and what the other people around me look like and want as well. And so for me, that literally changed everything. I got fully into track and field. I ended up competing for like the next 5-6 years, or actually longer, more until I was 18, 19. And I got to like a pretty good standard, just got obsessed with it. Almost went all in, all or nothing kind of thing.
It's funny, you had someone who believed in you, which was your dad.
Yeah,
right?
100%. And my parents were there at every single track meet, and they believed in me, and they knew that I went through these struggles.
And also you related to the other girls that were around you.
100%.
Right.
And they almost went through similar things to me, where, again, they didn't look like the cross-country girls where they had thigh gaps and all this kind of stuff. But we were strong, we were on the bigger side, but we used it for good rather than, well, there's only so much I can change in my body, so I'm just going to fucking embrace it.
There you go. So you see, this is the whole point of this chapter, which is proof, someone else believing in you. You have to have the story, right? And when you first got into PT and you were helping people, did you talk about that story a lot? Did people relate to you in that?
100%. Lots of the women that I worked with had struggled through similar things to me. They were struggling right now with body image and how they looked, and they want to look a certain way. They want to look like the girl on the front of the magazine or the people on Instagram, and obviously it's just a crazy cesspit these days if you choose to consume that. And so they want to look like celebrities. They want to try this new keto diet where you eat with only a fork or something, you know, or like only eat on like a Friday, whatever. And so it's transferring everything that I learned and all the mistakes and all the beliefs and everything to them.
This is all we talk about later on if we kind of scroll on, because again, I went to the edges, but the thing is that's what people pay for. Okay, if I read this out. Sometimes you have to go to the edges to learn the truth, because once you've been there, you can come back and make it simple, and most of it is simple. Eat better, move more, sleep, repeat. But people don't pay for simple, they pay for certainty. They want to know that you've been there. They pay for the done that, don't do that. That's what expertise is. Someone who's made all the mistakes in a narrow field, right?
Yeah.
And for me, when I was doing that, I went to the extremes. I read all the books, I watched all the videos, I tested myself. I was the guinea pig. Exactly. And so were you, right? You did sprinting, you did powerlifting, you did calisthenics. Now you've done Ironmans, you've cycled the length of the UK, done all these different things. We've gone to the extremes. And I'm not saying, and we come to this later in the chapter, which is it's not about you going to the extremes. But you should be able to say to someone, no, don't do that. Don't worry about that.
Yeah.
Just do this.
Yeah.
Because, and I liken it to dating, right? You could be in dating and you could be like, oh, I'm really busy this weekend, but actually you got nothing on, right? And humans are so good at sniffing out intention and lies. So with this, you have to be able to say, no, don't worry, done that, move on. Right?
Yeah.
So, and that is what proof really is. So for me, I got into PT because people started asking me how I did it, right? It was, I went from this obese, addicted, this was my identity. And actually when I changed in year 12, year 13, and then I got into university, when I got to uni, people didn't even believe that I was that person, right? And people now actually think that I'm exaggerating a lot of what I was. Now, I had like a 32 BMI. I was obese. I had addictions under the sun. I still struggle with a lot of them now in terms of food and the internet, all those different things. It stays with me. But those lessons, those going to the fringes, taking on those things, helping yourself means that in the long run, you can help others as well, right?
100%.
And so proof kills your imposter syndrome. And we talk about that at the start of Act 1 above. But that's the thing. It was people coming up to me asking me for programming tips. Like, how did you get so strong at powerlifting, right? The big transformation, I guess, for me in this whole story was when I got into powerlifting and people, again, came up to me and said, in the gym, like, how are you lifting that kind of weight? What are you doing there? And I helped them for free and I was supporting them with that.
Yeah.
So that's the first thing. So I guess as like an overview, and it's really nice having Kira here because, again, she's also a super successful fitness coach, built the gym with me, done all this stuff. It's so nice to see like, hey, you didn't even write the book, you're reading this for the first time, but it's like you can immediately relate to those principles, right? Like, you need the proof.
100%.
And the reason why it's the first chapter is because, look, you can build the website, you can build the funnel, you can reach out to loads of people, but the first question someone's gonna ask looking at you is, why should I listen to you? And I said here, it's like your hairdresser can give you amazing investment advice, right? They can say dollar cost average in the S&P, do this, do that. Warren Buffett can say the same thing. It's just your hairdresser forgot to build Berkshire Hathaway.
Yeah.
That's the thing. You need the proof first. And that's why right now, I could have been helping PTs when I was doing 40 hours a week. We could have been helping gym owners when we just started hiring our staff. Now that we're here, traveling the world, doing this thing. Look, we are not perfect. We go through struggles every single day, but we look back on it and go, no, you know what? We can genuinely help people with this. And we are completely free in our schedule. When people start asking us, how did you do it? That's when we knew that we need to write the book, when we need to record this, and that's the level. So I guess we'll come back.
That's the test, isn't it? When people start asking you that you've got enough proof.
100%.
And if they're not asking you that, if they're not asking you just yet, then you probably just need a little bit more proof. Or time yourself.
100%. And look, guys, in the book, I go so much more in detail, but I say, look, the 3 ways you can get more proof is you can look at the 3 Ps. So your pain, your passion, and your profession. Pain is a problem that you've solved. Passion is something that you love doing. Profession is your job. Again, that's all proof. That's things that you can now get into.
Give us an example. So pain, we've talked about a lot today. I think pain is almost where we both come from most of the time.
Yeah.
But what about passion and profession? Give us an example of what proof in the passion would be.
So in terms of passion, it could be, you know what, I just love designing meal plans. I don't know what it is about it. I love the macros. I love everything, right? It's not necessarily because you solved that problem. You just started realizing, oh my God, I learned this thing and I love doing it for others. Right. And in profession, it's like, you could just be a nutrition coach right now for a sports team, right? And you have proof because you've helped other people. So the way that I kind of explain it is you either pay in time or money, right? You have to either put the reps in yourself and learn in time, use yourself and do that, or you pay in money, which is you need to get the qualifications. You need to, again, time can be helping other people. That's why chapter 5 is all about you need to work for free.
Okay, so there's a story here that talks about the fat basketball coach. I am super intrigued, and I'm sure the listeners are too. Tell us about that story.
Yeah. So
what do you mean with fat basketball coach?
I think people always say to me when I talk about proof, they're like, well, what about the person that just knows how to do this, right? Who's the quote unquote fat doctor, the person that just sits there smoking cigarettes, giving advice. That's okay. Internally though, that is what this is all about. You go to a doctor, you look at someone who's like overweight and fat, and you're like, why should I listen to you?
Almost like a practice what you preach, is that what you're saying?
100%. Practice what you preach. But there are many basketball coaches, American football coaches, who are just incredible. They know the game. They've coached so many people. There are nutrition coaches who are a bit out of shape. Like Kira and I, we're not in the absolute best shredded physique possible, right? We're strength coaches. We're not physique coaches. So the whole point of this whole chapter, and kind of to start summing up now, is look, you don't need to be an elite athlete. You don't need to go to the fringes, but you should be able to say to people, no, don't worry, I've done that, or I've researched that. You don't need to go there. The issue is there's too many people online right now who are gurus who are just saying, yo, selling the dream of quitting your 9 to 5 when they just quit their 9 to 5.
And they have no idea what they're doing.
Yeah, and I guess there's obviously in the previous chapter we spoke about the Catch Me If You Can story, and the fact that if you are one page ahead, that's enough, in my opinion, to help someone else. But it might be help someone else for free, not paid yet, right? And that's.
So where are people at this stage?
So again, going forward in the future chapters, there'll be where you're at, what you need to do to graduate, and when you know you've graduated.
Right.
So the first step is very simple. If you're here, you're still in your 9 to 5, you're still doing another career, maybe you're still unemployed, that's fine. You're not a fitness coach yet, okay? And people, you haven't got any clients, you haven't got a website, you're just thinking about it, right? You got the dream, it's there.
You want to do it.
Yeah, so that's when you know you're here. What to do to get past this stage? Well, if I say what you need to graduate, you know that you're ready when people start asking you about this.
Yeah.
That's when you know you're ready.
Yeah.
If someone comes up to you and goes, yo, even if it's just one person, that's enough. Yo, how did you do that?
Or can I just have a tip here? Or how did you do that? How did you get that movement? Or,
exactly.
Oh my God, you're looking so good. Like, what are you eating these days?
Exactly. And it doesn't mean you can't go up to people in the gym and give advice. If you do give advice when people ask for it, that's great, but it's just a nice barometer of being like, okay, if someone is asking me about this, I'm probably in the right space to actually get a transference of money. And it's not about them. It's about you. It's about you knowing that, look, you're in demand, you have something of skill, of knowledge, and you can be useful. And if you don't have that yet, keep refining your craft.
Yeah.
Keep getting better. Read more. Use yourself as a guinea pig. Help your friends for free. Go, research more. Keep developing. Start posting your stuff on social media, right? Hey, the best videos on YouTube are the ones, I did this for 30 days, this is what I learned. Because it's proof, right? And so start posting on your stories. Like say, look, I went from 5 coffees a day to 1 coffee a day. This is what I learned, People will start asking you that. And all the fitness coaches that I've spoken to, they say the same thing. I had this thing, pain, passion, profession. I got proof. People started asking me, bam, they blew up.
Yeah.
And so that's why this is step 1. Any questions on this?
I think a point to add as well, like a good barometer is at this point in time, you're probably just saying, I did this or something. Like you don't want to be saying like, you should do this
100%.
or you should do this. But as soon as you get to the point of saying like, I did this because someone just asked you, you're looking really good right now. Like, what kind of things are you eating? Or like, what's your nutrition like? Or like, how did you unlock that move? How did you get your 100 kilo squat or like your first full pull, whatever? Then you can say from that question, oh, I did this, this, and this, rather than like, you should do this. Because like, why should I listen to you when you're just telling me what I should do? Fuck off.
Yeah, 100%.
So I think when you can change that, I think that really helps.
Actually, this is a really good one. Notice how you guys feel, right? You should get proof before you start coaching.
Exactly.
Whoa, that doesn't sound nice.
I'm sorry.
Hey.
Who are you?
When we started, I found that because of my story, people listened to me much more, right? And from talking to loads of fitness coaches and yourself, that's what generally we found works the best. If you want that, then listen to it. If not, that's totally fine.
Exactly.
That's the whole vibe of the whole book. This is what we did. This is what we learned. Take it or leave it. And I think being out here in Bali, in some of the most startup-y people starting their businesses in the world, I hear the word should a lot and it literally makes me shudder. Should equals shudder. I hear it so much. You should do this, you should do that.
I think, just a note on that, maybe if like Hormozy said to me like, oh, you should do this, then I might listen.
Yeah.
Because like he's at the top of his game.
Yeah.
But like if it's just like, if you're just average fitness coach, then...
Most people haven't even started, or they're building a career of helping other people do the thing. Like I said, I could have been coaching coaches when I was coaching people.
Yeah.
But like, we literally got to the point of, we only started doing this when actually people out here in Bali and people in Vancouver and people at home started asking us, gyms started asking us, can I have some help on my gym? When PTs were like, well, how do I price myself? How do I get started? That's when you're ready. Okay, so that's the theme of this. So in the next chapter, we're going to talk about, it's called the engineering bet and it's called decide. So if this chapter is about proof and building up the story, the next chapter is all about making a decision. And a decision doesn't look like a burn the boats, which I tend to do a lot, and just kind of go all in, all or nothing. It looks like a quiet choosing of a path, starting to lay the foundations for it and committing towards that. So I'll see you in the next one. Chapter 2, decide.
Let's go. So chapter 2 is all about making a decision, and I want to talk more about and hear more of the story about how you got from engineering and the university path, the system, into where you are now today in the fitness world, because it's two very, very different, well, I think it is, very different industries.
Yeah, sure.
So talk to us about that.
Yeah, okay.
Where did that decision come from? How did you make it?
Yeah, so again, the last chapter was all about proof. And for me, it was building up the proof of people actually asking me, well, how did you do this? And having the proof. This is all about decision. So before we properly get into that, I think there's a really important thing on here is talking about what the word decision actually means. And you're probably going to roll your eyes. I talk about this all the time, but it comes from decadere, which means to kill off. Think of decision cutting, right? So you have two paths in front of you. One of them is going into this, one of them is not going into it, and it's killing off path. That's what a decision truly means. So for me, when I got into university, I genuinely thought that it would solve everything for me, especially in terms of engineering, right? So I thought, at school I wasn't really engaged that much, but then uni, I thought, it's going to be amazing, it's going to solve everything, it's going to be amazing. It just didn't. I didn't. For the first year, I went to my lectures, and I didn't really enjoy it. And then from second and third year, I just didn't go to any of my lectures. Really? And I completely rebelled. And actually the funny thing was, for the first time in my life, I had complete freedom, right? I had complete freedom from the world telling me what I needed to do. I could go train in the gym 4 hours if I wanted to. I could do what I want, or I couldn't revise. As long as I got the result, that's all that mattered. And we'll talk about that later.
Sure.
So I did civil and architectural engineering, and I thought it was going to be more creative. I thought it was going to be designing buildings and making cool stuff. And in reality, it was actually very structured, pigeonholed, and very mathsy, which I liked. I was good at maths. But it was funny, I realized if I did something that was more creative, like architecture, I actually don't think I would have got into this career, because engineering was so restrictive that it actually meant that I went elsewhere to kind of explore my creative spirits. And for me, engineering is all about problem solving. It's looking at things in first principles, and that's what fitness was that's why I loved it, right? It was like bracing and biomechanics and understanding that it's like the foundations of a building. It starts with your feet, it starts with your hand, and it goes up from there. And so while I was doing engineering, I was actually really studying the body, and that's what uni allowed me to do. It allowed me to and you speak about this quite a lot. When you come from your hometown, when I came from London, I was that person. My parents, when I used to get up at 4 a.m., 4:30 to go to the gym to train with the rugby teachers before school, my mum thought I was lying, and too right. Like, if you read the book, you'll know that I lied to my parents a lot. I stole money from them. So they obviously didn't trust me at this time. But when they saw me going through this transformation, they were all subtly, it's not their fault, but subtly being like, oh, you're going through a change, and oh, you're different.
Check you out.
Check you out, right? At uni though, that was just me, right? People knew that as me. I was that guy. And so that allowed me to actually positively reinforce that. And it had this like weird magic of like moving to a new country. It's that same kind of thing. No one knows the old you, and they positively reinforce you.
No one knows the history. You can just reinvent yourself, and who you want to be, you can just be that person. They wouldn't know any different.
Exactly.
I love it.
And actually, yeah, this is when I joined the powerlifting team, and I got around people who were stronger than me, and they were like, you can go more. Again, it was subtle bullying, all that good stuff in a powerlifting team, but that was when I really went to like a whole other level in my own training. But hey, the whole chapter's about decision. I really want to get to that. So the moment for me was when I was going down this path, and people started asking me about my journey, and they said they wanted to learn about powerlifting, and they wanted to understand how I did it. And for me, I was like, nope, I'm doing engineering. Even though I didn't like it, even though I knew something in there, there was something there that like I knew I could do more. I knew I could be more creative. I knew I could help. And I was like, it was such a dream of like, oh my God, if only I could ever do that. And one Christmas, I think I went home, and my dad saw how much I was training. He saw me doing all the stuff at home, and he was like, why don't you just become a personal trainer? And in my head right then, it was almost like he gave me permission, because I was a first generation university student. I wanted to do it for them. They'd put away so much money to help me. They'd got me tutoring in school. They'd done all these different things.
You worked so hard to get to uni in the first place.
And I didn't want to throw that away. And my mum though was like, no, you get a 2-1, you do this, right? She was
finish
adamant.
your degree.
She was like, finish your degree, do this, get it done, go down engineering. And it mainly comes down to money, right? Which is they just wanted me to feel safe. They wanted me to go on that path, because they didn't have that, right? So
with security for them.
Exactly. And by this point though, I've been researching so much, and I started reading more, and I started really getting into this. And this is actually skipping a little bit ahead, because at this time I'd been working a little bit at the gym, I think. So it's cutting a little bit ahead. So I had a bit of proof. And this shows, again, I mentioned this in the book, please do not just make the decision, kill the path you're on, slowly do it. But for me, I tend to do this a lot, so learn from my mistakes. So I was on a 5-year degree, which was a master's and placement, and I went to my engineering head of whatever they're called, lecturer, head of department. And I basically went from a 5-year degree to a 3-year degree. So master's in placement to a bachelor's.
Yeah.
And that's basically engineering death, because you need to have a master's and you need to have a placement to then become a chartered engineer. So what I was doing is inadvertently, I was throwing away that career path by doing that. But my mum didn't know that. And so up to her, I was still going to uni, I was still doing my degree. She was still happy. But to me, I knew exactly what I was doing. And it actually got so much that I went to my mum, because again, it was about the money. And I said to her, I made a bet. I said, if I'm not making triple what an engineer makes in those 5 years, I'll go back and do engineering.
So in the 2 years that you would have done at uni, you mean the 2 years after?
Exactly. I'm not making triple. And an engineer is making what? 30, 40K out of uni, probably good, starting. Chartered engineer, I think it's 45.
5, 6, 7 years ago.
Yeah, exactly. And it's 45 as a chartered engineer, so that's like 4 years out of uni. So by the time I got to probably where I am now, 27, 26. So I said that to kind of put them at ease. And also, I just like to burn the boats. It's what I do a lot, right? So I went to my lecturer, I said that to them, and they were like, what are you doing? You're one of the good ones. Like, what is it? They tried to like talk me out of it, but I knew exactly what I was doing at this point, okay? That was the bet of my parents, as you can see here. I'm not doing triple what an engineer makes.
How did they respond?
They actually had a quiet faith in me, because I think, again, they saw the proof. They saw that I went on a journey myself. My dad was just so happy with me, because he saw where my life was going, and he saw how bad it was, and him seeing me now, at least as happy and like actually training and doing all these things. He was like, well, this is obviously better than what you were doing before, so keep doing that.
Yeah.
And a big thing here, Kieran, is scroll past this, is a really important part, is at this point in my life, I was a university student, right? My rent was £290 a month because I was living in a legal accommodation. I was living in a legal accommodation because the room was too small. That was actually the room we first met, right?
Yeah.
When I had the yoga mat on there. Yeah, opposite Lidl.
That's tiny.
And like, this is the thing. If you lower your expenses, it means you haven't got to make as much. So at first, when I got into this, I was on £9 an hour and I was covering enough so that I didn't have to like throw it all away, right? And so this was enough. And obviously I made the bet of my parents, but this is the thing for you guys. If you lower your expenses for a little bit, it's only for a season, you can actually take that other path. And as long as you're not going to go in debt or ruin things, then like as long as you have the bases covered, you're good, right?
Agreed.
So that was like a big part of this. And so there was actually one book at this time which changed my life. You read it as well. Remember what it was?
4-hour work week.
Yeah. How did it help you? How did it change your life?
I think a lot of, you're about to talk about it, but it gives you a perspective of your freedom number, which you can explain in a second, but more just so you can realize actually what is your worst case scenario. And again, I won't go into too much detail, but the best case scenario, the upside is whatever the upside is for you, like literally the best case scenario, you're a million, well, whatever. But then worst case scenario is like, well, okay, you go back, maybe you're at worst case scenario right now, maybe you just go back to that. Or maybe you just have to downsize a little bit, or you have to live back with your parents, or live with a friend, or just live off some people's sofas for a time being in your life that you maybe need it. And literally worst case scenario, there's always shelters, there's always food banks, there's so much available, which is, you don't want to take it, but it's there. You're not gonna die.
Yeah.
And so that for me was the big takeaway from that book.
The fear setting.
Like I've almost got nothing to lose.
Yeah, that's the fear setting, right? Which fear is a mile wide and an inch deep.
Yeah.
And it looks horrible, and it usually comes down to, what do my parents think? What does this person think? What does society think?
Will people judge me?
Exactly. And so in reality, the fear setting exercise, which is all in the book, and there'll also be a workbook alongside this that they can fill out and go through. It changed my life because it made me realize that, oh my God, the downside was nothing. And actually the downside was actually the path that I was doing.
You've got everything to gain.
Exactly. And Jeff Bezos talks about this, which is called a truncated distribution curve. So if you think about baseball, you can either hit a home run or you can get struck out, right? So it's a 1 or a 0. And in business, so that's a good game to play. 1 or 0, fine. But the thing in business is that the upside is limitless. Right now, we didn't even think that we'd be living this life now when I was quitting my engineering. I haven't even met you at that point, right? So it's like the downside is 0 and the upside is limitless. You can create that. It's your creative freedom. And Naval Ravikant talks about this, which is like, don't get thrown in prison and don't die. That's the 2 real failures. And even then, like, that's not really even a failure, but we're not going to go there. Jocko Willink says, besides death, all failure is psychological. It's really important to realize this, and and the exercise will go through this and really help it out. And so, is this the condition that I feared? This is exactly why I'm writing this book, right? Because what we're saying here is like, look, Kira and I have slept on the gym floor for months at a time, right? We have been in 25 grand debt at times. Multiple times. We have lived the worst case scenario. I had to ask my dad for money at times when I was at the stage of my life, even when my rent was 290. Still, I want to show you guys that we have done this path and it's okay. And that is the biggest gift that we could think of, that we can do at this stage in our lives. Of like, we need fitness coaches now more than ever. We need to share our story, talk about our path, talk about our journey, and show that it is possible. And actually, with all these things that we're putting in this book, you won't have to make the mistakes that we did. And even when I had a really big story, I made this decision. I burned the boats. We paid for gym launch. We read all the books. We asked all the gym owners. We did everything quote unquote right. We still had loads of failures and we still messed up so many times. And so this is our version of adding to the library of, hey, standing on the shoulders of giants, this is not us, this is just our story, and we don't want you to make the same mistake. So
Absolutely.
you're here if you know you're built for more, you can feel it, you're scared, but you're ready to stop waiting, right? So the simple thing to do is do the Tim Ferriss exercise, right? What would it take? Which is write out your monthly non-negotiables in terms of your base, living like a monk, right? Rent, food, etc. How much is that? Reverse engineer it. What number would you need in clients? How long would it take to get there? As a whole exercise on that, and then fear set. What is the worst case scenario? And you can use this in the worksheet either on the Cali Academy or in the worksheet. And you graduate when you can very clearly say, these are my numbers, okay? Because what that gives you is you've quietly made a decision in your head. You've gone, okay, I'm gonna confront reality. I'm gonna do this now. And the thing is sometimes a decision can be quiet. It can be, once you see something, you can't unsee it. So once you've actually seen that fear is an inch deep, right? And once you actually understand this stuff, I don't think you really can go back. And that's what a decision is, right?
Yeah.
Doing the thing that actually when you look back on this moment, it's not going to be like I did. I'm going to make triple what an engineer makes and I'm going to do this dramatic thing. Just doing this exercise, I think, is enough to make people realize that.
Absolutely.
Okay. And then once you've done this, the next chapter on from here is getting clarity, which is what I did not do. And it took me years. It wasted years. Not wasted. Again, no work is wasted. But looking back on this, you need to get clarity on who you help, who you are. Because again, you've already answered the question of why should I listen to you? You've made a quiet decision. Now we need to get clarity.
Chapter 3 is all about clarity and I guess getting clear on who you help and who you are as a fitness coach. And I want to talk more about and hear the stories of the traps that you fell into and that you say most coaches fall into.
Yeah, sure.
So go for it.
Sure. I think so. The main mistake that I made was actually I got into coaching because I wanted to coach.
Right.
That's the trap. I notice the word that I'm going to use. I wanted to quit my job. I wanted to help people. I wanted to make money off of something else. I do not think you will ever do well as a coach if you say that word too many times.
Fine. Okay.
In my opinion, it needs to be about who you help first, and then you become the best person to help that person.
Right. So you basically mold yourself into becoming the best coach for that avatar or that person.
I mean, because we're skipping ahead now, but mention CaliUnity, right? What's the mistake we made there with CaliUnity?
Well, I guess at first we thought we were going more into the calisthenics, the advanced calisthenics world. It used to mean Calisthenics United, CaliUnity. And then I guess over the years of the gym, we realized, wow, all these thousands of people that we've served and we've spoken to and we understood who they are and who we help. It's not because they want calisthenics, it's because they actually just don't like a normal gym environment.
And we listened to people and that's what they were saying all the time.
Exactly.
And because of what we were doing, it attracted those people. So again, at this time, I was picking up any shift that I could. I was doing £9 an hour work. I was just that guy. I was like, yeah, I'll do anything.
What was £9 an hour work? Was it desk work?
Front of house, desk work.
At a gym?
Yeah, at a gym, talking to people, being at the front desk, just manning the gym. If anything went wrong, we were there. That was it. In the next chapter, I actually talk about how I got that job. Because the next chapter is all about starting, right? So actually doing the work. Now, again, you may be following the story and being like, Ollie, you're quite jumping around. You already had a job at a gym? Yes. It's because I made all the mistakes, right? I got into a job, I started, which is fine. And again, I'm saying, I made all the mistakes that you guys don't have to. Same with you, right? We made all these mistakes. I would not have done it this way. If you're doing this in reverse, do not do it this way. Because I got into the gym, I was doing £9 an hour work. And as part of that work, we were doing free onboardings for people. So people would come into the gym and they were students.
Right.
And they would come in and I would do onboardings with them. And I got literally hundreds of reps, hundreds and hundreds of free PT sessions, right? And at the end of it, I was always told by my manager, oh, by the way, if you ever want to do personal training, have a chat with me afterwards. And no one did anything.
But you 1 out of 100.
Yeah, no one. No, I never got a single person from them.
Really?
I didn't get anything. And I was doing classes. At this point, I was on classes were £22 an hour. I was like, oh my God, you can get paid that much for a class? It was so good. So anyway, the mistake that I made was that I wanted to be a coach. And I fell on this lesson by mistake. It was a complete accident. And I'll explain the story. So at first, I was helping people with powerlifting, and I was helping people like myself. I was helping students, right? People that could relate to me. I was helping people my age, people who wanted a transformation, people who wanted to get strong at lifting, people who wanted to gain muscle, all that good stuff, right? And they were all uni students, which was totally fine. Yeah, so I was helping people. I was helping people that just naturally came along. I didn't have. Another way of saying it, I didn't say no to anyone. I didn't say, no, I can't help you. This person is better at that. I was just, I will help you.
Yeah, so basically, like, you've got Karen who wants fat loss. You've got Adam who wants to learn pull up. You've got so-and-so, let's call him Dave, who's going for his 2.5 hour marathon. And you've got these like 3 different, completely different goals. And you're like, yeah, I'll help you.
Yeah. And at this point, I took anyone with a credit card. But the thing is, no one actually paid me because I'll tell that story later. I wore other people's brands at this point. I was actually coaching at 3 or 4 different gyms in town, and I was doing work for them. They knew who they were helping, and I just turned up at their gym. I did classes, I did shift work, anything. Now, the moment this all changed for me was, and the story's in the book, is when I got really injured doing powerlifting. So I achieved, so I was in the pinnacle of powerlifting. I was deadlifting a lot of weight and competing and all that good stuff. And I got really injured. My back was ruined, my shoulders were destroyed, my knees were absolutely wrecked. And funnily enough, I shifted my whole mindset. One of my friends, this guy at the gym, he had an autoimmune disorder, which meant that he couldn't do lifting. And he came along and he was like, dude, you can do all these things, but like you can't run a mile, you can barely do a few pull-ups. And I was like, yeah. And he was like, well, come and do this stuff with me. And I got into doing things like skin the cats and they fixed my shoulder. I got into doing knees over toes guy stuff and it fixed my knee. I got into doing a lot of core work and it fixed my lower back and all the stress and problems around there. And through getting into this new world of understanding who I was, I then started putting out more of this stuff, okay? I was like, again, I documented my journey. People started seeing me doing this stuff. So once again, I had proof because I did it myself. Guess what? I read all the books. I watched all the YouTube videos. I asked everyone in the gym. And people started asking me about this stuff. Now, inadvertently, this was not on purpose. Inadvertently, guess what kind of clientele I attracted? Can you guess, Kiwi?
People who wanted those same goals.
And who were they?
People who wanted to be like you, who almost like had seen.
But what does calisthenics attract compared to powerlifting?
People who just want to get like strong and mobile at the same time, rather than just.
Exactly, right? So my clientele went from students to working professionals overnight. And this was not on purpose. Looking back, this is why I blew up.
Yeah.
I realized through writing the book, again, I didn't even know this. It was when I was writing the book, I was like, oh, that's what it was. I just wanted to be a coach. I just wanted to help people. I just wanted to get into this. But when I shifted to something that actually was, I changed who I helped, that is when it all changed for me, okay?
Totally.
And again, I talk about it in the book. Guys, I'm being honest, we could help students get qualified in personal training, which is great, and we still will. But we help people that are working 9 to 5s, that hate their jobs. Money's not a problem for you guys, right? It's more about the feeling. It's life.
You want to be fulfilled.
And you're the kind of people that would read a whole book before doing something, right? We are aligning ourselves with you guys because we are more capable to help you guys, right? And hey, you can see from the book that I've been down that path. And so what I'm saying in this chapter is before you spend 5 years working at a gym for £20 an hour, front of house, and not standing for anything, figure out who you help. And what this looks like is looking at your own story, reflecting back on you, and saying, okay, well, who was I? What problems did I have? What was I going through? Understanding yourself deeply. So this is like step one. Understand your path. Now, when I was doing these consultations, I actually think I could have done well coaching powerlifting. But the thing is I was on the surface. I'll help you get stronger at PT and powerlifting and all these surface things.
Yeah.
When in reality, when I swapped to calisthenics, I was in pain, layer deeper, right? I wanted to train for life, not for the Olympics, layer deeper. So I understood myself more, which meant that I helped my clients more, which meant that I could go deeper with them. Again, I was not smart enough to figure this out. I just did it. I was so lucky that looking back on this is what I realized when things really shifted in my career, right? So that's the first thing. Look at your own story. Ask yourself, right, what kept you up at night? What have you tried already? What would have you wanted at that moment in your life? But then also think about, okay, well, if you do have clients right now, we talk about this in Act 3, which is when we shifted our whole model in the gym. But it's look at who are your best clients, who gives you the most money, who's most happy to train with you, who are you enjoying training the most, who are your best clients, and then just help them more and say no to everyone else, right?
Yeah.
So that's another huge thing. It's like find the right people. Those are like the two big things that I kind of said. This is kind of the end of the chapter, which is, I wish someone told me this sooner. When you're in that early phase, you think it's more hours, more classes, more onboardings, more chats. Just put yourself out there, go on the gym floor and talk to everyone. But actually, you're basically paying for business education with that. The fastest route is clarity. Figure out who you want to help, who has the money to actually pay you £50 an hour, right? Sometimes it's not you. Sometimes it's the people that you're helping, right? Sometimes it's you going out there and realizing that I can make myself the best version for this audience, which will pay me. And look, there's nothing wrong with students, but it's just like they haven't got money to pay for personal training. So like, what are we doing? Just align yourself with the people who need it most, and they can pay the most in order to get the best from you. And again, if you want more of this, go to chapter 6, which is the offer, when you're talking about what personal training really is. But this is the most important section for me when it comes to this first 5 chapters. And this is what I made this mistake for so long. And the way that I actually learned this as well was I was making a startup and working for a startup during this time. And I read loads of business books. And in those business books, they always said that the worst startups in the world create products. The best startups in the world solve problems. They find what people need and they create the solution for those people.
Right.
That's what you need to do for PT. And it's so tempting getting into PT and almost seeing like your journey and your things. And again, Ollie doesn't just go against the first whole chapter. No, it's like use your story and appeal it to the audience that you want to help. Okay, so that is what I'd say is the best thing. If you have clients, ask them. If you don't have clients, think about paying money and how you best fit that in terms of those.
So how do you know when you've got enough clarity to then start working with those specific types of clients?
Yeah, and actually it's a really good point, because as you're saying that, I realised something that might be wrong a little bit with this, which is sometimes at the start you do just have to do the volume. You have to just take anyone, like if they have a credit card and a pulse, take their money, and like help them, because you need volume, right?
Especially if you're new to the game, if you need the practice.
Exactly. But eventually you have to dial in on who you want to help. And again, we know this, the difference between a £5,000 client and a £5 client is ridiculous. The £5,000 is transfer sent, thank you, you're starting on Monday. The £5 is what exactly do I get for my £5, right? Which is okay, but just realize that like you're in the PT game. Luckily, you already have a rough idea of how much you're going to be charging. It's minimum 30 up to 100. People charge $4,000 for 6 months. They're in at the relationship game, which we'll go on to later. But the most important thing is dial in on the type of person that A, can afford you, B, will get the most from you, and C, is like you and fits your story, okay? So you graduate when you can describe whoever it is you want to help with so much clarity, not on the surface. Think of the iceberg, you're right down here. What keeps them up at night? What's their partner saying about them? How do they feel when they look in the mirror? Maybe you've created your own method that appeals directly to them. So Kira, talk to you, like, why do you help female? Why do you only help women?
Well, because I'm a woman, so I get it. A guy, I can kind of guess, but I'm not a guy, so I don't know.
Exactly.
But that's the proof.
And it's the same thing of why I have a podcast for men, because like, and the thing is, you might say, well, you're cutting out half your audience. Guys, look, if you're an online coach right now, you need to go even more niche, even more. It needs to be like, I help guys that don't want to get like jacked and want to get strong, or I help with mobility with guys in their 40s. Because the thing, again, this is from Hormozy, and I quote him a lot in this book, so thank you, Hormozy. But it's like, you want to be a big fish in a tiny little puddle. Then you want to be that fish in a bigger, in a pond, then a lake, then a river, then the sea. In the sea, you're just drowning and you're competing with everyone. If you're a local PT, you can win. You can actually help anyone, right? I still recommend figuring out who can pay you the most, what's your niche, what's their pain.
Yeah.
But as a local PT, you're only probably competing with 10 other PTs in the area. So you can win. If you have this book and you are competing with 10 people, and you're the kind of person that A, has got to this point in the video already and actually is reading through this, you will win. It's simple. You will do well. But it's understanding that as a principle, okay? So again, it's stop building a product, it's start building a solution for a person, right? So that is chapter 3. Any last questions here for chapter 3?
No, I think that's really good. I think it's showing just how important it is to get clarity. And even if you just have to get the reps in first of all to become a better coach, which then helps you later on anyway, it just allows you to start understanding who you want to help, who you enjoy coaching as well, and what the future looks like for you in your career.
Yeah, 100%. And again, I'm always for do the work first, but again, like I said, I did that and I did hundreds of sessions, onboardings, and I made no money. And this is when I was really struggling. I had that bet with my parents and I was like, this is not working. It was when I dialed in on who I want to help, what their pains are, I understood them, then I created something for them, which is when my whole career blew up. That's when I was a fully booked personal trainer. Everything changed alongside some other things, which it's so lovely looking back on it and realizing that I had no bloody clue what I was doing, but actually these principles exist. And if you just follow this plan, you will save years of heartache, of failure and everything. So we've done number 1, which is you've got proof. You know why you're doing this. Number 2, what have we done there?
You've made a decision.
We've made a decision. We're going to do it. It doesn't have to be a big one. It is a small confrontation. Number 3, we figured out who we're going to help. We understood that person. We've dove deep on those. Now we're going to confront. We're going to make it real. How are we actually going to start this? What does this look like? And then from there, it's all about being useful. But we'll see you guys in the next chapter.
So I'm ready to start. I know who I want to help. I've made the decision to go all in, and this is what I want to do. How the hell do I actually start?
Great question. And this chapter, when I first wrote it, I thought it would be easy. Actually, there are so many decisions that you actually need to make within this, right? So again, talking about Kira and mine's story, we chose to get qualified first. Yeah. And actually it's funny because I never actually was qualified, even though I had the whole gym, 14 coaches underneath us, doing 40 hours a week of PT back in the day. I'll explain that story in a second. It wasn't because of me, it was because of something else. But anyway, we talk about how to get qualified, who to get qualified by. We talk about should you go online or in person? How do you actually set it all up? It's actually a really important chapter. What this chapter is really doing is it's not about building a brand, it's about building this reality and what is the simple steps that you can do to get started. So if we zoom out on all of this, let's go through first off what actually is a business, right? It's simple. If you're in America, LLC. If you're in the UK, it's a limited company. Go set it up. It costs you like, what, 20 quid?
23 quid or something.
23 quid. Okay. Your name limited. Wow. Mine was Ollie Chick Limited. Yours was Kira Williams Limited. Or you want to be really big, Ollie Chick PT Limited. Whoa. Okay.
Now you can put a new name on your invoices.
Yeah, exactly. Company's house is cool as long as it's your name. You'll instantly get it as a name. Okay. So just go do that. Step one. Take that limited company or the LLC, go to a bank and get yourself a business bank. Right? Again, Monzo, Revolut, you can do it online. Starling, you can do it all online. HSBC if you're in the UK or Barclays.
There's so many.
Whatever.
Tide,
go get yourself a business account. Okay. Step 3, sign up with a payment processor. You don't even need that because you can do bank transfers. But like, go use Stripe or go cardless or something like that.
But honestly, just get people to bank transfer.
Yeah, fine. Actually, no, to be fair, at first, especially as a PT, yeah, all of mine were bank transfers.
Send them a link directly from your bank account, like your banking app.
Simple. And how do you write an invoice? You go on Google and type in how to write an invoice and you copy that.
Invoice template.
Use Canva. But honestly, you don't even need to, okay? That's it. Zoom out. That's all you need, okay? Yeah. That's how you take money, okay? But that's the whole chapter done. No, I'm joking, okay? Because now we have to talk about, okay, do I do in person? Do I do online? Do I get qualified? Do I go work for a gym? How do I get a job at a gym? There are so many questions. Okay, so this chapter is less about our story and more about like explaining it. So let's go through the thing of qualified or not qualified. Okay, so this usually comes from where you guys are at the minute. Are you working a full-time job? If you're working a full-time job and you want this to be more of like a side project, big, but you do not need to get qualified, in my opinion. No, one extra thing. If you have an absolute F ton of proof, you have a big following, you've competed in bodybuilding, you've competed in your sport, you have so much depth, then you don't need to get qualified. If you're training online as an online coach, I think legally online, you do not need to get qualified.
But I would still recommend it.
I would still recommend it 100%, but the way that I explain it in terms of the proof standpoint is time or money. Time is you've done the reps, you've been to the fringes, you've been to the extremes, you've done the stuff, you've got the following, you've got the inbound, you can just start taking money, okay? It's not as protected as the word therapist, counselor. And different things like that. So that is important. If you're gonna go work in the gym, and let's say right now you're not working, or you do wanna do classes, or you wanna be PTing in person, or even over Zoom, you want insurance to back you, all this stuff, get qualified. So for 95% of you guys, I would say get qualified, 100%, okay? So that's important. Let's talk more about this whole in-person versus online route. I could sit here all day long and be like, go online, it's going to change your life. You're going to be living out here in Bali and travel the world with us. And what do you think?
Well, I think here's what I have to say. Like, we've met a lot of online coaches, have a lot of them as really good friends, actually. And it's weird. The most successful ones that we've met, and we don't know tons of super successful, but the ones that we know that are making really good impact, they're doing really good shit. They are making quite a lot of money and they're just overall a good person rather than like this fitness guru on the internet, because there's so many these days. They have been through the reps and the volume of working in a gym, or not necessarily maybe in a gym, they could just be in a studio somewhere, but they've worked with people in person. They've had the reps and the volume in person. They know that if someone comes in and they're having a bad day, like a client is having a bad day, maybe, I don't know, their dog died last week or something, you learn how to handle those conversations and handle the session based on that person's emotions. When it's just an online session and you just like program, here's your free workouts of the week, have fun. You have no idea really if that person's dog has died last week or not. And so you don't necessarily have that emotional connection with them that then allows you later on when you are going online, if you choose to do that, to actually have that connection, to pick up people. Because that's what coaching is like. It's not just, here's your workouts, here's your plan, have fun.
That's what it's become.
That's
and
what a lot of it has become.
And you know what that's going to get replaced by?
AI?
Rip.
Well,
gone.
yeah.
See you later. Because ChatGPT can make you a better program than any online coach, right? ChatGPT can keep you accountable, right? Can send you a message. But ChatGPT hasn't got the story, hasn't got the emotional connection, hasn't got the face-to-face, hey, what's up?
Exactly.
Also, ChatGPT won't say, I think you're wrong. You're having a bad week, get off your ass, right? That's the thing.
Absolutely,
and so I personally believe that online coaching, unless you've got like a mad following, and by the way, mad following does not mean vanity metrics. It means people that follow you deeply. Very important. Very, very, very important. I know people who have 1,500 followers doing 100 grand a month. Right?
Yeah.
It's not about how many followers you have, it's the depth of how much you've given them and how much they trust you. So maybe we're biased, but I think especially in today's world, go get qualified and get your reps in person. Go throw some rings over a tree, right? That's what I did, right? Go coach in person, go to a gym, or get qualified and then coach them online, but have a physical presence.
Just
have
get in front of
there.
people. Like, I think anyone can sit behind a screen and just be like, do that. But then actually like having these conversations, helping people in person, adjusting people's form.
Yeah, exactly.
Like I think I've learned so much over like the hundreds and hundreds of classes that like I've done, and however many hours of like like one-to-one clients that we've had. I've learned so much about how to coach someone unlock their first pull-up, muscle-up, whatever it is, because they've been in front of me and I'm like, oh, like, let's just try that. They're almost like my guinea pigs sometimes. Like, let's just try this. I'm going to move you around. Let's do this, try this instead. Or, oh, hey, your back's really hurting in this. What about if we just regress this movement to this thing instead?
100%.
Or we just change things slightly.
100%.
And like, I think online, because all you do is maybe at most see someone's videos, you don't have that live feedback there and there. So like, I can't recommend it enough.
And you're being online coached right now. So what's your experience with that?
Well, I think it's interesting because it's quite advanced for me. It's actually quite hard. It's not just accountability. I'm doing it for a specific goal, but actually I wish that he was there in person for me sometimes, because I'm like, Tom, what do you mean do this? How? Please just move me around. That's how I learn.
Yeah. So 100%, the best coaching will be in person, full stop. Like
you'll
in
learn
anything.
to be a 10x better coach. And then you can
100%.
just apply those skills online.
But this is the thing, like, I don't want to be the person here selling the dream of you guys that you can quit your job and go live in Bali and go travel the world, right? Yes, you could do that. You need a fuck ton of proof. You need to be so good at either social media, marketing, fulfillment. You just need to be
so good they can't ignore you.
Incredible at that in order to make that work. For the rest of us, the 99% of the world, it's get the reps in person, be the in-person coach, and be doing that in person. Now, what qualifications do you choose? What was your experience of your qualification?
So mine was all online, actually, really interesting enough. But I actually did it throughout the pandemic, so nothing was in person. Otherwise, I think I must have had maybe 2 or 3 they would have been in-person events in London or something, where I would have done, did the course, the whole level 2, level 3, all the, the worksheets and everything that comes with it. And then you have the events where you basically have a client, and you can choose that client yourself, but I don't think it could be a family member. No. So like a friend, or
just
I might have, did you, or like someone else. And then you would go to that training event. The IV, I'm going to guess it's called, or like there's an assessor that comes with you that basically watches you. You perform a PT session, so you go through the warm-up, there's a set criteria that you have to hit and you have to tick the boxes. So you can't just be completely you. You have to tick the boxes, do the session, try and be as perfect as you can, and then wait for the assessor to let you know if you passed that part of the qualification or not.
So overall, how was your qualification? Did you get much help? Was there much support?
No.
Right.
Nothing.
Okay.
Nothing.
And what have you heard
like,
from some of the best qualifications?
Here's all this course material.
Go do
crack
it.
on. Here's the deadline.
And we paid the minimum you can pay, which I think is $1,500, right?
Something like that.
We paid $1,500 each to level 3 qualified, and I'll tell you my story in a second. But what about some good qualifications that you heard about? What do they look like? Maybe you're going to pay a bit more, but what does that look like?
Well, I think it's just having that hands-on support. So rather than just being left alone and just being told to read through this textbook and this course material and give me the worksheet and I'll get it back to you. No, actually, I don't have this experience, but this is what we're creating, and this is what I've also seen works really well, is having really, really good hands-on support where you have live sessions or like webinars that you can attend with your coach or the person that's on your course, and you can actually attend and ask them questions like, hey, I'm really struggling with this question, or what would I do if my client said to me that their knees are feeling a bit weak in their squats. What can I do? What can I help do?
Live support.
Exactly. Case studies. So hearing from other coaches as well, being a part of a community where like I can hear that other up and coming coaches are going through the same problems, or maybe they took on their first clients and they share how they did it as well. Like, oh my God, I got my first paying client today. I followed this script, I followed this method, this play, and this is how it seemed to work for me, so happy days. And maybe you get the same and someone's supporting you and being like, woo, amazing.
Exactly.
It's having that support, I think, would have made a ton of difference for me. Oh my God, I wish I had
we
that.
did the cheapest ones,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
And that's the thing. So
Exactly.
the funny story of this, and this is what the story I was going to say, was so I did the same qualification as Kira. I referred you for that, right?
Yeah.
And again, it was the same thing. It was just, hey, here's all these videos that we filmed 5 years ago, which are crap, and here's the presentations. Go figure it out yourself. I'll mark it, which is probably at the time just like an automated marking thing. And then here's the revisions, and then make sure you get it in next day so I can mark it again.
Yeah.
And then at the end of it, it's like, show up. And by this point, I had already been basically helping my friends out for free. I had all this proof. I've been doing probably hundreds of hours of coaching for free anyway. I'd read all the videos, I watched all the YouTube videos, read all the books. So the qualification is just bullshit. It's absolute crap. And it's like, anyway, I could talk about this for hours. The worst thing is, we spend a year because we're so angry at these bloody qualifications, and we're making this course, we built this community of coaches, and we want to help them out. And so many people are asking us, again, proof. Hey, are you guys going to do a qualification? Are you guys going to do this? Are you going to help people with this? And we're like, fine, okay, we'll do it. So a year later, after writing like 30 documents, after becoming a teacher, I can be a teacher now, right? After doing everything, going through everything and understanding all this stuff, we get to the end of the process and the guy goes, hey, by the way, you know that your qualification was actually fake the whole time. I was like, what? And he was like, yeah, your certificates are not actually official documents from like the UK government. So you're not an official qualified personal trainer. And I was like, what? He said, yeah. So imagine like you're in school. Imagine that you have the school and you have like Edexcel or like the exam board. Your school gave you the certificates, internal, but the exam board didn't give you the official certificates. And I was like, I bet they have to pay the exam board in order to get, and they were like, yeah. And I was like, motherfucker. So that just shows what happens when you go for the cheapest option. And funnily enough, thank you for asking, we are also doing a qualification. So you guys go to CaliUnity.com/qual, QUAL, or there'll be a link somewhere here. Book a call with me and we can talk about it if you do want to get qualified in level 2, level 3 personal training. But not just that, every single penny that you guys spend on the qualification, we will give back to you as credit towards actually getting your first clients, because that's what matters. That's how much we believe in this in terms of it You need to get qualified, yeah, but 82% of PTs quit within their first year. The real thing is this stuff. How do you get started? How do you actually help people? What's sales and marketing? How do I fulfill on them? And actually, this book is, again, completely free. This video is completely free. We have a 30-day challenge completely free on Cali Academy with lives, a whole community on there. We basically said to ourselves, we did chapter 3. What would have we wanted when we were PTs? And we made that. We've made everything, and a lot of it is free. So there you go. So that's the qualifications. That's answered that. I think we've kind of gone through the in-person / the online coach. And then I guess there's a few more things that I would add at this stage if you really want to make yourself reputable. Is that the right word? Reputable? I don't know. Is set up yourself a website, get yourself a Google Calendar, and get yourself a booking link. That's the last 3 things. So number 1 is I would use some sort of website builder like Squarespace, ClickFunnels, something like that, okay? Get yourself on there, and this is why we put the last chapter in before this, because you can make a website. Hi, I'm Ollie Chick. I'm amazing. This is my story. No one cares. The main thing you need to be saying is, I help these kind of people. This is my offer. This is who I'm looking for. This is how to get started. That's why chapter 3 came before chapter 4.
Yeah.
Because now you understand their pain. You understand what they've tried before. And when you're on your website, you can speak to them, not to show how good you are. Okay? So that is what I do. On there, you can have a simple intake form. You can do it on Squarespace, name, information, email, phone number, all that good stuff. That way you can contact them. They become a lead. If you want more information, let's go to the Act 2. We go through the business principles of personal training, but they become a lead. And then after that, they can book an appointment with you. Now, I'd use Calendly, I'd use iClosed, I'd use Acuity scheduling, anything, just set it up and then get yourself a Google Calendar. Okay, or Apple Calendar, whatever you want. So you should be tracking your time by now, right? Especially as a PT, because when you get fully booked, when you read this book, you're gonna wanna know where your clients are. You don't wanna have double bookings, all this stuff. So get yourself a calendar, put in your slots, know what you're doing, book out times, and it's just a really good thing we should be doing anyway. So I think that's all of it. So by the end of this chapter, you should know whether you're starting in person or online. You should know if you want to get qualified now. You should understand why your story and your proof. You should have the basics in place. And most importantly, it's like, you're doing this. Guys, you've committed, right? If your workmates look you up right now, they're not going to find Ollie Chick engineer. They're going to find Ollie Chick PT. That's a big identity shift. That's huge. Okay, making that commitment is exactly what you need to do to move into the next stage, number 5, which is, sounds weird, but be useful. Help. Go out there and help other people. And when they Google you online, this is what you're going to find. So, guys, again, there'll be a whole worksheet you can do alongside this. Make sure you get the steps done, have everything set up. Please don't spend too long doing this. Again, Hormozy. Most skills take 20 hours to learn, but people spend 5 years delaying the first hour. You can learn how to make a website. You can learn how to set up a booking site. It's easy. You just have to confront it, okay? So just get on there, get going, do this stuff. If you want us to build it out all for you, book a call. It's pretty cool. Go through everything there, and we'll just do everything for you, so you can just focus on actually training your clients rather than all this business stuff. But if you want to do it yourself, confront it, get it going, and now we can get to, I think, the most important chapter, I think, in the whole book, which is being useful, service. The amount of money that you make is directly proportional to the depth and how many people you help. More people and in more depth, okay? And this was in everything changed to me, and funnily enough, it was in the depths of lockdown where everything changed. So I'll see you guys in the next chapter.
So what the hell does being useful and being of service mean? Tell me more.
Yeah, this is my favorite chapter of the whole book. So
sounds good.
You graduate Act 1, which is the rookie, the dreamer, right? When someone gives you money for coaching. And that for me was this guy called Ben. So I was doing £9 an hour shifts. I was doing classes. I was doing all the things that everyone told me to do. You know, you were doing the same thing, right?
Absolutely.
You were doing the front of house shifts. And what were you always told? What did your manager always tell you to do?
Just go and talk to everyone, go around, ask them if they need help.
Be useful, all this kind of stuff, right? And that, after hundreds of hours of doing that, giving away hundreds of free sessions, after doing so many classes and learning the craft, that really, we were talking about this was like where the reps really started for us, doing the classes, doing all those different things. I remember when he was a French guy. Do you remember Ben?
I think glasses.
Yeah, exactly. And he was in a class and he was like, "Do you do PT?" And I was like,
But
yes.
No.
And I remember I helped him for free. And I was like, no, you haven't got to pay me. Then I helped him again for free. And he was like, no, I would like to PT with you. And I was like, oh my God.
What do I do?
And I took him to the front desk, because that's what we had to do when I was working at the uni gym. And I let the front desk person manage the money. And then he paid the front desk, I think it was like 5 sessions or something, paid her 250 quid or something. And then I got 20 quid from that. I think it was like £55 a session, I got paid 20 quid, something ridiculous. So that's when you can qualify the dreamer section, when it became real. Someone pays you money. When was the first time someone paid you money for this?
Very similar. I was working in this gym called Fly, and I can't remember the specifics of it, but I'm trying to think exactly who it was. I think it was Anna.
It might have been Anna, yeah.
I think it was Anna.
Yeah.
No, it was this girl called Monique. And it was a very similar story. I would just go around and just ask people how's it going? How's your training going? I was happy kind of working front of house. I didn't really care about getting clients. I wasn't talking to people to get clients. It was just if it happened. And I just remember talking to her and helping her out of her deadlifts or something at the time. And she had a bit of an injury. And then I remember I did that maybe a couple times when she'd work out on the weekends when I worked there. And I think it was maybe on that 3rd or 4th instance that she came to me and she was like, can I do a session with you? And I was like, what do you mean a session? What, you want to train together? She was like, no, actually, can we do an hour sometime? And I was like, oh, you mean PT? Fuck. And at that time as well, in the gym that I worked at, you had to set your own pricing and do it all yourself, basically. It didn't go through the gym. You just had to pay them rent. And I was like, oh my God, I haven't thought about this. I don't know, 30 quid? I don't know, just the cheapest number I could think of because I was so scared. She did it and she paid for a block of 5 and she stayed with me for 2.5 years until we opened the gyms basically, and I was just a bit too busy to run any sessions anymore, but
nice.
Pretty crazy.
Amazing, isn't it? And so when I was writing this chapter and reflecting on it, I realized what happened, right? Again, up to this point, I mentioned this in previous chapters, I was always saying, I want to be a coach. I want to help. I.
Yeah.
And that got me my first few clients. And it might get you your first few clients. Do it. Go for it. When everything changed and I literally couldn't handle the demand and I was turning clients away and I was fully booked, was lockdown. And I'm going to talk about that now. So when the first lockdown happened, it felt like everything was just pulled out from under us, right? I remember I'd just been doing some classes and we'd been together for 2-3 years at that point, and the whole world went crazy. And we were in Cornwall in first lockdown.
My parents.
And I was like, oh my God, my career's over. Everything's ending. Everything I've been working. So I think I was doing 2 clients a week or 3 clients a week. I just got into a flow. I've been, a few classes. But at that time, again, I didn't know who I was helping. I was just coaching at lots of gyms in Bath, which is where we were. And I hadn't really been through any of these steps. I didn't have a website. I didn't know who I helped. I had story. I had proof, 100%. I'd made a decision. So I guess I'd done 2 out of the 5. Okay. So then lockdown hits. And for a week, we were just down in the dumps, weren't we? We were like, fuck, oh my God, so this sucks.
It's over, I'm going to have to go back to a normal job.
Yeah, and it was just I was looking at jobs back in engineering, and again, this was still 2 years out of the 5 years.
Yeah.
So the bet was still on my parents, right? And they were like, it's okay, you can go back to doing this, everyone fails, it's all right. And then for a week, I was really down the dumps. What lockdown taught me though was the importance of, it's not about you. It's about being useful. It's about everyone else. So what it did was, we were alone. We were in Cornwall. It was Kira and I, and we were just there. And gym turned into work, turned into life.
Yeah.
And all these things went together. And my clients were saying to me how lonely they felt and how out of shape they felt and how hard it was. And I remember the moment it was at your desk. No, it was at your kitchen table. Remember, we're next to the microwave. And we looked at each other. We were like, no, wait a minute. We can be really useful here. We can actually help people through this. Because we were coaching a little bit at the time, a bit of calisthenics and bodyweight training. Yeah. And I still remember I got like a scaffolding pipe, put 2 buckets on the side to do deadlifts and stuff. And we still had all these weights that your dad had in his garage.
We actually made a pull-up as well.
We made a pull-up bar. I remember that. But we were like, oh my God, we can really help people. So we started making YouTube videos. We started going live. We made ebooks. And I didn't know this, but this is all content. Right? So think of the core 4, warm outreach, cold outreach, content, paid ads. We were making content. We were writing ebooks. We were documenting stuff and we were sharing it online for free. It just felt right, didn't it? But then I messaged everyone on my contact list saying, hey, I know lockdown's been really, really hard. I will give you a program for free so that you can get into calisthenics. And I sent them this begin bodyweight guide. I've got to find it somewhere.
So you can still train from home.
Exactly. And we sent it to them and we said to them, I said, I'll just help you out. And I think I had like 50 people. And I'll find the Instagram stories and everything on there. And people were like, oh my God, thank you. Yeah. And we just helped for free. And we just helped everyone. This was another moment when I realized the importance of the 23 hours outside of the gym rather than the 1 hour in the gym. That changed our whole gym's trajectory and our whole in-person coaching. But I'll come to that later on. Don't worry about that. So this was the big shift. And this is not saying it in the rude way. I went from selfish to selfless. Rather than asking, how can I quit my job? How can I make money? How can I? It was, how can I be useful? How can I be of service? How can I help this person through this? We started building up a little community online. We called it Bath Calisthenics. We started giving away ebooks. We started helping people all over the world. Lo and behold, when we came back from lockdown and we came into the second, again, I didn't get this. First lockdown, we came back and it was still like, I still was in the same thing. I can't remember what happened. I think we just got back to training and it wasn't that long between first and second lockdown. No, but in second lockdown, we decided to stay in Bath. And I said, this time I was ready. I was like, yo, because during lockdown, you were allowed to do one-on-one in-person outside. If you
had like a meter or 2 meters between you or something like that?
But it was mainly you had to do it outside.
Yes,
rather than being in a gym, right? So, second lockdown, I said, so my social list, anyone that wants a free session, have it for free, right? Yeah. Guess what? My calendar got fully booked. Demand went through the roof. Yeah. Actually, before second lockdown was when I helped Jackson. And Jackson is a very important section in the next chapter. It's funny, a lot of my story was lots of things all over the place. But I put this into 15 sections because this is how I would have done it. And when things really took off, when like the constraint got lifted. And for me at this time, like 4 or 3 different things all came together at once. But the main thing, it was being useful. Absolutely. It was not how can I take from the world? How can I quit my job? It was how can I help? And guys, you doing PT is what the world needs right now. You making these free ebooks, you going online and sharing your story. AI is everywhere. The slop is everywhere. And it's just going to get worse, right? There is fad diets. There is bullshit all over the internet. We need people like you. We need people who help for free, share their story, do free PT sessions, help people in person. It's bigger than coaching, guys. This is, for me, it's like a human element. And it's what we realized. This is what eventually led us to giving our gym back to the community. Because it wasn't us. We were standing on the shoulders of giants. People helped us through this, and it's the biggest gift that you can give to people. Toby, who believed in me back when I turned my moves into pecs. Your dad believing in you, your sprint team, right?
Exactly.
It was Jackson who believed in me. It was all my clients, Ben, who gave me that first pound. It's all about people believing in other people, being useful. The best way to keep something is to give it away. The opposite of addiction is connection. This, for me, is the chapter that changes everything. And right now, trust is the currency, and it's getting worse. Everyone online is just making bullshit, trying to take your money. This is why we have a 264-page book for free. Why this video, I have no idea, it's probably going to be 4 hours long, for free. We do a 30-day challenge for free. We have a whole course from broke to booked for free. Guys, I'll let you in. You need to trust us, right? We're giving you all this for free because if you paid us, imagine how much we could do for you, right? This is the thing. Social media is just trust building at scale. And if you can do this in person, you can help people in person, you can be there and you can provide that physical service. That's when, for me, everything blew up.
Totally.
Okay? Now, you might be saying, Ollie, I don't want to work for free. You're right. Get no clients then. It's simple. In my eyes, there's two paths. You go and you never help anyone for free and you're always asking for money and you have no proof, right? And you might get there, which is great. Or you work for free. If you're working at a gym, you're getting paid to learn. I was doing all these onboardings, I was doing all these classes, I was getting paid to learn. You're learning rather than earning. That's what Mosey's saying. You're learning rather than earning. When you're working for free, you're developing the skill, right? You're developing all these things. So then you're actually good enough to then get paid. I'm not saying you're not good enough right now to get paid, but the thing is, if you were good enough to get paid, you would be getting paid.
Learning allows you to earn.
Exactly, right? So this is very important. How do you use free about just coaching for free forever? And this is funny. Talk to me about the story about you said yesterday about you working for free right now. So where are we at in our business, in our life, and what are you willing to do right now?
Well, at the moment, I finished a lot of projects that I had. And so I'm at a bit of a turning point where I want to work with people more online as opposed to in person, because we have the whole gym, they're doing their thing, I'm here, there and everywhere in the world. I feel like I can reach a very specific type of women that I can work with and I can help them achieve what they want to achieve, right? People who don't like traditional gyms, all that kind of stuff. And so what I'm wanting to do right now is, because I'm so new to the world, I don't have nowhere near the experience I do in person.
If I fight back on that, people will say, well, you have a gym, you have 200 members, you've
100%.
helped so many people in person. Why are you willing to work for free?
Because I want to earn the right to earn from it at this point, and I need to earn the right to earn.
Yeah.
Didn't think about that. But I want to learn what it takes to have 20, 30, 40 plus clients online, and what it takes, how long does that take me, what things do I need to build, what systems, processes do I need to build to make that a reality, and just what it takes. It's so new and I'm trying to learn from as many people as possible, but I'm willing to work for free right now because at this point, maybe it's imposter syndrome, but I don't think in my head I'm good enough right now to be paid for, maybe a little bit, but I want to be the absolute best. And I need reps.
It's like us coaching coaches when I was doing 40 hours a week at PT.
Yeah.
It's like we probably could have. Remember, at the start of this chapter, we said the story about Catch Me If You Can, which is you can help someone if you read one page ahead. True. But there's helping, then there's getting paid.
Exactly.
Right? So how are you going to use free without getting stuck there? What's your long-term plan?
Well,
and talk about supply and demand.
Well, the thing is with the free is as long as, not necessarily there's a catch, but the only way that they're going to get it for free is if they allow me to use their social proof. If they just want to stay hidden forever and they don't want to give me a testimonial, they don't want to give me a review, or even more so, they don't even want to give me feedback. It doesn't have to go online anywhere, but like, if they don't want to give me feedback, then well, what's in it for me?
Yeah.
Like, of course, I want to do the practice, but I need to get something out of it that helps me get the paid clients.
And you are getting paid from it, right? Which is...
Yes, exactly. So that's the thing. I'm not exactly... Yes, I'm not getting any monetary value from it, but actually I'm getting almost like 10x better because I'm getting probably a video testimony, a Google review, whatever, and I'm going to get some social proof of them doing the program and them doing the stuff and the messages from them, and they're going to give me feedback of like, I really love what you did here, but actually I think this thing could really help me more. So add that in for them.
So then the thing is she's not just going to be doing free forever. There's a fundamental principle in business, which is supply and demand, right? So again, it's like dating. If you go online and you're like, and you say to the girl you're dating, I'm not free, and like you sporadically text her because you're trying to look busy, bullshit. They'll see right through it. If you're actually busy and you've actually got a full calendar, people can understand it, they can feel it. So what you're doing for free is you're actually getting busy. And you're saying, look, I'm sorry, I can't take on any more clients right now. Do you want to pay me? And your plan is simple, right? Get to a certain number, whatever it is, 20 hours a week, 20 clients, whatever that is. And once you get there, you do that, say, for 4 weeks, a 4-week cycle, and you go, hey, thank you for being part of the first 10. Now, do you want to pay me? And I'm going to give it to you for 80% off. Then you go 60% off, 40% off, 20% off, 100%. By the way, then you can do 120%, 140%. You keep raising the prices until people say no, right? That's the plan. Super, super simple. So that's what I did. That's what Kira did. I just helped everyone I could for free. I wrote loads of programs. I helped loads of people. And then I didn't even have to get to 10 hours or that kind of, people just started asking, can I just pay you? And then bam. And then that's when everything started. And I remember one time someone came up to me being like, what qualifications do you have? And I just showed them my calendar. And I was like, I'm fully booked. There's your qualification, right? So, I mean, that is a dick move to say, but it's true. People can feel it. They understand it, okay?
Yeah.
So,
what can you give away for free then? Maybe a part of
yeah, so, okay, there's one thing before that is BANT. Do not give things for free to everyone. At first, do, but then try and be a bit more picky. You need people who have the right budget, authority, need, and timing. Budget, they can actually afford you doing personal training. Authority, they are the ones that make the decision. Need, they actually want the thing. Timing, it's a good time and they have the time to do it. Now, what kind of lead magnets do you give away? Well, think about it from what we did. We made ebooks. They are lead magnets. A lead magnet is a complete solution to a narrow problem that reveals a larger problem. You can give away, the easiest thing you can do right now is give away your time. Write them a program, jump on a call with them and help them. And by the way, we're talking all about personal training. We help fitness coaches. So it might be nutrition advice. It might be mobility. It might be supplement advice. It's anything. Help them out for free. Give them your time. The thing is across all things, an hour of time is still minimum wage. So it's still valuable, right? So a lead magnet, an ebook might not be valuable, but an hour of your time is. People will value that, okay? So that's all you need to do. And this is also why gyms are easier, in my opinion, than online. Because guess what? A class is a lead magnet. It's a complete solution to a narrow problem that reveals a larger problem. They're just paying for it. And this is the whole point of a funnel. As you go up and up in the funnel, there are bigger solutions, but they pay more for it. There's more accountability. Our philosophy at Cali is the secrets are free, the implementation is paid. We have a free calisthenics park next to our gym, right? But we charge £600 for 6 weeks for coaching, right? That's our philosophy. So we're going to sum this up, then we're going to sum up the whole Act 1, which is exciting. So you graduate this stage when someone pays you money for the thing that you're getting into, coaching, right? You're here if maybe and don't take this in the wrong way, you're thinking about you. How can I get paid? How can I have this? How can you be useful? How can you give value? Think about your target person that you thought about in terms of chapter 3, I think it was, and say, who can you help? And then think about how you can help them as much as possible for free. Once you do that, I promise you, again, sorry, read the chapter because it will explain how to do this. You make a list of everyone that you know and you reach out to them saying, hey, by the way, you know that thing I've been talking about for years? I'm finally doing it. Do you know anyone that wants a free session, right? Do you know anyone that wants this? Or ask them, do you want this? You're finally doing the thing, right? You help them out for free. I promise you that once you have enough free work, you will get paid. You will get your first paid client. If you're in sales right now, you have so much conviction, you understand, then bam, you know how to make money from the first consult, do that. But for now, just get the reps, help for free, do the thing, help them out, and that's how you do it. So again, you're here, if maybe you're working for free, you're just getting into this, you haven't got many clients, help people out for free, send 10, 50 messages a day, reach out to your contacts, and you graduate the stage into Act 2 once you've made money. So if we're gonna close the first act, this is something that most people never do. Maybe you're in the stages now of being close to quitting your career.
Yeah.
Maybe you haven't got any work, but you're getting free clients. You've got your first paying client. Look, you've done it. Someone has given you officially have a business. You have a limited company, a bank account, and a way to take money, right? So now it's almost like this chapter has all been about you. It's been about going from you breaking your beliefs to now helping others, breaking the beliefs of others, coaching. Coaching really is, I helped me, now I'm gonna give that gift away to other people. In the next section, you're now a coach, right? You own a business, you are a coach. Now we get into the business principles. And don't be afraid, don't be scared. These are simple principles. Just know that I got to 40 hours a week, 20 hours of online classes, fully booked calendar, 6 figures without understanding any of this. I was just so lucky. Looking back on it now, I did the things, and if you do this now, it will save you so much time and so much money, and that's why we've included this. But at this stage, guys, you're a coach. Congratulations. Make sure, again, if you want to go and get more resources, head over to school.com/CaliAcademy. Join the other coaches doing the 30-day challenge. If you want to join in lives on your lunch break with sales coaching, all this stuff. If you want us to do this for you and build this all for you and guarantee your results, book a breakthrough call with me. And if you're watching the YouTube video, there's a whole book. All you have to do is just give me your email and I can send you even more free stuff. Head over to there, get that for free. If you want the workbook, it's also for free. We have so many things for free, all in this ecosystem. So any closing thoughts on the first act?
You've done the hardest bit. You've committed and you've actually taken the first step, which is always the hardest step. Now
100%.
it's just going all in.
100%. I always say to people when they first come into the gym, I was like, well done, you've done the hardest bit. You've walked through the door, and this is you walking through the door, getting that first paying client, or even your first free client. You've gone from, I want to do this, to helping people. And this is the beauty of human beings. We can stand on the shoulders of giants. We can learn from people before us, and you are contributing to that. And guys, that's exactly what we're doing. We realize that, oh my God, how are we going to make a gym? How are we going to coach people? To the biggest gift that we can give right now is helping you guys not make the mistakes that we made. Okay? So if you got to this stage, I want to thank you. I appreciate your attention, spending time with us. Again, just realize this is our first step doing this. This is our first draft. There are so many stages and levels to this. Hopefully in a year's time, we'll look back on it and be like, oh my God, we improved it so much. But thank you for spending your time with us. Congratulations on being a coach. And let's move on to the next section, Act 2. Let's get it.
Let's go.
You did it. You got your first paying client. Maybe you're thinking about leaving your job. Maybe you're unemployed right now, but you got your first client. Remember that moment when you got your first client? Who was your first client?
Monique.
Mine was Ben, right?
It was the most amazing feeling ever.
Best moment ever. Oh my God, someone is paying me and I'm giving them advice. I'm keeping them accountable. I'm giving back to the person.
Their life.
100%. And that is when you become a coach in my eyes. But now you want to take it to the next level. Now we want to get to the point of 15, 20, 30, 40 hours a week, getting to that freedom number that you set out in Act 1, which is the number that you need to quit your career or to go all in on this. And guys, this means we're going to have to get in some business principles. Now, when I first got into this, you'll learn about this in chapter 1, which is when I met Jackson, who was a business coach and helped me with all of this stuff and completely changed my life with this. We're gonna have to go through a few business principles. We're gonna talk about sales. We're gonna talk about the offer. We're gonna talk about how to get leads, how to keep your clients, and how to scale further on. But I promise you, I built my career without these things. I just helped, I was useful, I gave back, and I built it. If I had these things now, oh my God, it would save me years of this stuff. And again, this is our gift. This is what we want to do now that we've built CaliUnity to the point that it is, that it runs itself. We've coached coaches. We've helped our staff quit their jobs and get into this. We've helped members. We understand all this stuff to a whole other level. This was the belief that kept me stuck for years. I'm a PT. People are coming for me. It's all about me. You can build systems and principles and take it from the best people in the world, the business coaches, and we can bring this back to the PTs all around the world so that you can get repeatable clients and you can make sure that you're not just scrambling for clients, you can actually keep this long term, okay? So in this chapter, it's all about the systems and building a long-term business that you guys can say, I am a fitness coach. I've quit my job and I can do this. In this chapter, it's all about going through stages. We go through it first, maybe how to get your few clients, understanding what game you're actually in. Then it's understanding sales, which is basically behavior change. Then you get to a point where it breaks a lot of businesses, which is how do I get consistent leads? And then we talk about how to keep them. And then we talk about how to scale you. This is one of the most exciting times in anyone's career. You've quit your job, you've gone through the thing, you've decided you're going to be a PT, but now it's about building up that client base, that roster, and getting to that freedom number. All right, guys, so make sure that you read the book, go through the book. It's completely free. It goes in more detail and it gets to points that we don't go through in the actual videos. The videos are all about the story. It's about the emotion behind it, what we were feeling at that point. Read the book and go through the worksheets if you want more detail on that. But guys, I can't wait. You're going to learn about Jackson in the next chapter. It's going to be incredible. Get straight into that. And I'll see you guys in the next chapter.
So chapter 6 is all about the offer, and I'm guessing creating the perfect offer for your clients and the people that you've gotten clarity on who you're serving. So the day I realized PT isn't me, it's the mirror. What does that mean?
Yeah, so we could have gone into this a lot in Act 1, which, by the way, if you haven't gone through Act 1, you're probably here because you have your first paying clients, but you're not super consistent with them. You haven't got deals coming in. You want to understand how to do sales, etc. Right? Mm-hmm. So for me, this chapter, I only really look at it back in reflection. Like, I remember all this stuff. If I had this book, oh my God, I'd be talking to you from our gym that we owned when we were 23 and 21. Because like so many of our mistakes that I learned went in here. But I was so lucky in my career, so lucky. And one day, I met this guy called Jackson. Jackson, if you're watching, I love you, man. Thank you for everything. And there's been loads of people that have helped us in our careers in area. Like, again, we feel like we're standing on the shoulders of giants. If it wasn't for them, we would not know this stuff. And that's why we feel like a moral obligation to give back and almost contribute our book to the library, right? So, okay, second lockdown, let me set the scene. So I'd been giving loads away for free online. I'd been, without even realizing it, I'd just been helping people out. I'd been writing ebooks. I'd been giving away free programs. I'd been doing free sessions. Because it just felt right, you know, like in second lockdown, everyone was lonely, everyone was really struggling, and I wanted to be useful. Okay, but then this was actually in the gap between first and second lockdown. Do you remember this? You were at Fly.
Yes.
And Jackson was at Fly Gym, and you'd seen him around quite a lot, right?
Yeah, I did. He was a member.
Jackson is a video business coach.
Yeah.
So he runs a really amazing company where he helps people who are creative in video business, but don't know how to actually get more clients and make more money. The thing of Jackson was I was just fascinated by the guy. I found him online. He was a best friend of one of my really good friends, at the time, Pan. And I read his book. I went online, I read his book, and I was like, this guy's amazing. I watched his videos, I consumed a lot of his stuff, and that taught me loads. And I met him in person. I was like, oh, by the way, dude, I read your book. I think it was, I didn't even know who I was. And I was like, I read your book, it was amazing. He was like, wow, thank you so much. And then he was like, oh, what do you do? And I was like, oh, I'm a personal trainer, blah. He was like, oh, what do you teach? And I was like, oh, I kind of knew who I helped by this point. Long story short, I met him outside and we trained outside, just me and him. And I remember him just saying like, yo, I have this like park just down the road from my house. Do you reckon we can just meet up there and like throw some rings over a tree? And I was like, sure. So I met him there. We threw, I think it was like 5 p.m. So it was getting dark at this time of the year. All the lights were on and we just had the most amazing session. And he broke a belief that I didn't even know that I had. I thought we needed a gym to be real. I thought we needed like this fancy setup, this nice air conditioned in the summer, nice and warm in the winter.
Equipment.
Yeah,
almost.
he loved it. Fast forward, I was doing 40 hours a week outside from 9 to 5 during lockdown. I was doing 7 to 9 online, then 5 to 7. You were doing a bit of Deliveroo at the time in the evenings, and doing different things just to make money. It was crazy times, but I was on well over 6 figures a year, absolutely crushing it. I remember my clients were seeing me in the snow. They were seeing me in the rain, and it broke all of my beliefs on having like a perfect setup. And I remember actually, it's funny, fast forward a few years when we have CaliUnity now, and we have a very fancy gym now, and it's very nice. A lot of our members still miss the arch, right?
Totally.
Like they
Like
miss
the roughness of it.
They missed the roughness of it. They missed the moistness and how cold it was, but how cute and how cozy it was. Anyway, this is not the point of the chapter. The biggest thing that he gave to me wasn't his money. Actually, I say the biggest thing that Jackson gave us was belief.
100%.
He believed in us. But the second biggest thing is his advice, his coaching. And he said to me so clearly, he said, mate, I don't need your information. I need you to keep me accountable. And that was it.
Yeah.
And when he said that, someone, again, notice the theme of this book, someone that I respected, someone that had proof, someone that had a story, when he said that, I listened. It was almost like Warren Buffett giving me investment advice, right? I listened and I was like, oh, he's telling me this. And what we did then was we sat down in his onboarding session and he literally wrote me out how to keep him accountable. He said, we're going to do 4 sessions a week. I'm going to pay you £30 an hour because you're getting 4 sessions a week from me, so I'm going to get a better rate. If I cancel, if I don't show up, you still charge me. All these different things, and I'll come to this in chapter 9, which is on fulfillment, and you're the queen of fulfillment, so you can help me there as well. But he literally designed my PT for me.
It was perfect.
It was perfect because at this point, I still thought that PT I was getting these clients because I was good. At this point, sorry, that's a lie, Jackson was my first main client after first lockdown. So no, I had a few clients before first lockdown. I think I had like 3 or 4 regular clients. I was helping people online and I thought it was all just because I was so amazing. Jackson helped me realize that what he's paying for is a system. He's paying for accountability. He's paying for the observer effect. If you scroll down a little bit, you'll see it here. It was set days and time every week, pay in advance, 3 to 4 sessions per week, cheaper if you do more. If you don't show up, you still pay. If your latest session ends on the hour, holidays don't break the structure. He literally designed it for me and made it for me and made it with me. It was incredible. But what the biggest gift again that he gave me was he made me understand a few things. He said, Ollie, this isn't fitness, you're in the relationship game, right? And he was telling me about trust and how you have to give the free session first, but don't give them too much because people just take the piss out of you. He was like, no, give the first. And he helped me so much. And this is, again, I wish and I hope that we are doing the same thing for you guys. I hope that, I hope you can look at us and go, we have a gym that runs itself. We were fully booked PTs. We're doing this stuff now. We're growing an online coaching community now. We coach coaches. We have our academy. We have our coaching community. This is our gift, is the wrong word, but our reflection back to you guys. Okay, just like Jackson did to us. So Why does coaching actually work? It's not just the magic of Ollie. Why do people pay £50 an hour for PT, but they struggle to pay £50 a month for a gym membership?
Yeah.
And it all comes back down to it's the dream equation, right? So this is from Alex Hormozy. If you want more information on this, $100 million offers, best book ever written on business. Just go get it. Okay,
Totally.
But to sum it up, it's very simple. Value is equal to the dream outcome times by how likely you are to achieve that dream outcome, divided by, which means it's in the inverse, time delay. So obviously if you get things sooner, it's more valuable, multiplied by the effort and sacrifice. So something that takes a lot of effort and you have to sacrifice a lot, it's less valuable. Okay, very simple. So if you look at this, and again, I go into more detail in the book, but you look at a gym membership versus personal training versus weight loss drugs versus liposuction, there's a whole different game you're playing as a personal trainer, and you realize why you, one-on-one, with the observer effect, coaching people, again, so if I need to touch on this a little bit, the reason why you are valuable as a personal trainer is because you are reducing the effort and reducing the sacrifice. You are increasing the likelihood that someone does it because they come into the same time each week. You're there keeping them accountable, making sure that you're doing it. There's 3 reasons overall in fitness how people get results. Hormozy is, again, the king of this. Remember, he had Gym Launch. We went on his program. It changed our life. He said fitness, nutrition, accountability. We changed it slightly. We replicated that for a while, then we iterated on it. Our philosophy for CaliUnity was movement. So you got to move. You got to do strength training. You got to move. You got to do something, right? Then it's your lifestyle. So it's the 23 hours outside of the gym. So again, if you're eating like shit outside, but you're training all the time, it will not work. Right, you'll feel horrible. You can't beat the 23 hours outside the gym. But the most important thing is your environment. It's the accountability, it's community, it's where you live. That trumps everything. So it goes movement last, then lifestyle, then accountability. And again, environment. And at this time, I was like, oh my God, training is the most important bit. Again, I come to this in later chapters, but I remember I was like, it's the 1 hour you're with me. That's the most important thing. There was so many factors that led to me blowing up during second lockdown. But the major thing that actually helped that was in first lockdown, we helped our clients outside the gym, and we realized they got better results in the 23 hours outside the gym when we were helping them then when we trained them for 1 hour a week, and they weren't paying us anything during lockdown. So then when we came back, we then brought it together and did more of the hybrid approach, right? So anyway, personal training is not a session. Personal training is behavior change. Coaching is behavior change. Your real job is to clarify the goal, build the system, create the mirror, and hold the standard. It's not about your programming. Your personality helps. Your programming helps. All that stuff helps. It's a system, and you are part of that system. Okay, does that make sense?
Totally.
Okay, so in terms of like what you should offer at this minute, I was thinking about like 6-week challenges, all this kind of stuff. If you open your gym and you want to get into a product and doing that, then yes, get to that. At this stage though, it's still a lot about you. So I think just keep to your packs, okay? Charge per hour, packs of 5s, packs of 10, keep it stupidly clear, okay? Because people can understand the going rate of a personal trainer, and that's just it. You have an inherent value, right? It's 30 to 100 pounds an hour, full stop, right? And the more booked you are, the more you charge. Simple. So honestly, like, I know me, if back then I'd be like, oh, what should I do? Should I do a 28-day challenge? Should I do a 6-week challenge? Just do packs of 10. Simple. Okay. You're here if you've got your first paying client. You maybe went through chapter 5. You have a load of free discounted clients, but you're starting to realize, like, what game am I actually playing? Like, again, remember how Act 1 was about going from to this is how I'm going to help. In this, it's like, okay, understand the game. This is the game you're actually playing, right? So you're going to stop running these like 4 weeks free forever. Again, in chapter 5, we spoke about how Kira's going to move from the free sessions into slowly charging because of supply and demand. You're going to transition. You can transition here. You can just do 80% off, 6% off, 40% off. You can go through that. Again, this is more in detail in the book. Set your limit, okay? Maybe you can only do 10 hours a week. That's it, okay? And just write out your offer on the page. But the most important thing for this whole chapter was when Jackson said to me, it's not about you, Ollie, it's about you keeping me accountable. That's what PT is. So just realize that you are an accountability engine. And by the way, that's okay. Like that actually helps so much. When did you first realize that for yourself?
I think at a very similar time to you, I guess, because you had the conversation with Jackson, you came to me and you were like, mind blown. And I was like, shit, yeah, like no one's ever come to me and said, oh, how can I, like, I really want to get better at my push-ups. Like, can you please give me the perfect program? It's like, no, I just want to do more sessions. Help me do more sessions to unlock my first push-up or whatever.
Yeah, because if they want their first push-up, they can go online and download a push-up guide.
That's the thing, like information is so readily available these days. Like, there's so many sources. So it's just like, I don't think people are paying you for information anymore. Like maybe 20 years ago, maybe, but nowadays, like, no.
Yeah, and we are in the golden age of PT right now.
Exactly.
We're in the golden age of coaching, right?
Yeah.
Because information is so accessible because ChatGPT can just bosh it up. Look, this book that you're reading, I used ChatGPT to write it. I'm not gonna lie, right? This video is not AI. This is real, right? I will go through, this is real. I will go through the whole book and I will rewrite it in my own words once we've made this video, right? We'll constantly be updating it. AI is amazing, but it can't replicate you, okay? And again, maybe that's like, oh, Ollie, that's going against what you just said. Yes, you're right. You have to understand the game, and the game is that you are part of a system. You are just a rung of the tier that people are ready to pay for to get themselves in shape. You are incredible. You are amazing. You have your story. You know who you're helping. You know what you're doing, but you have to understand the game. Yeah, and you have to understand that there's a dream equation. And again, read $100 Million Offers if you don't get that. You have to understand that people are looking to get results faster. They're not looking to put a lot of effort in. You have to understand that you're playing a game against liposuction. You're playing a game against the gyms. And you have to get that and understand that that's your world and I'm going to own that. And that's the path that I'm going to continue on.
Yeah.
So this is the thing. Once you understand what game you're in, then you can actually formulate an offer and get into sales. And sales is simply a transference of belief over a bridge of trust. Okay? And really, in my opinion, if you've done the work of Act 1, where you actually understand what game you're in, you understand your story, who you help, you're giving and helping, this part should be easy because you've got testimonials, you've got proof, and it's simple. Okay? So in the next chapter, we're going to go through sales and one last thing. Sorry, when you graduate this section, you're actually going to know what PT is, what people are actually paying you for, how your offer reduces effort and increases follow through, how you transition from free to discounted to full price, and then what packages you're doing, okay? And you need to stop thinking, I need to become amazing, which you do, but you need to build system that makes consistency inevitable. That is what PT fundamentally is. All right, guys, I'll see you in the next one, which is all about how sales is coaching and coaching is sales.
Chapter 7, sales. I think sales has such a bad rep. So I think it'd be really nice to explore sales a little bit from your perspective and see your beliefs around it.
Sure.
Let's go for it.
I want to ask you though, how bad was I at sales back in the day? Let me think of the onboardings.
Yes, I mean, sometimes there were weeks without any sales, so...
Thanks, Q, for me under the bus. No, but like, okay, I just want to prove this, of like how bad I was at this. So how many times so remember the onboarding story?
There were times where you would do the sales appointment, and then I would basically do, at that point in time, all the fulfillment afterwards. So like, keeping them, onboarding them, then keeping them, and just retaining them as much as we can. And so when it came to the onboarding session, 9 times out of 10, the person hadn't paid. And I'm sure you'll go through this in the book if you haven't already, but we know that taking payment as soon as possible is super key to get them to actually commit, because they vote with their pounds, right? And so when these people would potentially show up or not show up to their onboarding session, they hadn't paid, usually what would happen is I would almost check in at the end, because I was actually quite afraid of saying, hey, have you paid? If not, like, let's make sure we do it now at the very start of the session. I want to give them value, remind them how good it is, like kind of get rid of all their doubts, then sort out the payment afterwards. But actually what would happen is you get to the end of the onboarding session, literally an hour, it's basically a free PT session, right? You do that free PT session expecting that person to then say, yep, cool, here's £200 or whatever, right? And you've already accounted for it. And they get to the end and they're like, I need to think about it. I'm like, what? Like, hang on a sec. One, I thought you'd already paid. Two, I thought this was like 100%. And three, like, what the hell? Why didn't you tell me this before? Why did you just spend an hour with me? And so, I'm not saying you were bad at sales, but I think the point of that point in time was just you didn't get them to commit soon enough.
Oh no, and I was horrible at sales. I remember when a lady walked in for the first time in the gym and I just spoke at her for half an hour.
But you didn't know any different.
No, of course, she's being nice. The thing, what you have to realize is that you're always selling, you're just choosing to be bad at it. And this is something that I have spoken with Kiwi for years. I've spoken to our team about it. You are always selling, always, because sales is coaching and sales is behavior change. Sales, again, as you started off with, it gets a bad name, right? It gets a bad rap. It is the sleazy car salesman. It is the door-to-door salesman.
Selling into
right?
Whatever.
Who are like forcing you to do things and like manipulating. And good sales, you won't even realize you're being sold to, right? Good marketing, you don't even realize you're being marketed to. So if you think you're being sold to, they're crap at sales. That's it. Let's go through the story. Now, again, when I started, I was an engineer, or at least my identity was still an engineer. And think of an engineer, right? An engineer is the opposite of sales. The engineer is, I'll make a good product and then people will buy it if it's good enough. And by the way, that is true. You need to make a good product. You need to do a good thing. But the thing is if I built the absolute best personal training business in the fields of California, like around, like in a deserted area, no one's gonna see it. If no one knows about my stuff, no one's gonna buy it. And so I had this mindset, it was quite arrogant looking back. It was like, I'm so amazing. I'm too good for this. People should just pay me.
No matter what.
Like, what the fuck? No. You have to still be good at this, right? The reason why Steve Jobs was the best was because he was good at marketing and good at product. You have to be both, okay? Now, for the most of my career, the thing is, like, look, I was still doing 40 hours a week before I properly learnt sales. That's the thing.
You don't need to be amazing.
You don't.
At it. It's just understanding it.
Or you give so much away for free that they sell themselves.
Yeah.
That's the thing, right? I was overworked, I was burnt out, I was helping people so much, I was giving away so much. I have this really bad trait, but also it's the trait that made me a successful PT, which is I believe in people more than they believe in themselves. And for me, when I took people on as PT clients, I was just so enthusiastic because I saw my story in them. I knew that I did it, therefore they can do it. And again, if you don't know my story, go back to chapter 1. You'll see how I went from obese, addictions, depression, suicidal thoughts to transforming my life and changing because of fitness, right? And the guy that changed it for me again was Toby. I wanted to be Toby for everyone that I met. I was like, you can do this. And for so long, bad sales looked like you should do this.
Exactly.
This
is before.
Yes, exactly. But then the real shift. There we go. The real shift happened when we paid for coaching. Now, again, shout out to Gym Launch. Shout out to Hormozy. I think the theme of this book is that this is my story. There are people far smarter than us. If you want the source material, go read their shit. Okay. We built this based off of the shoulders of giants. This is just our story and how we applied it, and it might help you because we can be the Toby to you in terms of fitness coaching, right? But let me tell you the story of Gym Launch. So we were opening our gym in 26 days, and I'd been watching a lot of Hormozy because I think the one thing that I'm proud of me and you for our whole career is that we will just ask everyone else for help, right? The thing is if you want to be helped, you have to be open to being helped, and that comes from humility. Anyway, and we were listening to all the podcasts. We were listening to PTDC, and we were listening to Fitness Marketing Agency, and all these guys. We were consuming everything. We asked all the gym owners in town, and Hormozy just came up again and again and again. And we listened to all of his stuff. And eventually, I jumped on a setting call with Gym Launch Team, and they sold me, right? And then I had to convince you to do it. We paid a deposit. It was either we pay. Well, I'll just say it right. Either you pay $1,000 a week, or if you pay up for a year. Or if you pay up front within 30 days of paying the deposit, you get half price. I mean, it was like 24 grand, or 22 grand.
Exactly.
Okay. And I was like, all right, I'm doing that. Remember that moment?
Yeah.
And we'll go through this later on. And I'll go through the full story later on when we get to the gym section. So that's Act 3. I made, on my own, I think was it one of your clients or was it all my clients? Anyway, I did 24 grand in 2 days. Pounds.
Between our clients, I had...
Was it Hannah? I had like 20 grand coming from my clients and Kira did 4 grand from her clients, but I sold them all. Like I spoke to Hannah. Now the thing is, we had built up so much proof at that point with our clients, but that was the moment when it clicked for me, right? We had this incredible coach. So I mean, his name's Ari. He changed our life. Again, another person who completely changed our life. Without him, we'd be nothing. We got Jackson in here, we got Paul, we got Toby, we got all these guys. He broke our beliefs. He sold us. He was like, why can't you do it? Yeah. He sold us as to why we can't go and do the paid in full, right?
Yeah.
So that when I actually paid in money rather than time for once, because at this point in my career, I'd never paid for coaching.
Yeah.
I just learned from being the guinea pig, the reps, books, but lots and lots and lots of failure, lots of mistakes. Even though at this point I was 24 and you were 21 or 22 when we launched the gym.
I was 21.
Yeah, at that point when we launched the gym, you were 21 and I was 23.
Yeah, must have been.
23. I'd still made 5 years of mistakes, right? And so just looking back, it's crazy how much faster we could have done this if we just paid in money. We didn't have any money, but anyway, that's a whole other thing. So basically, moral of the story is time or money. Just choose. You have to pay. You have to learn these skills. You have to learn these mistakes. And again, this is our gift back to you guys. You're getting this for free, but you're paying in your time because you're reading this book and listening to me, blah, blah. Sales is just coaching before they pay, right? Coaching is asking good questions, listening, finding the real problem, making a plan, holding someone to that plan. Guess what? That is sales, right? Sales is... Oh my God, I could talk about this for hours. Now, the thing is this chapter could have been the longest one in the whole book. Easily. A lot of what I teach you guys over at Cali Academy is this. I've got a whole section going deep into closer. I've got a 3.5 hour video of me helping entrepreneurs in Bali on sales. I have videos of me doing completely free, teaching gym owners around the world sales and how it works, online for free. If you want to go deeper and actually learn and understand this stuff, go there. This is more about the overall principles of what important sales actually is, okay? Up until now, you've just been giving free sessions and you've just been like giving. At this point, if you've got your first few clients and you're making some money and maybe you're transitioning, I would move that free session to a free consultation and move it more to understanding their pain. So talk to me, where have you been before? We'll go through this in terms of closer, but that's what the free session becomes. You're not just doing a free session with them. Again, I thought that's what it was. I'm just gonna help you out for free. And I was like, why is no one paying me money? Remember those hundreds of onboardings at the uni gym? Like, no one cares. What you need to do is you need to create a gap between where they are and where they need to go, and you need to be the person that can fulfill that gap. And you need to help them to understand, because motivation comes from an equal opposite of deprivation. Therefore, you need to help them understand that if they are deprived, and if they're not, fine, then don't go with me. But if you are, you ask the right questions to then go deeper. And then as long as you are morally the best person suited to solve their problems, because again, you have to say no to some people. As long as you are the right person to solve their problem, then you show yourself as the person to solve that problem. Okay?
Yeah.
So, why do most coaches struggle with sales? 4 things. They talk too much, they don't ask the hard questions, they don't lead, and they handle the objections like a fight. So, here's some imagine if you're doing a consult, like I was on the top of the iceberg for years. This is what we're doing with this, right? With this book and with this video. You have this 10 layers deeper than this, but talk too much. You have 2 ears, you have 1 mouth. Ask more questions. Never say, again, notice how in the whole book, never saying you should, you say this is what I did. Same thing, talk to me about that. Why do you think that? Be curious, right? Never say, no, you're wrong, that is wrong. They don't ask the hard questions. Again, if you're at a surface level, you're gonna get surface level money. You're gonna get £10 a month, you're gonna get £20 a month. You have to go deeper because more pain equals more problem solving, which means they pay you more, right? They also, again, like I said, if you can find the true reason, again, this was in the previous chapter, I think I kind of skimmed over a little bit in the video though. It's like people don't buy a hammer, they buy a hole. People don't buy a hole, they buy a shelf. People don't buy a shelf, they buy the feeling of having the plant up on their shelf. People don't buy the feeling of the plant on the shelf, they buy the feeling of being a put together person. They buy the feeling of being a put together person so they can be more valuable and sexy, whatever it is. They want to be a good family, they want to be a good brother or good sit, whatever, right?
Yeah.
So when you have to realize they're not buying personal training, they're solving a problem that goes so much deeper, and it's not up to you to ask about how their relationship is with their wife. If you do, you're going to make a lot more money, but it's up to you to understand how, again, game you're playing in the previous chapter and how you as a personal trainer fit into actually helping their life on a deeper level. Okay?
So for example, like give me an example of a question that you would ask. Say if I'm a client and a potential client, and I'm like, basically, why should I work with you? Blah.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh, my goals are like, I want to get stronger. I want to unlock my first pull-up, and I just want to feel better for my holiday coming up in the summer.
Yeah. So
what kind of deeper question? Like, what do you mean?
Yeah. So right now, how are you feeling for your holiday in the summer?
I feel alright, but I would like to buy a nice bikini so I feel good on the beach and I don't feel like I'm there right now.
Okay, cool. And what would that do for you if you did buy the right bikini? Like, how would that feel?
My God, it would feel amazing. I'd feel a lot more confident in the photos.
Right.
I'd feel just better in myself. I'd feel happier.
And if you wore that bikini right now, how would you feel at the beach?
I'd be okay, but I think I know there's more potential there.
Right. Okay, cool. And how long have you been feeling that for? So again, it's just like, you're asking the questions mainly about feelings, right? Especially when you're at this level of price, like £50 an hour, £500 packages. It's not about rational, it's about emotional, right? Don't forget, you don't sell from your wallet, you sell from their wallet. This is not a lot of money for them. When you start talking about the £5,000, it's more of like a rational, like, what's the trade-off? What am I actually gonna get from this, right? But for this stuff, it's like, how are you gonna feel? Right?
Yeah.
What was the pain? How long have you been feeling that for? And then you can always have other questions like, so if I was to go through a classic frame, again, this is Hormozi. Hormozi has a whole video on this. You go to that video, he explains it 100 times better than I could ever explain it. I literally just, again, I didn't copy it from him because I got fully booked and did all this stuff before even knowing about this stuff. So the principles are there. Believe in the person more than they believe in themselves. You know, it's like, ask good questions. I think I always did that. Yeah. But Hormozi put it in a framework for me that made me understand it. And it comes from closer. So C is clarify. Why are they there? Why did they book a free consult? Why are you showing up? What's your goal? What do you actually want to get here? And you don't want to move on until you get to an emotional statement. So I want to get stronger doesn't count. I don't like how I look in the mirror. That counts. I feel sluggish doesn't count. It's I don't feel like myself, right? That's the level you want to get to. Then you go label. So you label them with a problem. Okay, cool. So it sounds like you want to feel better in a bikini on the beach, right?
Yeah.
Then it goes to O, which is overview their past experience. Okay, so what have they tried in the past? Why didn't it work? Then you go to S, which is sell the vacation. So again, you don't say, hey, you're going to go to Hawaii and there's going to be a screaming baby on the flight. It's going to be horrible. You're going to be delayed. It's going to get to the beach. It's going to be all blah, blah. You say, no, it's going to be amazing. You're going to get to Hawaii. Think of putting your feet up. You're going to feel incredible. It's going to be, etc.
Coconut on the beach.
You're going to sell the vacation. E, explain away their concerns. We'll talk about this in a little bit. And are you reinforce a decision? And again, Hormozy put that in at the end. I think it's so true. We talk about this in 2 chapters time, which is fulfillment and how to actually keep your clients. People judge you in the first 48 hours, probably even more, 24 hours once they've paid you for money. So it's about designing a system to make sure they actually reinforce their decision and don't leave, because there's no point getting a sale and then they're not showing up. That for me was how bad I was. I was selling them, but I wasn't even taking the money. So I wasn't reinforcing the decision, right? They signed a contract, but paying the money is a form of reinforcing the decision. Okay,
Totally.
Explain away the concerns. So this is people will have concerns, and it's usually under 5 things, which is circumstance, time macro, time micro, others, and then self. And what these are onions of blame that people blame is a translation of give power to. And so people are afraid of making decisions, and decision means decadere, which means to kill off. So they're choosing a path. So when they are killing off a path, they're afraid of, for example, maybe they had a PT in the past and it was a bad experience. Maybe they're going to go home to their husband and the husband's going to say, oh, here we go again. You doing this again. They're afraid of making a decision, and they're afraid that this is actually the bad thing, right? And so what they do is they give their power to these other things so that they haven't got to make the decision. Now, this is the first step of coaching, which is no. You're giving power back to this individual, and you're basically saying, no, you can do this. Right? You can make a decision. And the most important thing of all of this, guys, is if they choose a decision, make a decision to not go with you, that is great. You have to help them make a decision. Okay? So for example, and I'm going to sum this up. If you want the 5 and you want all my tactics and everything around it, look, I'm waffling on for too long already. It's already been 21 minutes. Okay? Go to the Cali Academy. I have a whole module on this. I have me helping other gym owners, etc. There's loads of it. And also go to Hormozy's video and have this fully here, right? But to sum up these 5, I think about the AA in the UK, right? So the yellow breakdown drivers, like woo, 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 woo. Like I think of them coming to save me. And if at any point you have done closer and someone says something like, I need to think about it, or, oh, that's expensive, or I need to talk to my wife, just think of the AA rushing in and saving you, okay? Number A simply means acknowledge what they said. I'll talk about it in a second. Then the next A is associate, and the last A is ask. So let's do this in practice, right? So say I need to think about it, right? Go for it.
I need to think about it. I'm not quite sure.
Okay, so 100% Kira, and thank you for being so honest with me in that. I totally get you need to think about it. And the funny thing is the people in the past that have said to me they need to think about it actually get the best results, because you're the people that actually think through things and make sure that you're going to make a right decision. Like you're the kind of person that makes a good decision and acts on it fast, right?
100%, you have to think about it, right?
100%. So talk to me, what are you most afraid of happening? So just see that one thing there, she thought she was done. She thought she was like, yes, I got out of the conversation. Oh my God, I'm afraid. I took her objection and turned it into a reason why it's actually moving her closer to taking action. And that is what you literally just have to keep on doing until you get to the point of them saying yes or no.
Yeah.
That's it. Super simple.
Yeah.
Okay. Another one is money. So say money.
This is a bit too expensive. Don't think I can do it.
A bit too expensive. 100%. I totally appreciate that. And you're right. It is expensive. And that's the reason why you get results. But let me talk to you about that. This is a lot of money for you, right?
Yeah, it is.
100%. Yeah. Okay, cool. I'm glad you see me smiling, because the people that come in here and just drop 2 or 3 grand with me aren't the people that get the best results. It's the people like yourself who you can afford. Like, this is not going to break the bank and mean you can't pay your mortgage, right?
No.
Okay, no, right. But it's a big financial investment.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, cool. So the thing is, when it leaves your bank account, it's going to feel like a visceral hit. You know, it's more than you paid before. But that's the exact reason why this time it's going to work. Because actually this time when it leaves your bank account, it's not just going to be a 30 quid here for a Fitness First membership. You're actually going to make sure that you're investing into me. And also, I'm going to keep you accountable to make sure you're doing that. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Or is there any reason why you wouldn't be able to go ahead with starting today?
I guess that makes sense.
Yeah,
why not? Let's
cool.
do it.
Because the thing is, exactly. So the overall thing of AA is you're using what they say as a tool for actually moving them closer. I realized this, I've probably done about 1,000 person consult. That sounds about right, doesn't it?
Probably
About
1,000, yeah.
Yeah. Sales is a skill. It comes from reps. You have to do these. God, if I just had Hormozy and if I just had this book and if I just had Daniel Priestley and all these different people, I was lucky. I had Jackson, I had the PTDC, all these guys. But like, if someone just showed me Closer, oh my God, the years of effort that like we would have saved is just unreal. And I'm thankful that we do know these business coaches and these things, because I actually speak to a lot of PTs every single day and they're like, who the hell's Hormozy?
Yeah.
And I'm like, what?
Don't know who.
Like, are you kidding? And a lot of it comes from, I think, arrogance of like, I don't need help, right? But the thing is like, I'm telling you, just again, I'm not judging you in that in any way. I get it. And I'm just saying, from our perspective, if we had known this stuff back when we were doing this, it would have saved us so much money and so much time. So last little few things: record all your consults, track your numbers, know your close percentage, your sharp percentage, all these different things. Have a script, at least know roughly what a script is. Again, when you go up on stage and you speak, you should have a rough script, and then when you go and talk, you get rid of the script, right? You should know what the flow is, what roughly to say, and practice daily. These things I just did there with me and Kiwi, you should do that in front of a mirror. Do it with your partner, do it with your friends. Because the thing is they only get to do this once, maybe 2 or 3 times a year they have a sales conversation. You can be doing 5 of these a day. And so you get better at it, and also you can be practicing in the morning and you can really be doing it. This is the big part of what we actually coach. If you want live coaching of me helping you with this for like the price of a Starbucks coffee a day, and you can get it for 30 days completely for free, then if you want the live coaching, then like go and do that. It's over at Cali Academy. If you want just all of the lessons, the YouTube videos, the book, everything for free, go and do it. Again, like guys, you pay in time or money. It's up to you. It's just you have to pay. You have to learn this skill, and so it's up to you how you want to do this. Overall, you graduate this chapter when you know a rough script, you know what flow to follow, you know what a good consult was and what a bad consult was. You stop just doing free PT sessions and you do free consultations, right? You track your numbers, you record your consults, you actually understand this game that you're in, because hey, look, you've done chapter 6, you know what game you're playing, you know what your offer is, now you understand how to do sales, and now the only thing left really is making sure that you can keep them and making sure that you get people in who actually show up for your consultations, and that's the next 2 chapters. Okay, so I'll see you guys in the next chapter, which is all about consistency, how to get leads into your business.
So I figured out my offer. I think I know how to sell a consult or get them to pay me to start coaching. But the thing is, like, I've got those 2 skills. Where do I find people to go in that ecosystem?
100%. I remember asking Jackson this, and Jackson was like, I've got so many like leads coming in. I was like, how do you get leads? What's a lead? What?
What do you mean, like
I remember him first telling me that you can run ads, and I was like, wait, what? Like, you can make those on like Facebook and YouTube and stuff? I was oblivious to this whole world. And even then, that's when I was doing maybe 10 to 15 hours a week. And the thing is, like, if you're at this stage, if you've got a good offer, you know what you're doing, you maybe have 10 to 15 hours a week of PT, maybe 10 hours, right? 10 hours is actually usually the point where a lot of our coaches get stuck, like at the gym. A lot of people that I meet get stuck. And it comes from usually people churn out too fast. And they understand the offer, they understand how to do sales-ish. They're charismatic people, but they just haven't got consistent deal flow. Now, again, this chapter, I take the principle of the core 4 from Alex Hormozy. Go read 100 million. If you want more on this, go read $100 million leads. It's the best on this. It's all of it. I didn't know this when I did this. And so these principles were learned from business coaches, my friends, and doing. But yeah, so getting into it. You're probably at 10 to 30 clients and you haven't got consistent people finding out about you, okay? Advertising is making the unknown known. A lead is someone that gives you permission to contact them. An engaged lead is someone who has messaged you or downloaded your stuff or done your thing. They go from cold to hot, and you can think about taking them through the stage. And the stage usually is and you can really think about this if you go to chapter 12 or 13 in Act 3, where we talk about the full client journey in a gym. You can apply that to your world as a PT as well. But people go from having no idea who you are to knowing who you are to being aware of the problem to then engaging with your stuff, maybe giving you their email, to then giving you their full details, of being a bit of a warmer. Maybe they're watching your videos and they know about you and they like your stuff. Then they book a consult with you. They might book a quick phone call. Then they book an in-person consult or like an online consult or like and then they're paying you money, right? Those are usually the stages that they go through. Yeah. So how do we get leads? So in terms of this, and if you look on your screen, you'll see this on the actual book, which is the core 4. Okay, so let me tell you my story of these 4. I'll go through them quickly. Core 4. Think of it as like a grid. It's cold, warm, paid content, free content. So think of it as cold outreach is sending messages or communication to people who don't know who you are. They haven't given you permission to contact them. Warm outreach is sending the same messages or communication to people who have given you permission to contact them. Okay?
Well, they know who you are.
They're warmer. Exactly, they know who you are, right? Then there's paid content, which is giving content. Like, what is that? Videos, posts, writing, things that are more at scale, I guess is a way of saying it, to people who don't know who you are. Okay, so literally interrupting their feed. They're scrolling and then you show up, right? That's paid content. And then there's free content, which is putting out content to people who know who you are. More nowadays, actually, to people who don't know you are, because the platforms are being really good about serving up your content to organic people, which is really, really... But anyway, so let me tell you my stories of each of these. So the first one in terms of the warm outreach was me actually giving my lead magnet to all the people that I had who were before, right? So this was when in first lockdown, I was making all of those free ebooks. I was giving away free sessions. We were doing free lives. Guess what? That is all a lead magnet. A lead magnet is a complete solution to a narrow problem that reveals a larger problem. So for example, an ebook, it might explain how to get your first push-up, right? So it's a complete solution to a narrow problem. How do I? But then you're like, oh, I'm not actually doing it, right? This book is a lead magnet. This video is a lead magnet. We are giving you information on how to grow your PT career, and some of you then might not take action. Some of you might be like, Ollie, this is great, but I'm so overwhelmed. I want to pay in money rather than time. Can you just do it for me? Sure, we can. Do you want live coaching? We can help you with that, right? This is a lead magnet. And the thing is I'm going to swear, this is a fucking good lead magnet. Right? Like, I don't know anyone that gives away 264 pages of a book for free, and I don't know how long this video is going to be, at least 4 hours, right? For free, plus a 30-day challenge for free, okay? Because, again, if the free stuff is as good, imagine how good the paid thing is. Anyway, so when I came to Warm Outreach, I was giving away the free content to my clients in lockdown. When I came out of lockdown, I got swarmed, right? This was the point where we used to do the free meetups.
In the parks.
Right? And we used to run free meetups. People used to come along. That actually converted really well. We got loads of clients from that. And also, good thing is all of your lead magnets will also keep your current clients really, really well. And we'll talk about that more in the next section, which is fulfillment. Most things that you do for fulfillment are actually really good for getting more clients. Now, this one thing I think was the reason why I went from 10 hours to 40 of PT. When I was rowing in second year of uni, I was in the GB Start program, which was a program for future Olympians. I have very long arms, that's why. And I had a rowing coach. His name was Dan Harris. Good dude, you know, the bod guy at uni. And if I ended up on his Instagram, I felt like a celebrity. The guy had no followers, like 2,500, 3,000 followers. But like, if I ended up on his story, It felt
You
like
were
I was a
proud of
god.
it.
I showed everyone. I was like, oh my god, I got on his story. Oh my god, amazing.
Coach was proud of me.
Coach was proud of me. I did something good. So guess what I did? I plastered my clients everywhere, and they loved it. They loved me filming them getting their first push-up without me even them realizing that I was doing it. Now, please make sure you ask your clients for permission. But if you have clients right now, show the world. And this was actually PTDC that taught me this. The marketing is doing a good job and then letting everyone know about it. That was it.
100%.
That was the book.
Exactly.
That was actually almost the whole book. I think it's the Personal Trainer Development Center.
Yes.
And it was Ignite the Fire.
Also, Seth
Godin
talks
this
about
is
it a lot.
marketing. Yeah. It's like people need to see you like again, when I was doing this, I knew exactly what I was doing. When I put it up on there and I had 9 clients back to back, and people could see that in a day on my stories, there were 9 different people. They were like, oh, he's full and he gets results. It signals that like I'm busy, right? And it also shows the results.
The proof.
It's the proof. So that was the content. And so on the word of content, I also very good at this, and actually I gave up my phone for 3 years and I got a Nokia brick, and like I hate social media and as a whole thing. But I actually posted a lot about my story, like my transformation. I used to post my training videos. All of that is great stuff. Again, I mentioned this in the previous chapter. Notice how the best videos are the videos that say, I did X for 30 days and this is what I learned. Because guess what they have? Tell me what it is. Begins with P.
Proof.
They have proof. It's not saying you should, it's saying I did, right? And so that is a massive, massive of content, which is I did this thing, I coached this client, look at their result.
Yeah.
Cold outreach, meh. Honestly, as a PT, I wouldn't even go there. You have so many contacts, you have so many people that you know.
I think rinse the other 2 first.
Rinse the other 2. And ads, don't worry about it. You need to understand the economics of business to really get ads. If you want to understand ads, read $100 million money models or skip the gym section in Act 3. Honestly, if you did like the content and warm outreach, you won't need ads in cold outreach. Okay? Now, there's a concept in Hormozi's book called lead getters. And what it talks about is that you can use the core 4 to get lead getters. So I mentioned this before. Guess what a class is?
A lead magnet.
It's a magnet. It's a lead magnet because someone has a complete solution to a narrow problem, but they reveal a large problem of, I don't know how to do this thing, right? And so what I used to do in my classes was, guys, by the way, if anyone wants a free session with me afterwards, just come and find me and we'll talk about it. That's great. What was even better though is me in the class diagnosing someone, being like, yo, I noticed that your knee, or like you're doing this thing. Hey, let me help you at the end. Just come find me at the end. I'll give you a free session.
You give them a taste of it.
Exactly. And that doesn't feel salesy at all. Like I said,
you just give service.
Bad sales, like good sales doesn't feel like sales. It's just good service.
Yeah.
Okay. What I would say in this is what gets measured gets managed. What I would recommend is tracking how many leads you get. This is, you're probably going to ask this actually. I think you were just about to say this. Ollie, I'm a PT. I have a website. What's a lead? Right? You can just put on your Squarespace website, contact me. Easy.
Like a contact form, like
contact form.
Like literally name, email, phone number, maybe a message of like what like you just message.
100%. Yeah.
That will do. That's a great start.
Yeah. Another one is if you haven't got a website and you're just using social media, how many conversations did you have in the week? Or how many new conversations? That's a lead. Someone has given you permission to contact them.
Exactly.
Right? Messaged you.
Exactly.
So you can put up a post saying, I'm helping X people for free. You're going to get loads of people from that. Right? And again, like I said, it's not about how many followers you have. It's the depth of, we know people who have hundreds of thousands of followers and have no clients and make no money.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
So that's
all about the vanity metrics.
Exactly. So what gets measured gets managed. Make sure you're actually tracking that, which is really, really important. Overall, you want to be closing probably about, don't even worry about it. I don't even want to like go there, right? It's just like...
Honestly, just get people in and inquiring. Start there, then
figure out everything out. Exactly. It's
like there's no point having it all dialed in if you've got no one coming in to your business.
100%. Like, be a better PT. Read more books on that. Read more books on how to win friends and influence people. Read that kind of stuff. Don't worry about lead. Quick one on testimonials. We'll go through this in the next chapter. Again, filming your clients is a great way of doing it. When you were coaching people for free, you should have been asking for testimonials. You should have been saying, yo, I'm going to coach you for free, but at the end of it, please leave me a review and give me feedback. So that's a big thing as well. When to ask for this? Again, the next is all about fulfillment, which is literally testimonials, getting good results, getting referrals. When you're hungry, you want a steak. When you're ordered from the steak, you ask for the review.
Yes.
Okay. So ask for the sale when they hungry, when they're most in pain, and ask for the testimonial they're full. Okay. So once they're happy, once they've had the good stuff. Okay.
Exactly.
You graduate this section once you can create leads every single week, and this is Hormozy talks about this all the time. You want to go from being random to being consistent. That's where the chapter is being consistent. If you have leads, you have done some form of advertising. You just need to consistently do that level of advertising to get leads in. And it's so funny, like, I didn't know any of this stuff when I was fully booked, all the way up to opening our first gym. You can do this on your own. You just need to be doing volume, helping people, giving things away for free, posting stuff, doing all the things you know you should be doing. But now, hopefully, what this does is we're taking these larger business principles and giving you guys what you need. In a world of information, what wins more information? It's dictionaries.
Yes.
It's search engines. So let us be your search engine, okay? Let us be your Jackson. And at this stage, if you're doing 10 to 15 hours a week of clients, you don't need to focus much on fulfillment. I'd still read the next chapter and make sure you're doing the stuff because it helps with marketing. Again, the best marketing is doing a good job and then letting everyone know about it. And you can't let everyone know about it if you're not doing a good job. Okay?
Yes, exactly.
So do the good job, then let everyone know about it.
100%.
But at this stage, you just need consistent signups. You need consistent deal flow. You just need the numbers. Once you have that, that's when things become a bit more safe. Now we can focus on lowering churn, keeping clients long-term, because that really, if you think about a bathtub, we've just increased the water going in. Now we need to plug the hole of water going out, and that's where we keep clients for life, and it will help everything else as well. Okay, and luckily I've got the best person in the world when it comes to fulfillment, running a team, all that good stuff here. Okay, so we'll see you guys in the next chapter for chapter 9, systems and keeping clients.
So, systems, keeping clients. What's the point of bringing all these new people in, these new leads that you've just got, if they just literally walk out the door in your second session and you're back to square one? Let's talk about that.
100%. I think this was a big changing point for me. I think fulfillment almost came quite naturally to me because I always wanted to go above and beyond for people. And actually, I found understanding sales and marketing and the offer the hardest part. And I think if you're a good PT, you will naturally just be good at, I want to go above and beyond my clients. So for example, let me give you some examples. I used to listen to everything my clients said. And if they said they wanted a book, I'd buy them the book. And I'd get them the book and I'd deliver it to their house the next day. I remember actually, one of the clients that paid me the most money in my career was because her mum, she was talking about her daughter who was just getting into cooking. And I remember the next day, I got the book. I went to their very expensive house. They had one of the most expensive houses in the area that we were in Bath. And I knocked on the door and I said, "Hi, my name's Ollie. I train your mum. Your mum mentioned that you're getting into cooking. Here's my favorite cookbook." She'd paid me tens of thousands of pounds over the years.
I wouldn't say directly because of the cookbook, but it was just a gesture of like, wow.
And because that broke that first barrier, and then she came along to a session, and then she was one of my main clients. I was training her 3 or 4 times a week, and she was paying me like £50 an hour. It's ridiculous. And she actually was one of the people that paid up for the year for the 24 grand, for 4 grand. Incredible, right? And so I think this is a really good one. And this comes from Layla Hormozy, which is Alex Hormozy's wife. And it's never stifle a generous impulse. And the person that I know that is the best at that is Kiwi, right? 100%. When it comes to the gym, when it comes to sending flowers, handwritten letters, doing an amazing deed for people. That's the game that we're in. We are not in the programming business. We're not in the fitness business. We're in the relationship business. Okay?
Totally.
So any comments on that?
Well, I just think it's so important. I think in a world where there's so many people that just give out programs, or I'm just going to do this session for you, I think what can really make the difference, make and break the difference for people is like just imagine if you had a trainer, you put yourself in your client's shoes, and your trainer sends you a book to your door, or like they send you a gift on your birthday or something, or they send you a postcard with a printed out photo of you unlocking, of when you unlocked your first push-up, whatever it was, when like a really peak moment in your training that they printed out, put in a card and put it in the post. And like you open that and you're like, wow.
Yeah.
Like that wasn't what I signed up for, but
Or
wow.
flowers when your family member dies. Or when you're ill. Right?
Yeah, it makes such a difference. And I think it just shows that you're human and you're not just doing it for the money. Because of course, like it's your business, you need the money, but like, I don't know, like people can see that like, wow, you're just a really good person and I trust you. You're not just here to sell me something and sell me the service that you provide. You're here because you're just a great person.
That's so true. And I think looking back on the success of CaliUnity and how it went from nothing to running itself, the brand that it is now, people have asked us a lot about that over the years. They've tried to copy it. They've copied our ads. They've copied our offer. They've copied lots of stuff from us. And it's funny. I think this is one of the big things that people just can't replace, which is the willingness to go above and beyond for people.
Exactly.
The selflessness, right? And it's not even the selflessness, because I think we've done this so much now that actually we realize it's really good for business.
Yeah.
So
That's the thing. It's a really good thing to do, but it also massively helps your business.
100%. 100%. And it's the same reason why our business is a CIC not-for-profit and why we have a free calisthenics park. How can you win while losing? Even if all of our clients hated us for this, it's a really good thing to do. We feel good for doing it. Yeah. And I think it comes back to like who you are, what are your values, what are your morals. And it clicked for us in lockdown, right? Remember this? When we were helping all our clients during lockdown and we gave everything away for free. And this was this big shift in mindset. So I talk a lot in this chapter about the hybrid coaching model, which I believe that if you just do in-person sessions or you just give people sessions online, you're dead. It's not gonna last much longer. I think you need to combine them. I think hybrid coaching is the future, and what is the middle ground, which is before lockdown, I was just doing a 1 hour session with my clients. They were getting results in strength, obviously.
But if they were doing one session a week, then...
Well, that's true.
That's the thing though, right?
That's true. That's not their fault. My job is to get them results, right? And then in lockdown, I was helping them with the rest of again, it was lifestyle and environment, and they got loads of results. And then when we combined those together, that's when it went amazing, right? And that's when I was fully booked, when everything went crazy. And it's the same, and again, I was mentioning with CaliUnity, people tried to dismantle the success of CaliUnity, and I think it didn't just come from the fact that we did calisthenics and everyone else was doing something different. That's one thing. I think it didn't just come from the fact that we had a 6-week challenge, incredible money model. That's another thing. I think it didn't just come from the fact that we learned how to run ads and do socials and have the brand and the marketing. I think it didn't just come from the fact that we knew all of the coaches in town and we had people ready to go, and we were already a big presence in town and we know how to run classes. And it didn't just come from the fact that we knew how to fulfill, we knew what people wanted, and we went above and beyond for all of our clients, above anything, and we gave more free and did anything than anyone else I've ever heard of. So it's like, once you stack all of those, you see the success that it is. But I think, again, looking back on this chapter, notice how I just mentioned the 5 things. We knew what game we were in, we knew how to sell, and we knew what the offer was. We knew how to get leads, we knew how to keep them, and we knew how to scale, right? And those are the 5 things in this chapter. And you can apply the exact same thing to Act 3, which is when you have your own gym. Fulfillment looks boring. I mean, even the word, like, it just like, oh my God. Getting results for my clients, again, like I said, this came naturally to me. I wanted to go above and beyond for my clients. I wanted to get the results. But the thing is, my intention was wrong. Sorry, not my intention, my efforts, the spotlight, my focus was wrong. I thought I'm going to make them the best programming in the world. It's going to be a perfect macro cycle, meso cycle. It's going to be perfect. No one gives a shit. No one cares.
They don't
right?
understand that anyway.
They just want to work hard. They want less belly fat.
Yeah.
They want to feel better.
Yeah, exactly.
They want a conversation with you. So when I first started and I was in the uni gym, I was like, everything was programmed. When I finished, I had 9 hours a day and I just sat there talking to my clients while they got on with their session. And our PTs were like, how do you do it? And I was like, guys, it's not about your fucking session.
Yeah.
It's about how you make them feel.
Yeah.
It's about, Uber did a really cool study looking at how people view things, and they look at two things, the peak experience and the end. And I was like, I'm taking that, I'm doing that. So I worked them really hard. I tried to get them a new PB every single session. Another story on that. The American Olympic team track everything, even small little things, because they try and hit a PB every single session because it feels like they're making progress every single session. I did the same thing for my clients, right? So every single session, I tracked everything for them. I was like, yo, you went from 2 to 2.5. Woo! High five, make them feel hyped. Like, record it, put it on your socials, right? Woo! Well done. Yeah?
Yeah.
Again, always the high five. If they say, oh, it's not that much, are you kidding?
What do you mean?
Do you know how much time it takes me to go from 1 to 1.5 seconds of planche? You went from 1 to 3 seconds in a week. Are you kidding? That's insane. Like, I'm like, oh, Jenny, you're getting close to me. You're going to be a personal trainer soon? Right? Anyway, like all of these things, I get into that mode, right? I'm just like, again, that was another thing with the gym. It's like going around high-fiving, being there for people. Again, it's these small things. It's the small things that you do which really ladder up. So it's the relationship game. It's making people feel special. And that was the thing. I said peak experience, but also it's the end. So I had a signature move at the end. 10 seconds side plank, 10 seconds full plank, and they would collapse on the floor.
But you wouldn't just give them in a plank. You'd push down on their hips ever so slightly, or whatever you feel like they need.
Push down on their hips for 10 seconds,
10 seconds, hard work.
10 seconds,
they feel
and they just
amazing
collapse.
Afterwards.
And every single week they got stronger and stronger and stronger. They felt better. They could push more and more and more.
Yeah.
And if that was the one thing they remembered, bam, that brought it into them for the next session. That was my system. That was my thing. Right? I didn't do any cool down stretches. If they wanted to stretch on their own, they could go stretch. I finished with them and they were fucked. That was the thing, right? And we have that philosophy in Cali today, right? It's the same thing. So systems, and this is, okay, please read this chapter like word for word. There's so much in here. Like everything I learned. And also this is not just running as a PT, this is running a gym, you know, where this is like, we systematize. It's PT on steroids. It's everything that we've learned. Systems aren't just for you, they're also for your clients. And again, remember the story, again, if you don't know this, Jackson, it's 6, the business coach, and he basically came along, he sat me down, he said, right, this is how you're going to keep me accountable. This is what you're going to charge me for. And like those things I never changed from, because I just asked my clients, what would help you to be accountable? Like, what would actually keep you doing this long term? Yeah. And if they decided on that, then great. It's like with our staff, we don't go to our staff and be like, you're doing this thing. We say, here's this problem. What's your solution? And funnily enough, their solution seems awfully similar to what we were thinking of. But we guide them there because if they think that, again, we are on this together, which we are, truthfully, we really, really are, then we can get there. Side note, if you just listen to your client's feedback, you'll have faster horse-drawn carriages. You'll never make a car. In order to make a car, you have to think outside the box and you have to look at what they're saying and look at it deeper, okay? But systems aren't just for you, it's also for them. It protects them, it protects your standards, it lays things out clearly. The fastest thing that can destroy a relationship is not making contracts. It's not saying unspoken expectations are latent resentments. So lay it out clearly, have the conversation early. And again, you feel guilty. You know, they cancel last minute. Oh, should I charge them? Should I not? Should I take it off their sessions? Guys, I'm doing this for you. If you don't show up, you're going to get charged. We're going to be doing one session a week. If that means you're on holiday that week, I'm still going to charge you because we can do online, right? It's your results. Do you want to pause your goals? Right? It's like, these are my standards. Look at my calendar. I'm doing well. It works. If you want to be with me and you want to do this program, you want part of this relationship, this is how we're going to do it. If not, tell me now and we can either change it or this is not for you because you're not going to get results.
Exactly.
Right?
Totally.
That's a big part of it. What I would say as well, again, what we learned from lockdown is the fact that in-person helps online and online helps in person. For you online coaches, that might mean adding in a one-to-one Zoom. What we do, which is a really cool app, what we do is we really love the sending us videos. So we can look at it, and then we either, if they're on a higher package, we can give them a video call, we can go through it, basically give them a PT session. If not, you literally, like Kira's doing right now on her laptop, right? You can send them a teller or a loom of watching their videos, giving them the feedback, because that is a huge thing to do, to give them that like actual instant feedback on that. Absolutely. Read it, there's things on no-shows and late cancels. Your time, again, is part of the product. Keep it simple. Here we go. So marketing is stating the facts and telling the truth. Okay. If you are doing a good job, the number one rule of marketing is do a good job and let everyone know about it. Right. So the best thing, a cool stat in our business was 82% of people never show up to the gym membership and 95% of our members were coming 2 to 3 times a week. Almost, I think it was 98% of our members were showing up every month.
Yeah.
Right. We just tracked the stats and then advertised it online. And people were like, holy shit. It's like, yeah, because A, we think it's an important metric, and B, we actually do it. Now, what's the fastest way to get someone to lose weight?
I'm going to guess it's something to do with what gets measured gets managed.
100%. Get them to track their weight or something in there.
Yeah.
Track their weight, progress photos, awareness, right? What you measure grows. What you pay attention to grows, or at least changes.
Yeah.
So guess what? If you're tracking your clients' reps over time, their attendance, I've met a PT that knows their churn or their LTV. LTV is for lifetime value, so how much money you expect to make over it. It's very simple. It's like, what is your monthly incoming divided by your churn? Right? So if your monthly incoming is say £400, you're doing 2 sessions a week, and your churn's 5%, you do 400 divided by 20, right? Times by 20. So it's $8,000 a client, which is very good. Anyway, if you know that, then you can start running ads. It's a whole different game, but you need to understand you need to understand numbers, but you need to understand what it takes to keep clients. What do they want? And what systems and behaviors are going to free you up. Now, the story for me is I had all these clients, I was fully booked, but I was just running around like a headless chicken. I was just rocking up sessions. Oh my God, I got Lauren now. Oh my God, I thought what her session was. For me, it was almost like an online coach. On a Sunday, I would write out all my sessions for the week. I'd rock up to the session. I'd go, oh, here we go, Lauren. I've got your session written up. And I'd go, how was that session you did on Monday? How was that? Good? And at the time I used TrueCoach.
Yeah.
That was software that I used, TrueCoach. But before that, I used Google Sheets. I just had it all written out on Google Sheets.
I remember the notepad that you
Yeah, I had a notepad and I wrote down all my clients' programs. I used to wing it. And then again, same thing happened in the gym. I from writing down all my gym sessions in terms of classes to winging it to now doing something in the middle, right? The is always being somewhere in the middle. There's so many things we can talk about in this section, guys. I'm aware I go through the story mainly. Go on the book, read the whole thing. It's all about tracking progress, making sure that you're actually doing that stuff. Please don't just get in this cycle of being the PT that just advertises and then doesn't actually do a good job. Yeah, because the thing is like, especially if you're an in-person PT, you only get one name. Right? Like it knowing that you're that guy, right? You just get people in, you help them for a little bit and no one actually stays. So just go above and beyond, do the stuff, and your clients will become your best marketing. Once you're at a certain point where your end number is high enough, you can create incredibly good referral schemes. For example, you refer a friend, I'll take you both out for dinner for free. How sick is that? That's cool. Remember, you're in the relationship game. These people don't really care about money. If you know your client is money incentivized, hey, I'll give you free sessions for free, right? If you know them, if you know they're well off and they're rich,
sign up for,
exactly,
free sessions sounds like a pretty good deal.
But take them out for dinner. You know, buy them the book, do the thing. And guys, like, if you're worrying about buying your clients a book, what are we talking about? If your LTV is $8,000, what are we talking about? You know, it's like, what are we doing? You know, exactly. So that's a big thing there. Simple master tracker, less is more. And also, like, especially you online coaches know this. It's like, you got a client a month ago called Steve. James looks very similar to Steve. I'm just going to use his program for James, right? Very similar. But you can do the same thing in person, right? Like, think about generic sessions. Even if you're doing calisthenics, it's like, do the heavy lift, then you do a regression, then you do some volume, then you do a finisher. Like, it's not hard, right? If you're doing 8 hours back to back, you have to save your energy. And energy comes from making decisions. So either batch it all on a Sunday, so your sessions are done for the week, or have a generic template that you're using for all your clients, have systems, start to create that. Big thing that helped us. When my PT business was really kicking off, and so was Kira's, we started developing Bath Calisthenics, which was our WhatsApp group chat, which led to us owning the gym today, right?
Like 100%.
Us going to other gyms and doing classes, growing that community, getting people together who like this on a group chat. Yo, we're doing a meetup on Sunday. Come meet up. At first, 2 people. At the end, 50 people, right? It was an absolute blast. So I would really recommend, again, another thing, when you finish a session, introduce your client to the next client, right? Like, do that. Introduce your client to all the other coaches in the gym. Try, like, you are the BNOC, you're the big name on campus in the gym, right? Or outside or online. If you're online, you have to manufacture this community. Get a school community, get a WhatsApp community, start doing a weekly call with your clients. Like, get them meeting each other, get them in this hub. And because, again, if you, like, not just because you can build a gym later and build a community out of it, but community is another reason why they're there. They want to meet like-minded
100%.
people. They want to be a part of that.
Maybe not directly, but indirectly. Like, if they have a friend and their friend they met through your coaching, or they met through, like, say, that gym down the road, then they know that they probably have to almost stick out staying at that
100%.
Or stick out staying with you, because
100%.
it's like, if they leave the gym or if they leave your coaching, then they're almost like leaving the friendship.
100%.
So almost like not forced friendships, but indirectly forced friendships.
100%. The more people they know, 100%. And remember, we're in a relationship game.
Exactly.
Right? Some little things on their little nuggets. Again, people judge your business on the first 48 hours. Send them a video. Yo, James, so happy that you joined the program. Can't wait for you to do X, Y, and Z. Blah, blah, blah. Right? Always have all their goals and everything written down. So when you do their onboarding or you do the next session, you're there. Quick one, Hormozi has this incredible analogy. Fam, book a meeting from a meeting. What it means is your client should never be in the red or in the dark. They should always know what the next thing is. So once they've signed up, book their next session in, right? Have that as the next session. Have a repeating session. They should always know, cool, next week, Tuesday at 2. That's my session with Ollie, okay? Get them in that cycle, get them repeating it, have that repeating thing there.
They should always know what the next step is.
100%. And there's so much more. Go in the book, read it there, and if you want more advanced tactics, go to chapter, I think, 12 or 13 in the book, and that goes through all of the gym systems, which you guys can apply to your business as well. So at this point, maybe you have like 20 hours a week, 25 hours a week. You're doing well, you're getting clients, but they're leaving. Right? Your clients, you're on maybe ads or social media and constantly doing sales conversations, and they're getting harder and harder. And your clients aren't getting the results that you want them to get. This is all about getting clients results, but then getting your clients to then become the marketing machine for you, and also them staying longer.
Yeah.
Right? And especially in the PT game, oh my God, if you can keep a client for the long term, again, like I said, if your churn goes from 10% to 5%, your LTV goes from $4,000 to $8,000, right? It's a whole game changer. When you get into advertising and understanding you have to spend money to make money, it really hits home. But guys, you're in the relationship game. This is a marriage, not a fling. Think about how you can keep this long term. Set the expectations early. Blow them away. Give them the rings. Give them the parallettes. Give them the barbell. Buy them the stuff. If you give them a gift and they stay for an extra year, calculate how much more that is for you, right? Get their friends involved. Give their family a free session. Give them the free session online, okay? Go above and beyond. This should be natural. You're getting into this because you want to help people. This is your chance to help people. Look, I get it on the sales and marketing side that maybe sounds a bit salesy or guru-y or blah, blah, blah. Guys, this bit is why you got into this industry. So go above and beyond and blow them away. And in the next one, we're going to talk about if you want to scale your business, not hiring anyone, just your PT business and things that you can go above and beyond to do, then head over to chapter 10. We'll see you guys there.
Systems, leverage and scale. Let's go. Talk to us about it.
We made all the mistakes.
Yes.
We made all the mistakes. It started with a garage gym that we got kicked out of because the landlord thought we were growing weeds, selling parallettes all over the UK, to launching a gym and launching it in the completely wrong way. We made all the mistakes. So let's go through the stories. Garage gym, we're doing really well. I'm up to my 40 hours a week, 20 hours online, all that good stuff. And we were looking at a house at the time because we were moving house, and we were like, it would be amazing to have our own garage gym. And there's always been this constant cycle in my head of like, we need a gym. We need something that we can call home. You don't. Your clients just love you. They need the accountability. They don't need a fucking gym. We go to this residential property and we get this garage and we convert it. I gotta find the videos of me carrying the plywood down the road and like finding all
to make the platform for lifting.
The last chapter was all about fulfillment and like we just do the best we fucking can for our clients. All I wanted to do was like, I had a coffee machine in there because I just want to make coffee for my clients in the morning. I want to give them a free coffee. I had all this lighting. I had all my books there. I had a sauna and an ice bath in the fucking garage.
And by the way, it's not a garage that can store like 4 or 5 cars. It could barely fit a car in.
Oh my!
That's the kind of size of it.
It's
it was
mad, right? Anyway, the theme of this chapter is scaling you. And it's taking your time and making more dollars per hour, more pounds per hour, okay? If anyone talks to you about passive income, they're lying. If anyone talks to you about investments, they're bullshitting you. People get wealthy, they do one thing really well, they make a lot of income, then they diversify, okay? So it's about increasing your pounds per hour scale and leverage. So let's go back to the story. So we made this garage gym and we moved all my clients into there at the time, and it was amazing for like 9 months. And then again, it was a garage opposite our house, and there was like 10 other garages there. And one day we get a knock at the door, and it's our landlord, and he goes, "Why is your electric bill 10 times higher than everyone else on the lot?" And I was probably so fucking tired at this point, and I was so shocked at what I was about to say, but I think he said, "I think you're growing weed." Or maybe like a joking way of like, "Are you growing weed?" Or like, "What's going on?" Anyway, I don't care. I want you out tomorrow. You're done. Because you're clearly running a business from a residential property, which is completely illegal. Anyway, I went inside, I cried in a ball. Kiwi came home. "What's going on? It's going to be okay." Kiwi's always the voice of reason. I'm, "No, it's all over. It's all going to die. Everything's at the end." Anyway, the next day I pull my head out my ass. I go back to him and I'm like, "Okay, sorry, we'll stop it all." We stopped the whole thing. I remember we sold the ice bath off. The sauna I gave back to my mum in London, right? And that was a whole journey. And we converted it into a woodworking facility, which is also illegal. And that then actually became CaliUnity. At the time, I was experimenting with like laser engraving.
God, there was Amazon parcels coming left, right, and centre like 5 years.
We were experimenting with t-shirts.
You were also making coasters, and like slate coasters, and like laser engraving.
So a problem that you'll see later on in Act 3 is this thing called shiny object syndrome. It's been the bane of Kiwi's existence. But anyway, the lesson that I learned from this chapter was scaling you doesn't necessarily have to mean products, right? I'll find the ads of when we used to run parallettes and all that kind of stuff, and it was so funny. But it's all about how can you build a brand around you, right? And that comes from products, it comes from retreats, it comes from affiliate deals, it comes from maybe you're an in-person PT and you want to take on online clients, right? You just want more scale, you want more freedom, you want more leverage, right? So the funny thing was I was in a ball crying, but actually this moment led to us being here right now with the gym running itself. True, right? 100%. Because we started selling these parallettes, and the story of the parallettes is really nice as well. Back in uni, when I was in second year, my friends were all using these shitty parallettes. And I said, yo guys, all of you give me 20 quid right now, and I will go back, I'll go to home base, and I will build you all parallettes. So like, this isn't so hard. And I went back, it was raining, where I remember like, oh my God, all the stories that we have. And I was soaring these parallettes in the garden of again, that was in second year when I was paying $2.90 a month or whatever it was for my accommodation. Yeah. And I made these parallettes, went back to them, and they were like, actually, it's not that bad. And it was all really good. And I thought of that during lockdown, in first lockdown, because your mum does carpentry. And then we did a few of those. And then in this, I was like, oh my God, we can make a parallel business. I've got this laser engraver. And we used to make people like personalized parallettes, like their names laser engraved. We gave them to the gyms all around Bath for free. We used to go in there. That was our advertising. That was our lead magnets. That was our way in. But we used to actually do really well. And that developed into CaliUnity. But the whole point of it, and it was actually this book called This Is Marketing by Seth Godin, which talks about building a tribe, building a community, building a brand. And this is what I'd recommend at this stage. It's like build the brand of you. Build the association of what do you want to build the community around you. Because if you want to, that can develop into something like CaliUnity, which it did eventually. Because for us, remember, we had that group chat, we had these meetups, we grew that. Again, guys, this is the thing. Chapter 1 is proof. People asked us, when are you going to make a gym? When are you going to make a gym? We want a gym. That's when we knew we were at the stage of making the gym. Okay. Yeah. So people start asking you, when are you going to do retreats? When I've got a buddy that actually would like to do online coaching. Your online coaching thing's really good. That's when you know, like, it's really, really, really good. So this is also a really important lesson on scale. As soon as you think of scale, you think of technology. I spent 6 months building this whole app, this whole skill swell thing. It was 4 a.m. in the morning. It was all around other sessions when we had the gym at the time. And no one used it. We launched it. It was like, great stuff, Ollie, nice one. Then we printed it out, handed it out in the gym, did a really fun day. People colored it in. They loved it. We put it on a metal thing on the wall. Everyone had their own counters. They loved it. And only now, once they understand it, now people are actually using the app, joining us online. Kira just had 8 people joining her for a live session, which was really lovely. Mm-hmm. So like, realize that tech and online takes time. Sometimes the in-person is what people want, especially, again, we talk about a lot in this video. It's about the AI slop, about technology and everything. People actually are going back to being in real life. So think of retreats, think of community meetups, think about workshops that you can do at local gyms. That's the main thing that you want to be working on. So overall, the whole point of this chapter is on scaling you. That's the important thing. Importantly, with not hiring anyone else. Because I get it, right? Hiring other people, scary. Getting a lease, scary. There is I put this chapter in because I don't want people to feel left out of like, they're doing well in PT, they've achieved their freedom number, they're doing well, they've got amazing systems, but they don't want a gym. And that is totally fine, but realize that you can still scale more. You can take on online clients, you can write programs online, which are amazing ebooks, you can give back and you can help more, you can do more, and it's thinking about the way that you can scale that and get more leverage in that. Now, for the next act, which is Act 3, that is all about hiring people. That is on taking on more risk. Right now, Kira and I are responsible for probably about 6 or 7 people's families, right?
Yeah. You put it like that.
And we have a lease that is $8,000 a month, right? And we have all these expenses and we have all these people and we're helping 200 people right now who are paying us money, right? It's a whole other game, right? Going from PT to that. And I talk about this in the first chapter of this, and this is actually Kira talks about this so much, which is people think the gym game is so easy. It's a whole other fucking league. It's a whole other game.
It is.
So I go really deep into that in this, and I have this chapter here because you guys can have so much freedom. We know coaches here in Bali, in Vancouver, we've traveled the world. They're just doing 20 hours of online clients a week and they are killing it, right? You can just charge more. You can make more per hour. You can get into products. I know a guy that made mouth tape and nasal strips, right? He get 10 years of online in-person coaching. He's building out his product. You can do that if you want to, right? There are other things that you can do rather than getting into the gym game. But again, just to summarize, you're here if you have the systems, the sales, you've got the marketing, you know what game you're in, but you want more scale, you want more leverage. You graduate this when you do start thinking of more about passive income, making more pounds per hour, upping that rate. Maybe you're working less, but you're making the same amount or making more. Think about it in terms of scale, in terms of you can hire people, you can trade money for money, you can go into code, or you can go into media, okay? So there's loads of different ways here. It's all in the chapter going through this. But one last thing before we go into the next chapter. That moment of me sitting there curled up in a ball crying, if that didn't happen, we wouldn't be talking to you right now. And this is a lovely segue into the next chapter of sometimes you don't know what's best for you. I didn't know what's best for me. Sometimes the universe just conspires in ways of actually giving you what you need. In the scaling and in all this, the reason why we opened a gym, it actually wasn't because we wanted a gym. It's because we felt this pull. It was actually, I talk about in the start of this, was because we were at a meetup and we've been doing all these meetups and we were helping people after lockdown, and one time in one of these meetups, one of the guys comes up to me and says, "Hey man, you have no idea who I am, but you stopped me from killing myself." And in that moment, we realized that what we were doing wasn't just meetups. It was genuinely, it was connection. It was helping people change their lives. And that is why we opened the gym. Because we knew it was going to be hard. We knew all the other gym owners had been down. We knew all the hard stories. We were still stupidly naive, right? But we felt this pull. We felt like this has to happen. And that is the moment when we decided to go in and open our first facility, which was the Arch. And we go through all of that in Act 3. But I want to congratulate you and I want to say absolute incredible work if you've got to this point. You've quit your job, you've got your freedom number, but you're living off of helping other people. It's the most incredible thing in the world. So keep doing that. Don't get pulled in the shiny object syndrome of having to have a gym, having to have a physical premises. If I were you, I'd read ahead, go through it, maybe book a call with me, talk to me about it before you do it. I'm telling you, it's not 10% harder, it's 10 times harder. And you are changing the world right now. You are doing enough, it's amazing. And I don't usually hold people back from this, but I'm just, again, from doing it, being at this point, trust me. Okay, so that's the end of Act 2. Thank you guys so much for reading through it. And if you guys want to go on a journey, join us in Act 3. Welcome to Act 3, the visionary. So Act 1 was all about potentially you quitting your job, and it's all about the internal work. Going from I need to quit my job to I want to help others, setting up the business, getting your first paid client. Act 2, you're a coach, you got your first paid client, but now it's about achieving your freedom number. Maybe it's getting fully booked, maybe it's scaling past you. It's a lot about the business principles. This is all about building something bigger than you. It's about hiring people, systems, SOPs, understanding the true game that you're actually in the gym industry, and building something to a point of you can give back and help people and actually realizing what you've built. I want to say this right now and I'm going to get excited. You have a choice. You can just keep doing what you're doing. Build your business, get more clients, go online, do the product stuff, do the retreats. Because that's you and it's you helping others. But if you're going to go into this chapter, you need to change your mindset. And I'll talk about from my experience, you need to go from a coach to a CEO. We are directly responsible for about 7 or 8 people's families being fed. We have about 25 grand a month in expenses. At least we have 200 people that we help change their life every single day. And right now, me and Kira do nothing day to day in order for that to run. It runs itself completely. We do maybe an hour or two a week to do that. Getting to that stage was absolutely horrendous. We made all the mistakes. We slept on the gym floor. We got into the wrong business. We jumped ahead too fast. We reported our numbers wrong. We made all of the mistakes, and we reflected on this and put this into this chapter for you guys to not make those mistakes. And the thing is, right now, this isn't just you. If you failed before, you go back to your job. This is now, you've got a lease, you've got people to look after. This is a whole other game. So you're shifting from the mindset of the doer to the builder. And there's one belief that I want to break at this point before we get right into the next chapter, which is understanding the end in mind and then what game you're actually in. The purple unicorn fallacy. Okay, this is the big belief that I had. No one can do it like me. No one can coach like me. No one can sell like me. No one can do this like me. Did you have the same thing, Kiwi?
100%, yeah. I was like, oh my God, no one can coach as good, no one can fulfill as well, no one can do onboarding as well as me.
100%. And the thing is, you're right. No one can replace you. You're right. As Joe Rogan, I am me. Escape competition through authenticity. Right? That's true. 100%. But once you get to this stage, you have to let go. The funny thing is you quit your job. You got into PT because you wanted control, right? You did it. Bam, you quit the job. You do the thing. You built up your client base. Now you do the opposite. Now you relinquish control. Now you're coaching other coaches. You're helping other people, right? And the purple unicorn fallacy is, yeah, you're right. You can't find a purple unicorn, but you can probably find a rhinoceros. And you can probably find a horse, and you can probably get some purple paint and paint it purple, right? Yeah. You can find the parts of you which build up to create you. And the thing is, yeah, no one can replace you, but if you had 100 coaches who are 80% of your level, can you build something bigger than you? Yes. And so at this stage, this whole section is about hiring people, systems, procedures, understanding the game, and realizing that you can build something bigger than you. The story in chapter 5 of this section is, I was sitting on the front desk recently because I was covering someone when we went back to the UK, and someone came up to me and said, how long have you been working here for? Right? We have businesses that now support us and want to get behind our brand because of what we built. And this chapter is going to take you from being a good PT to being a good business owner, to being a CEO and building something bigger than you. So just realize that we've made all the mistakes, we put it into this chapter, we're giving it all back to you guys completely for free. We hope you like it. Once you're done with this, go straight into the next chapter. Make sure to read the opening act for this chapter. There's so many juicy stories and things in there. And then once you're done with that, go straight into chapter 1, which is when we realized what game we were actually playing and what we wanted to build. You have to start with the end in mind first, because so many gym owners get into this industry just thinking, I'm just going to train my clients in small groups. You have to start with the end in mind. And I think this was the one reason why we went from nothing to having a fully self-sustaining gym at 26 and 24 years old. And we want to give that gift to you. Okay? So don't waste any time. See you in the next chapter.
So Act 3 is all about being, I guess, the visionary. You've got to your point in your PT business and you're like, what's next? And chapter 11 is all about clarity and having the end in mind. But I'm curious, what do you mean by the end in mind?
I actually want to ask you this story.
Okay. All right.
What were your 2 dreams that you told me when we were launching our first gym?
So when we were launching our first gym, I think the Arch.
What was the 2 things that was always in your mind? You wanted to do one thing, but you also wanted another thing.
So I really wanted a gym. My dream was I want a gym. We built our PT business. I want a gym, I want a home for these people. I want to be able to be free, travel where I want, when I want. The classic dream, right? I want to be able to live abroad if I wanted to. I want to be able to travel for, however long I wanted without having restrictions of, oh my God, I need to get back. So basically, I want a gym, but I want it to be able to run itself. And
Yep.
because I think I had the end goal in mind, that's what I think really helped us from the get-go with our gym.
Yeah, that's why it's called starting with the end in mind, because so many people with
Absolutely.
gyms get stuck in this loop of having a very low paid job with loads of risk.
And you work like 70
You work 70 hours a week, you're doing all the cleaning, you're making no profit, you're helping loads of people, but you have to think, do I have to go get another full-time job to fund this? Again, like I said in the last chapter, this is a whole other league. We're not PTs anymore. We've got rent, we're paying staff, right? So again, before I get into this, the last act was all about the coach, going from getting your first paying client to then achieving your freedom number, getting fully booked. You didn't hire anyone though. This is all about scale. It's about brand. It's about building something bigger than just you. What was the promise that I gave you? When you were crying in bed and you had it was mush, a little mushroom like thing from Mario, and you were holding it and you were crying, and I was there as well. And I think this was just before we made 24K in 2 days to pay for gym launch. What was the promise that I gave you about Canada? It was in September, remember?
You said to me that, you know what, right now, let's just book a trip for a month. I think it was maybe in 6 months' time or something.
9 months. I think it was like September and it was in May.
Sometime like that, like early summer. And you were like, let's just book it literally right now. Let's go on Skyscanner, let's find some flights and let's book it. Don't have to worry about anything else. Let's just book it. And that's the commitment to trying to have both of them, the gym and travel.
And that's the thing, commitment, it means elimination of alternatives. So we eliminated the alternative. So people ask us this all the time, how did you go from nothing to a fully self-sustaining gym in almost 9 months? But really, it's 2-3 years, because we thought we were done when we went to Canada the first time. We weren't. We were just scratching the surface. But Parkinson's law is a beautiful thing. Parkinson's law is work expands to fill the time given to do the thing, right? So we burnt the boats. If you followed the book up to this point, we have a tendency of doing that. But we burnt the boats. We went all in and we were like, we can do this, okay? So I'm not saying that you need to do this. What I am saying is you need to know what you want. Do you just want to be working loads of hours and having a gym and making good money, right? Like, we also made a very big mistake in our gym, which was we replaced ourselves too fast. And what happened is we were overestimating the numbers. So we thought we were making more money than we were, which therefore we hired people faster than we should have. And we didn't have the extra level to make the money to cover those people coming in. So there was like a year when we were like, the ways that we make money is by giving our staff more things to do, but we can't go and do them because we may as well just fire the staff. And so we were stuck in this trap, and we still are stuck in the trap in a little bit. You have to make sure that when you're hiring people, you replace that. Anyway, that's later on. So again, up until now, PT has been exciting, right? It's all been on you. And now, this is where it becomes a whole other beast. Again, right now, we're probably paying for 7 or 8 people's families to eat, right? We're paying for 7 or 8 grand a month for rent, right? It's a whole other game. And this is why I made this chapter, because I need you to know what game you're getting into and also what game you're willing to play. So this is why it's called Start with the End in Mind. What do you want? And that's okay to be selfish or whatever. It's like, what do you want? Do you want to travel the world? Okay, well, you're going to have to work 70, 80-hour weeks and compress 10 years of work into 2 years. You might have to do what we did, which was sleep on the gym floor for 6 months to lower the expenses so that we actually had enough money to pay other people, then learn the skill of hiring people to get them to a point where it could run itself, right? But you're playing a whole other game now. Like, again, while we were gym owners, 10x less than what we were making when we were PTs, right? It's a whole other game in terms of what you're playing. And again, we wrote this book because we don't want you to make the same mistakes that we did. And so if you read this and you watch this video and you are making good money while being a gym owner, oh my God, that makes me so happy, right? Again, like the theme of this whole book is that we're standing on the shoulders of giants and other people helped us so much, okay? And again, this is even with us learning from the best in the industry at Gym Launch, which we were coached by Alex Hormozy at Gym Launch, right? This is us going to all the other gym owners in our area and asking them for advice. This is working in the industry for years, building up a client base, having a community already who loved us and wanted a gym, doing online coaching, like researching everything. And we started with our rent being $1,000 a month at a tiny arch gym where a train used to pass over every 5 minutes. It was moldy in the corner and we just got a rig. We had no equipment, no nothing. This is why I'm saying it's like, know what game you're getting into and what you want. And again, the reason why we started this gym, it was Kira always wanted the gym. For me, it was, I mean, you eventually came to this realization as well of like, we have to do this because we were building something at this point that was bigger than us. It wasn't just like, oh, I'm gonna go get a lease, this is gonna be fun, it's gonna be amazing. It's like, no, the story of that guy that didn't kill himself because we were helping them, right? Or at least he came to our community. We realized that we were building something that was a brand. It was something that was bigger than us, and we needed a home. We needed a space. We needed something that we could call the home of CaliUnity. So what I want you to do, if you do want to do this, is write what your freedom week looks like. I think people get stuck too much in vibes and emotion and all this shit. It's simple. What do you want? Translate it into what does your week look like? What does your day look like? When do you work? What do you work on? What time do you wake up? How much money are you making? Do you have staff? Are you doing this on your own? What do you not do anymore? What things do you know that you're good at and what do you know you're bad at? For example, I think entrepreneurship is the most incredible self-development tool in the world. When we first started in personal training, the really hard thing of being self-employed is that you are the commander of the war, but you're also the foot soldier. You have to know what direction you're going in, and you also have to do the work. The thing is, when you're a gym owner, is you're doing 10 people's job on the first day. You're cleaning, you're doing the classes, you're doing billing, you're doing the marketing, you're doing the sales, you're doing everything right off the bat. We were lucky. We had each other, and what we did is we lent into our strengths that we didn't even know we had these strengths. I was like, I'm going to learn sales and marketing, and I'm going to be the best coach in the world. And Kira said, I'm going to look after the team, I'm going to do fulfillment, and I'm going to be the best coach in the world. So we lent into those as our roles. But if you're on your own, I'd probably recommend getting a business partner to go into this with, because when you're doing this together, 1 + 1 = 5. You can talk about ideas, You can go through things, you can mind map stuff, and you can come in from different perspectives. When you're on your own, you just go crazy. It's just going around your head, you carry all this burden. I talk about in a later chapter the first time when someone else signed up someone other than me. And up until that point, I felt like I was carrying the whole burden of the business on my shoulders because I was the only one that could do sales. But Kira also felt like, well, Ollie can't look after the team, so she's carrying the whole weight of the team and the coaches on her shoulders. So that's why, in my opinion, it's so important having a partnership. Now, once you have your freedom week, so again, in the last 2 acts, you had your freedom number. How much income do you need to quit your job, to be free, all these different things, right? Now, what's your freedom week? Then you ask, well, what must be true, right? Well, what needs to exist for this to be real? Well, someone else can run classes. Someone else can sell memberships. Someone else can handle messages, right? The coaching standard stays high without you. People can start doing the thing, right? And in the last chapter, in Act 3, so the introduction to Act 3, I broke a belief that I think every single person has when they get into running a business, entrepreneurship, which I call the purple unicorn fallacy. And what it is, again, go back if you want a full intro on this, but it's like, no one can do it like me. And it's like, yeah, you're right. And you're just going to be stuck doing 70-hour weeks and making no money, right? The purple unicorn fallacy is you might not be able to find a purple unicorn, which is you, but you can find a rhinoceros, you can find a horse, you can find an elephant, and you can combine them together to look like a purple unicorn, right? And that's what we've done in a way. Like, we haven't found an Ollie, we haven't found a Kira, but 5 people doing different jobs ladders up to one Ollie, right? 12 people doing coaching and all fulfillment ladders up to Kira's level of looking after people, okay? Then, once you've done that, pick the first thing to remove, build the business around roles, not people, so you need systems, and that is how you transition from this, okay? So this is, the main point of this is more about mindset, okay? And we've opened this because again, it's a whole different mindset to PT. It's a whole different mindset to I'm quitting my job and getting into something new. This is, I'm going from coaching people to coaching coaches, right? You go from being the doer to the CEO, to the person that looks over stuff. It's so funny. You get into business because you want control, right? I'm going to quit my job. I want control. Fuck my boss. All these different things. And now you're going to give up control, right? You're going to give up certainty. You're probably going to take a massive hit in pay and profit, right? Because you're building scale, right? And that's what it takes to go through this next stage in this. So you're here if you're working loads of hours, you can't switch off. Maybe you have a gym, maybe you're thinking of having a gym, and it only runs properly when you're there. The standards are only there when you're there. You feel guilty when you take time off. You're making money, but your life is getting smaller, and you keep thinking, once I get this, then I'll do this, right? What I want you to do is I want you to think about what the end is, where you want to be, what's your freedom week, right? Maybe 1 year from now. And again, Kira and I do this all the time. We don't really even think about today. We think about in a year, in 3 years, in 5 years. What are we building? What are we doing, right? Again, right now, a big reason as to why we're doing the academy is because eventually we would like to franchise out the gym. We have an amazing model that works. You guys come along, you hopefully change your life with this book and this thing. You absolutely love it. And then guess what? In 3 years' time, you probably want to franchise our model and you want more help from this, right? We're building online because again, we want to help the whole of the world. We could make more gyms. We're always thinking in the future. We're always thinking what we want to build and what that looks like right now in terms of behaviors in order to get there. So you graduate this when you know what your business is and what you want to build. In the next chapter, we're now going to talk about the trap of the gym industry and what industry you're actually in, what game you think. And I'll go through a few of these, right? You think you're in the same game as PT. You're not. It's a whole other thing. You're taking anyone with a credit card, right? Anyone who can pay. You're giving discounts left, right, and center. I mean, when we started, we were told to charge 196. I was constantly charging 120. I was giving the onboardings to Kira and she could take the payment, right? It was just absolute, we didn't know what we were doing. And actually, when we first got into the gym industry, into the Arch, we were just gonna train our clients out of the Arch. Yeah. And that would cover the grand, which would be absolutely fine. But we got the best help in the industry at the time, which gave us advice, hey, don't do that, do this instead. And that is in the next chapter of realizing what game you're actually playing, what industry you're actually in, and why maybe at this point, once you know what you want, why you're struggling to get there, and actually what you need to do to then hire the people, have the systems, get the scale, and get to the point where it does run without you, because you need to make sure that you're playing the right game. Anything else to add to that chapter? How did you feel when you were first getting into the gym industry and you felt this pulling of both things? Like, how did that feel for you?
Pulling of like wanting the gym, but also wanting the freedom. It was really tough at first. I think it was really, really tough at first because you got these two things that are kind of, at first, they seem like they're complete opposites. Like, how can you have your own business and also be able to travel? And it doesn't help when you have a lot of people around you also asking the same thing. Oh, but like, I thought you wanted to travel and live abroad and do all these different things. Like, why are you now opening a gym? Like, what are you doing? And then after like a lot of people saying that to you, like, you doubt yourself. You're like, have I just made the right decision, or am I an idiot? Like, what's going on here? But then eventually you just have to, again, stop getting emotional about it, get rational, talk to people who have been through it before, talk to people who have walked the walk get advice from them, be super humble about it, drop any humility that you feel, and just understand. Exactly.
Have humility.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Sorry. And then just understand that there are very, very clear paths to take, but you just have to make sure you're on the right path to, outsourcing things, but outsourcing at the right times, and making sure that eventually you have that end goal in mind and you do nothing but work towards it, rather than go all into, this is my baby, this is my gym, I want to be the face of it, like I want to do everything, I don't want to give it up, and I'm a special snowflake because that person can't do my job as good as me. But
why do you think we decided to pay for gym launch at this point? Why, up until this point, we hadn't paid for any coaching? Why did we decide to do gym launch at this time and get coaching at this time?
I think it's because we actually had the end in mind. I actually believe from hearing you talk. I think it's because we knew the end that we wanted, or not the end, but the result that we wanted. We didn't want the gym just to run, and we didn't see ourselves as running this gym, just us two, forever, because we want to do other things. So
also on that note, as a PT, what if you get injured, right?
Yeah.
What if something else happens, right?
Yeah.
Like, PT is exhausting, right?
Yeah.
Running a gym is exhausting. And so my mum actually was the main person to help me in this. When I first got into PT and I was doing 40 hours a week, she was like, Ollie, what happens if you get injured? What happens if you get ill, right? It's like you're trading your time for money. Yeah. It was like one of the first things my mum said that I was like, I actually properly listened to. I was like, you're so right. And that actually was also a big reason why we wanted to get into the gym industry and go into this. But again, the whole, I think you could do all the rest of the stuff. You could do the chapter on systems and SOPs and brand and understanding the game. But if you don't understand what you want, that's the guaranteed way of knowing you're not going to get it.
What's that quote from
the ship one? It's like, the ship that does not know to which port it sails, no wind is favorable. So if you know where you're sailing and a wind comes along, you know you're pushing towards that port. But if you don't know where you're going, you're never going to hit it. And it's okay to be, again, like I said, to be selfish and all these different things. Just get clear on what you want. And again, one last thing. With PT, it's obvious. You want more clients. It's pretty fucking obvious, right? Like, you want to increase your hours. You want to quit your job. That's probably why you read this book. But in the gym industry, it's completely different. Do you want loads of gyms? Do you even want a gym? Do you want just more freedom? Like, get clear on that, because I think once we understood that, then we got the help that we needed in order to achieve that goal. We came to gym launch and we said, right, hey, we need to do this thing, help us out.
This is our goal, help us get there.
Yeah, exactly.
100%.
One last thing, how did you feel paying for advice, gym launch, time or money, and what advice would you have for them if they were to do something like that?
I think it can be tough at first, because you see the number and you see it leave your bank account and you're like, fuck, like, that's like, how many months of rent or whatever. But I think it's having that confidence of like, wow, I paid a lot, so I've invested all this money. It's better than investing my time over the next few years and probably wasting more money than you just spent on the course or whatever it is. I actually know that this has taken a bit of a hit, but I'm going to make the fucking most of it. I'm going to make sure that like we go to the calls, we make the most of all the resources that they give us. We just utilize it as much as possible and squeeze as much as you can out of it and learn as much as possible. Spend as much time with the coaches as you can. Like, I wish I spent more, in hindsight, I actually wish I spent even more time with them. I didn't realize almost like how valuable it was at the time. And
do you think we'd be where we were if we didn't do it?
I don't think so, no. I think we would have got there eventually, but I think it would have taken us
10 years.
At least triple the amount of time.
And we probably would have gone bankrupt multiple times during it.
Yeah, I think so.
I don't think we would have made it.
I don't think so. I think we would have been stuck in the trap of the classic, just charge £80 a month for unlimited classes.
That was our plan. That was our plan. Put all the pricing online. We'll just do PT. Oh my God, we'll start doing small group in maybe 6 months because it's really scary, right?
Exactly.
Again, this is all just a massive plug for gym launch, right? Like, if you really want to take it to the next level, we are in no way affiliated with them. Go to gym launch. They are the best when it comes to gyms. If you want our advice, jump on a call with us. You can do the Cali Academy. There's all the lives there. Our big thing is, how can we help coaches? How can we take all these lessons and mistakes that we've learned, even when we had the best coaching in the world, We had an amazing community. We still nearly fucked it up multiple times. So that's what this book is all about, putting it back into so you guys can learn from our mistakes. Enough waffle. Let's move on to the next one, which is understanding what game you're actually in. This is the game changer, pardon the pun, but this is going to change everything for you guys. So I'll see you in the next chapter.
So chapter 11 was all about having the end in mind. Chapter 12 is about the game and I guess understanding the game that you're truly in. Let's talk about it.
Yeah. What game did you think you were in when you got into the industry?
Basically just PT and coaching and helping people do their sessions and having fun in fitness and especially in the gym. For you? I think during lockdown when we were coaching people online, well, we were forced to coach people online because we couldn't even go in parks at that point. This was like the very first lockdown, and we were helping people and we were realizing that, oh wow, they don't really need the help with the fitness side of things, but actually it's more like they need help with they just need the accountability. They need maybe nutrition, they need the stretching ability, they just need help outside of the training sessions as well. And so I think that's when we realized, we were like, oh wow, it's not just PT, it's not just fitness. But also that was for PT, but I think for the gym world, it was when we opened our first gym, Railway Arts Gym, and we were like, oh my God, like, you know, we were booked PTs and we had all these clients and everything, and they did transition over very nicely. But like when we started doing classes and having these slots that were not PT sessions, because we didn't want the people that were paying us 50, 60 pounds an hour to then go to like a 15 pound per hour class, right? We still want them to keep them on PT. So to find those new people to join us for classes, we were like, oh, it's not just about us being good coaches anymore. We've got to find people to come to these classes. Oh, that's what marketing is, and we've got to do sales, and we were like, oh.
It's actually really good because you touched on 2 points that I'm going to make in this chapter. The third point, when did you first realize what game the commercial gym industry plays compared to what game we have to play?
I think I first was aware of it when I worked in the gym that I first worked at. Okay. And I think they were charging, I don't know, £100 a month or something for, it was quite like a boutique gym, it wasn't like a pure gym. They were charging £100 a month for like unlimited classes, open gym, all the usual stuff. And there was like, I used to go through like the list of people and when people used to like, you know, join up to the gym, we used to like change the spreadsheets. And I'm like, wow, that person, like, I forgot about them. Like, I haven't seen them in like, I mean, I don't work out every day, but I haven't seen them for like 3 or 4 months, but they're still paying, I think. They're not even paused or anything. I'm like, oh, wow. They're paying, but they're not showing up. And these guys only had like, you know, 150 members or something. It's not crazy amounts. So when you think about the model that like the commercial gyms are, like the true commercial gyms, like pure gym, you know, I've never worked in one, but they have 5,000 members, probably more. And can you imagine, like, it's so cheap, cheaper than £100 a month. And can you think of how little of those people are showing up, but they're still profiting off them showing up? Not showing up, sorry. Oh, yeah. That's where they make their money.
Exactly.
Because if they all showed up, they would be able to fit them all in.
Yeah. And that point, did you realise that we're so lucky that we realised that early, and we had Gym Launch and we had Hormozy and we had all these people, because we would have got into the industry being like, we need the best equipment.
Yeah.
We need all this kind of stuff. So what trap do you think a lot of gym owners get into?
That they need the best kit, the best changing rooms, the best lighting, the most aesthetic place, which helps. They need like the best programming, come to me for my programming. Like access. Giving them the best access facilities, which, like I said, is important. Like no one's gonna, I don't think many people will want to touch you if you've got like super smelly changing rooms and I don't know, there's shit on the toilet all the time. Yeah. But so it's not the be all end all.
So we were charging £600 when there were mushrooms growing in the corner of our gym.
Yeah.
We had a rig with some rings up. I remember I sold someone, I think it was Libby, outside in the rain while a class was going on.
Yeah.
I remember I used to take people through the gym while a class was going on into the back room, which, looking back now, they probably thought I was going to fucking rape them or something.
Yeah.
Right? But like going through the back of the gym into the back sales room, which was moldy and wet, sat down with them one-to-one, and This is just a big belief breaker. We actually got to like 80, 90, 100 clients very quick, didn't we, in that gym? And we were actually making very good money with just me and you doing it. And there's actually many times right now, we have a very fancy, nice gym now.
It's not super fancy though, like it's not.
No, but it's very boutique. And,
compared to the first gym,
Sorry, in terms of how it looks and how it is in terms of changing rooms and the feel of it, it's incredible. In terms of the equipment, it's fucking ghetto. Right, there's some rings over some
pull-up bars between the
bars,
beams and some rings. That's it.
Exactly. So the lesson here in a lot of this stuff is it's not the equipment, it's not even the space, it's not the facilities game, right? So many of our members actually miss the arch days. They miss the days of it being cozy and small, and I remember when I couldn't find any parking and I had to rush in, it was in a dodgy area of Bath and all this kind of stuff, right? If you're competing against Fitness First, you will lose. Simple. Because you are not playing the same game. And I'm actually, if you came from the PT world, you're lucky. Because you hopefully understand this. You're still in the relationship game.
Yeah.
You are. If you've been through Act 2 and now you're reading Act 3, you have a major, major advantage because you are in the people game. And all it is, I want you to think about it as PT at scale. That's it. If you are competing on the best equipment, the best barbells, you will lose because you haven't got a £5 million budget. Yeah. Fitness First will win. They will win on scale. The thing is you either charge rich people or people who are more well off for better service, or you help more people on facilities. That's how you play the game, right? You are in the experience industry, you are in the coaching and accountability industry. And Absolutely. Was there a moment that hit home for you?
I think it was just when we were taking on like our first few members, like actual members of the gym in the first gym, and I was like, oh wow, like these people are actually almost like fed up of that. They were paying £30 a month for memberships.
That's true.
Fitness First, Pure Gym, Gym Box or Gym Group, whatever it's called. And they were like, I just never attended. I just never showed up. I was like, why didn't you cancel it then? Like, why would you have like a unused subscription? And they were like, oh, I don't know, like I just didn't cancel it. And I was like, wow, like, yeah, it's. Do you think like we can maybe charge 5 times the price, but I'm going to make sure this person shows up. I'm going to give them an exceptional experience. I'm going to have a really good relationship with them, and they'll probably stay on. I think that was the turning point for me. Those two conversations with them. Yeah.
And I think we actually flew out to Florida to meet Hormozy, the team and everyone at a gym launch event. And I think one of the classic things is we need to be reminded more than we need to be taught. Yeah. And he actually said it in a simple way. He said, well, in Fitness First and in all these big gyms, they're VC backed, which means they're backed by venture capitalists. They have unlimited money. And what that means is that they can get you in on these half price offers and student offers and all these different things. And what happens is they're making money eventually. They'll recoup their costs like 6 months in, and then they hope that you don't show up. So then you can just have loads of people paying for it. It basically means no minimal gross expenses, like gross margin, right? So the gross margin is really high. So you imagine that they had 1,000 people compared to 5,000 people, their fixed costs are the same. And so they just need to jam as many people in through the front because they know that you'll eventually leave. I think it's something like Anytime Fitness churns through their whole membership every year.
Or like Planet Fitness, I think it is.
Yeah. Right?
They churn through like a whole city or town.
They go through the whole city almost like every year in terms of members, right? So you can't play that game. And guess what? We knew that. And so we used that in our marketing. We were like, 82% of people never show up to the gym. 95% of our members come 2 to 3 times a week. And we knew that we had to play the game of tracking their attendance, making sure they did show up, giving them an amazing experience, like an onboarding, helping them with nutrition. Again, if you're a good online coach, you will get this. You'll get the 23 hours outside the gym. But also, if you're a good in-person coach, you understand the classes and why classes are amazing, moving people around and having that community and giving them, going out for dinner with them and having that hands-on experience, okay? I think the next part on this chapter is, okay, you understand what game you're in. You understand that you can't compete with the commercial gyms, the pure gyms, the Fitness First, etc. Now, it's you have to understand who you help. So first off, you understand what game you're in. Now you have to understand who you help, and then you can build a product for them. So if we go back to Act 2, in Act 2, we were talking about how when I first got into PT, I was spending all this time working £9 an hour and doing classes because I didn't know who I helped. I didn't know who I said no to. And when we first got into the gym industry, we were just helping anyone, right? We had a gym that did calisthenics. It had rings, it had bars. But CaliUnity meant Calisthenics United. When we sold parallettes all over the UK, we were helping more advanced people who knew what a parallette was. You know, we were selling these begin bodyweight guides and all these different things. So when we first got into the gym, the people that we were helping were like, go get your first muscle up, get your first handstand push-up, more advanced
skills.
People. What happened eventually was I was doing so many sales consultations because I actually spoke to these people and I was like, oh my God, they've all got the same problem. They never show up to gyms, right? And they've tried gyms in the past, it didn't work. They tried apps in the past, it didn't work. And something crazy happened. Remember, if you've been from Act 2, you know the story. Before first lockdown, I was just helping out students, people with lots of time, people who wanted to get into lifting and powerlifting, right? And I was struggling to even get them to do a free session with me, let alone pay me £50 an hour. At this point in the gym, I was struggling to get people to sign up for £120 a month. And I was struggling to get them to pay on that first session, and I had to give them off to Kira to give them an amazing onboarding experience to then get them to pay. As soon as we shifted and we understand what game we were in, we were in the accountability game. We were in the risk reversal game. We were in the relationship game. That's when I went from charging 120 to easily charging £600 for 6 weeks. And it's because we changed our marketing. We went for people that didn't like traditional gyms, wanted a more supportive environment. The number one rule of entrepreneurship is use what you've got. If you have a small gym right now and there aren't many people in your classes, guess what? Advertise that. If you want more support and you want more coaching, come to this gym. Don't go to the big box gyms where there's going to be 30 people in the class and no one's going to know your name. Here, we know your name, we know your goals, we know how to support you, okay? That was a major part, and that's when everything switched and people went from, what exactly do I get for my £120 to £600, can't wait to get started, right? So we understood the game, then we understood who we helped, and then I guess from there, we then designed the product and the correct offer to do that. So this slightly links into the next chapter, which is essentially building the machine, which is the assembly line. There's a really good book called Built to Sell, which talks about a marketing agency that literally just took anyone with a credit card. And that's fine, but what that means is that you're trapped because people are paying for you. And at this time, people were paying for Kira and me. They were paying for the PT experience, our expertise. But what really happened was once we knew what game we were in, then we understood who we helped, then we designed a product that catered to them and marketed to them, then we could build an assembly machine, which then we could get the team in to run that assembly line, and that is how we are now filming this video all day long while 7 classes happen at our gym, and I don't even know who's signing up at the minute and what's going on, because we built a machine that can run without us. But that's more in the next chapter, okay? How do you know who to build it around? You build it around your best customers. Hopefully at this point, you might have some PT clients, you might have some clients in your gym. Figure out who your best customers are. Who gets results, stays consistent, loves the vibe, has the money, refers their friends, fits the culture, okay? You can design a survey, and I'm pretty sure over at school.com/Cali Academy, we have it all written for you so you can send it to your members right now for free. And this is the first step of our 10 steps to gym freedom. Number 1, send out the survey. Who are you helping? So I'm not gonna, it's in the book, okay? Go through this, I'm aware of your time. The main thing is, you need to figure out who your whales are, who your best people are, right? Who spends the most money with you? Who do you enjoy coaching the most? Who's referred the most? Because once you know who they are, you can then market to those people. And it's the importance of listening to your customers, actually listening for feedback. Again, 2 ears, 1 mouth. Listen. look who's signing up. You'll probably have some magic right now in your gym. You are probably the magic, right? But you need to look at that and be like, what's going on here? Like, oh my God, again, think of 80-20 Pareto, right? 20% of your customers will pay you 80% of the money. And don't forget, of them, you can do that again. 20% of them will then pay you 80% of the money of that.
Yeah.
So look for those people. Who are they? And market to those. And then step 3 is then build the product around that person. What do they want? If you want the absolute GOAT of this, it's Hormozi. And if you want the book, it's $100 million offers. Go read the buddy book. He can explain it better than we can in any way. But the main thing is sell the outcome, not the hours. Okay, this is when we went from me selling £120 gym memberships to a 6-week challenge, which was 3 things. Number 1, this is actually so, oh my God, we could talk for hours on this, but the sales conversation went from, well, how are you going to be kept accountable and how are you going to do this, to what's the dream? What's the goal?
Exactly.
What keeps you up at night? What do you want? Okay, well, if you hit that goal, I will give you all the money back that you paid for the challenge. If you don't hit the goal, we will coach you for free until you do hit the goal. And if after 6 weeks you finish the challenge, you haven't hit the goal, you hate me, but you've done the work, you get a full refund.
Yeah.
And that is a no-brainer, completely risk reversal offer that you can give to people. And again, it's going off of the person that you're going after, okay? Step 1. Do this today. You're here if maybe you've got a gym, you've got a lease. Maybe, by the way, maybe you're an online coach and you're actually doing well and you're like, I want to bring in more coaches, right? I don't want to be doing 100 coaches a month. I can bring in people who can do the work for me and help me out, okay? This is all about scale. But first off, pick your arena. Understand what game you're playing. Are you in guys, if you want to go against Fitness First, be my guest. Go do it. Go spend millions on equipment. Go get a loan for 500 grand, right? Go do that. That's fine. Go charge your £30 a month. But if you really want to understand the game, you have to understand that you're in the small micro gym space. You're in the relationship game, and really it's this PT at scale. That's where you're in. Find what part, and again, ask your best people one question, okay? So figure out who they are, send the survey. Even better, if they finish a survey, give them a t-shirt or something, right? Super simple. And then you know who you help, then you can design the perfect offer for those people, okay? And you graduate this when you stop saying, I need more clients, and you start saying, this is who I help. What lever is weak, what's going on at the minute, and you understand what game you're in. Because once you understand the game, and again, you know what you want from the chapter before, now we can go into creating an assembly line of taking someone from not knowing who you are all the way to a raving customer, because you understand the game you're in, you understand who you'll help, you built the product for them, not for you. Remember, things took off in my career as a PT when I stopped saying, I want this, I want to be a coach, I want a gym, to how can I be useful? How can I help? How can I give back? How can I help this avatar? And again, we fell in the same mistake. We said, I want a gym, I want a space, to, oh my God, these people will benefit the most from our service. Here's how we can help them the most. That's when things took off for us, and that's how we are where we are today. So guys, perfect. So in the next chapter, we're going to talk about creating an assembly line, a flow. I've got the perfect person here with me who actually designed this whole thing, which is going to be amazing. And this is creating a repeatable process so that you don't have to worry. Again, if at the minute you're saying yes to everyone, but you don't know, you're helping people with weight loss, you're helping people with strength, you're helping people with all these different things. Now you should know who you help, and therefore you can design an assembly line based on the product of the person that you help, and we can really dive into this. Okay, we'll see you in the next one.
So chapter 13 is all about flow, and essentially the journey that you take your client or clients on, whether you are a gym owner, a PT, starting out online coach, You need to get your clients on a journey, right? They need to know what's happening next, what their next steps are, what the next month is going to look like. If they're just shooting aimlessly in the dark, they're going to leave. And we don't want that leaky bucket, right? And I think the first time that I realized this was, well, I guess truthfully, when we were doing PT, you always need to make sure their next session is booked in. Otherwise, they're like, oh, I'm too busy this week. And then eventually they miss a few weeks and they ghosted you. And I'm like, oh my God, I need that client. But even more so when you're at scale with like 100 plus people in the gym as members, like you need to make sure that you're giving them an exceptional experience, that they keep showing up, and therefore they keep paying you, because that's what pays the bills, your staff, and everything else.
On that note, talk to me about how you felt before we figured this out. Because again, we just spoke about the product, what industry you're in, sales and marketing. That's my baby, and that is, by the way, part of the assembly line. But Kira's job was really looking after the client. So how did you feel before we really figured this out?
It felt all over the place, and when I had it in my head is it was all over the place. Imagine passing it on to other people who are essentially doing the work. So like, oh, I think we're going to do this, this, and this, and this, and this. And they're like, sorry, wait, what? And therefore they give, not necessarily a bad experience, but a pretty shit experience to what it could be, because I fed them shit. Or we fed them shit. And so the turning point for me was like, oh my God, like the most important thing we can do right now is systematize this whole flow, this whole journey, so then I can pass it on to them and they can see exactly when they're at this stage this happens, this stage this happens. If they're here and they choose to go here, then this is what happens. If they're back here again and they choose to go here, this is what happens.
But why is that so important to have a flow, and why is it so important to have an assembly line?
Because when you stop relying on just yourself, if you're doing all the work, then fine, you can maybe get away with it, but I'd still recommend it. Otherwise, when you're tired, when you're super busy, when you're stressed, the last thing you want to do is have to think about, oh, what should I do with this person? So they're just on a journey. Literally, when they get to the stage, just do this. So when you're on your own, maybe make do. But when you start having people underneath you that they're essentially responsible for this, they need to know what happens at each stage. They can basically just do the behaviors, do the actions that encompass that stage of the journey that they're in.
And when was the moment when you properly realized that it was an assembly line? Because again, if I give a bit of backstory, we always had these systems, right? We had sales systems, we had marketing systems, we had onboarding systems, we had the 6-week challenge systems, we had fulfillment systems, we had when did you realize that there is no departments? We're not HubSpot, we're not EY, right? We don't need departments, right? When did you realize that it all flowed as one, and what do people go from and to? And also, you haven't read the book, so it's actually a really good moment to make sure I got it all right.
I think it was over time, but the one moment that it was like, wow, okay, it's all one. Like we're all, the sales guy that we have and the salespeople that we have are the same as the coaches, pretty much. Because what we spoke about earlier, if you read the previous chapters or listened to the previous chapters, coaching is sales. Like there's not, oh, you have to get like a salesperson to sell your PT services. You are still doing the sales and also the coaching.
That's actually a really good point. As a PT, you did all of it.
Exactly.
Right? And also as a PT, and this is the important part that we also realized, was when you're doing fulfillment, you're always selling.
100%.
You're selling them as to why they should show up for their session today, because they, oh no, I'm feeling tired. Hey, come on. Like you're coaching. When you're doing sales, you have to understand what fulfillment is. So when you're a PT, you get all of it. And the thing is when, I'll help you a little bit here in the journey a bit, because when we were both doing it together, we could just talk all the time. I could be like, yo, Jenny's just joined, this is what she's about, and bam, like Kira got it. As you grow, as you get a team, people like to specialize on a certain thing. They like to do a certain thing. But what happens is then communication breaks down and there isn't this continuous flow. Now, the reason why it was so seamless with Kira and I is that Kira could be doing a session with someone on a Tuesday, and they can know she can know everything about that person that I signed them up last Friday, because it was just me and Kiwi. But when it's a gym and you have 16 different people and all these different coaches and then 5 full-time staff, it's all about these handoffs. So what we did is we segmented it a lot. We had the marketing department, the sales department, all these different elements of it. And we'll talk about that in the next chapter. But the moment it hit for us was when we made the skill swell.
Yeah.
And we looked at everything as a flow in calisthenics. And we realized if you want to get a muscle up, there's certain technique that you have to do from the start. Say like you need to have your shoulders back and down to do a front pulling motion, and that's the same thing as a row as a front lever.
Yeah.
Then we're telling our team, I think we were traveling at the time, and our team was very segmented. And we were like, guys, like God, and we wrote down all the departments, and then we realized, oh my God, it all links together. Right? People go from unaware to aware of your gym, unaware of the problem to the problem. Oh my God, this is amazing. I become a lead. I enter my information. I jump on a sales call. I do I sign up. I do the onboarding. I join the 6-week challenge. I have my week 3 check-in, my week 6 check-in. What we realized was people went from, again, just like Act 1 and Act 2, as a PT, you go from I want to quit my career to I want to help. I want to be useful. We actually realized that our clients did the same thing. They went from I want to get in shape to actually it went to I want to help others. I'm actually coaching in classes. I want to bring my friends. I want to be part of the committee. I want to work at Cali. Our 4 full-time staff right now all came from Cali as members.
Yeah,
or we were coaching them, right? They all quit their jobs and they all joined us as full-time staff. Crazy. So that's the journey. Right? They went to doing that, and they'll probably eventually own a CaliUnity in a surrounding area. Right? That's the journey that they've been on. What this chapter is all about is creating an assembly line. Looking at, so for example, for you, Kiwi, it was looking at the magic that you had, the magic that I had, realizing that we could create the seamless flow, but then systematizing it, and it might be 10 times until you get it right. I remember when we first left, if you guys watched the first chapter of the series, you'll know that we booked a trip to Canada for a month because we had a dream of being free but also having a gym.
Yeah.
And I remember making that handbook, and we made it for Guy, who was our manager at the time, and it was the first time when we looked at the magic of what we had and we put it into a system, and we started to think about what's the assembly line, right? But again, at that time, it was this department, this department, this department, and Guy was just the manager of making sure the gym didn't burn down while we were away, right? So this is a big moment when we realized that sales and coaching are the same thing. It's not department, it's stages. Like I said, if you're part of EY, you need departments because it's like 100 people in each department, right?
Exactly.
As a gym, come on, what are we doing? And actually, it's funny, our staff tried to put themselves in buckets. They tried to say, no, I'm fulfillment, I don't do sales. I'm sales, I don't care about this. No, you're a coach. We are all coaches, and we're all helping people change their behavior. That's it. We're keeping them accountable. We're all PTs. That's what the staff are. We're all PTs, we're all coaches, and that was when everything changed for us. And again, we only learned this last year. Once we had a fully booked gym first time, then we launched our second gym, we won multiple awards, and it went crazy. Only then did we learn this. So that's why it's chapter 3, because I want you guys to understand what you want, then understand your gain, and then as soon as you can, start thinking about the client journey that someone goes on. You have to ask yourself, what would it take to take a randomer to a person that tells everyone about you?
Yeah.
And then think about that journey, reverse engineer it, and go through that. Now, another big philosophy, and it's on screen right now, is the client should never repeat themselves. That, for me, is the golden standard of customer service and all of this, right? There should be a seamless flow from someone entering their information, maybe let's say jumping on a call with one of our setting team, and then they jump on a call with me. Hey, Jenny, I don't know why I'm picking on Jenny. Hey, Jenny, I had a lovely chat with Harvey, and he told me that you're struggling with X, you're based in Bath, you've got this problem, the knee's a little bit of a problem. The person on the call's like, oh my God, these guys are on it. That's amazing. Then guess what? She signs up. I book an onboarding with Kira. She knows that she's got her onboarding on Tuesday. She gets sent emails. Kira reaches out. Hey Jenny, so excited for you to join the gym. Can't wait for this. Here's your next steps. She jumps in for onboarding. Kiwi goes, hey, I know you had this problem. Ollie told me all about it. Bam. This person's like, oh my God, these guys are amazing. I feel so heard.
Yeah.
They listen
They actually
to me.
listen to me.
Then there's an onboarding process. It's dialed, it's oiled. I get my welcome pack. I book their first class. Guess what? They come to their first class. The coach has 20 people in the class, but they come up to you. Hey Jenny, Kira told me all about you. I just want you to know this is your first class. I've got you. You're going to be okay. I know about the knee problem. I'll adjust this movement to make sure you're okay, and then we'll go through this. And then in the class, by the way, guys, this was Jenny's first class. Give a massive round of applause. Blah, blah. Then at week 3, she has a check-in. At week 6, she has a check-in. She's part of a cohort in her 6-week challenge. She's got other people. We thought about, actually, in another chapter, and you can attend a live with the absolute master of retention. We can talk about the 5 horsemen of retention, all these different things that we learned from Gym Launch and we realized ourselves. But it's one flow with shared skills. Think about assembling a car. Think about how the raw materials at the start and at the end a car comes out. You have to think about what would it take, what are the raw materials that go into creating a raving fan that stays forever, and then reverse engineering that throughout your process. So do they have to have a friend in the first few weeks? Do they have to get a result as soon as possible? And again, guys, the GOAT is Alex Hormozi, $100 million offers, the dream equation. It's dream outcome times by perceived hit of achievement divided by time delay multiplied by effort and sacrifice, okay? And this is what it is. You're going from unaware to a raving fan. We're not going to go through all the stages because it's going to take forever. There's 10 stages, I think, here. It's so much on this. Read the book, go through it. We just wanted to give our story of like, have you ever seen those like mental health advertisements which are like this to this?
Yeah.
That's this, right?
That's so true. Chaos to like order. It goes
from chaos to order. And do not hire people if you're in chaos, right? We made this mistake. We hired people when the gym was chaos. And only later on did we start to go, oh my God, what's the magic that we have here? And fucking God forbid, like, thank you to our staff for keeping us through this, right? Because they were with us in chaos, okay? So before you hire people, and the next chapter is all about systems and hiring people. So don't worry, and again, I've got the master of that with me. But it's look at what you have. When you were doing PT, when you're in this industry, copy what we have. Take people on a journey, have this product. And again, if I come back to the really good book, which actually, this was the book that changed it for us, Built to Sell. It talks about how, okay, let's say your dream was, I just want to be, I want to have loads of clients and I want to do it all myself. Great. You still want to have a company that you could sell. Because the thing is that company, once you've built a company to a point that it's good to sell, it's actually just a really good company to have.
Exactly.
Right now, we don't have to do anything for the gym, right? We're working on bigger things. We're working on the big fires, right? And it's a really good business. We could sell the business right now, but why would we? It's amazing, right?
Yeah.
So build your business like you were going to sell it. And the way that you sell it is someone else could buy it off you and just make money and not have to interfere with it in any way, okay?
Exactly.
And that is the best way of running a business. So the story in the book is, this guy's a marketing guy. He's doing websites, he's doing logos, he's doing ads, he's doing social media, he's doing all these different things. And this guy who's done multiple exits for millions and millions gives him advice. And he says, no. You have to say no. Remember, last chapter, we said no to people. Figure out who you help, design a product for them, and then make the assembly line. And then once you've got that, you can find people who are experts at that thing to then come in and put the door on the car, to put the engine into the car. And this was when the assembly or the manufacturing industry went crazy, because we went from everyone doing everything to no, your job is to do this thing really, really well. But you should understand that you're part of this process. But again, that's the assembly line of making a car. A car is very complex. When it comes to a gym, it's not complex. Everyone should know how to do everything, but you should have your main role. You should be the main sales guy. You should be the coach, but you should know how to do sales, and the sales guy should know how to coach. Okay? So you're here if you're Maybe you know how to get clients. Maybe you know what industry you're in, but things just feel leaky. If you're tracking your churn, it's probably over 10%. You feel like you're winging it. People are staying because of you, not because of the brand and the product that you've created, right? Again, describe how you were feeling before we had this going.
Just honestly, like hoping for the best, just like praying that please don't want to leave this month, please no more than like 10% of people leaving per month. And then after it's just like, okay, everything's systematized and we can just tweak maybe one or two things at a time, as opposed to I'm throwing this whole thing out and I've got this whole new system, let's like just try it, and like let's just like throw shit at the wall and hope it sticks.
And actually, you're lucky because we did that for years.
Yeah.
Like shiny object the shit out of our business and nearly destroyed it multiple times, my fault, multiple times
Always.
To figure out what worked. We know what works. Copy it. Just do this, okay? And learn from our mistakes. Think of what the end is for your client. What would be the perfect client? And you should have done that in the last chapter where you went, okay, I understand what game I'm in. I understand who I help and I design a product for them. Okay, now you have the product. Now it's talking about the fulfillment for that avatar and that product. What would the raving fan be? Then go back all the way to someone who has no idea who you are, and then ask, what would it take at each stage and what behavior do I need to do to take them to that next level on that stage? Because once you have that, then guess what? You can write a list for each stage and you can hire someone to do that list for each stage, and you are no longer needed. That's it. Okay, and that's why, again, learn from our mistake. We skipped to chapter 4 and chapter 5 before we did this, just like how in the previous act, I was fully booked before I learned sales.
Yeah.
I was fully booked before I had a few clients and I was working for years and going all over the place before I knew who I helped.
Yeah.
This order. This is the chronological order of we fucked up even when we had the most expensive and best help in the world. Just don't do what we did. These are the stages. Do it in this stage. Okay? So you graduate when you can point to the exact stage in your process that's weak. You know what the stages are. You can write down roughly what the magic is and what the fulfillment is of your gym, your current PT. Again, we talk a lot about gyms because we get gyms. This could be an online coaching business. It's the same thing, right? How do you take someone who doesn't know who you are to a raving fan in the online space, and what would it take at each stage? And I think this really appeals to me because I'm an engineer at heart. I love first principles, breaking
Systems.
things down, and human beings are human beings. Again, think about this in terms of this, right? You might say, okay, but you can't lead a horse to water and make it drink. Bullshit. Salt its mouth, starve it of water for 7 days, and put the most beautiful water source that is cold in front of it. It's gonna drink, right? You could say, well, I can't control your behavior. And this is all from Alex Hormozy. He's the goat of this. Go check him out. If I put you in a room and I just crank the temperature up, you would get naked eventually, right? You can control the behavior if you can control all the conditions. And that's what we're doing here. We're controlling the conditions at each stage to take them from unaware to raving fan, and you write that out, because then we can write out the SOPs, which is really just a list for each of these, and then we can find the perfect person at each stage to take them on that journey to do that list, who has the skills, so then you can build the brand to step away and live the life of freedom that you potentially want.
Absolutely. Awesome.
Holy.
There was one more thing that I want to say, is back to like the client journey. So imagine you lose all your clients and you can only keep, say, one client.
Nice.
And you lose the ability to market. So like you can't run ads, social media isn't a thing anymore. There's literally no way that you can let people know about your stuff. So the only way that you can work and help someone is by that one client that you have. And therefore, the only way that you can potentially get new people coming into your business, whether that's PT, gym, whatever, is by giving that person a pretty darn good experience. Then they tell their friends, because that's the only way you could do it at this stage. What kind of experience would you give them if you would just rely on that? You'd fucking help them, right? You'd give them like world-class experience, because you need them to enjoy it, love it, so they tell their friends, because that's the only way you can get new people in. So just imagine that, and then that is your process. That becomes your client journey, because if you can build your clients based off of referrals and word of mouth and people telling their friends, oh my God, like this gym, it's amazing, like it's actually the best thing I've ever done in my life, then you will just grow. Like it's inevitable. So
100%.
that's what I wanted to say.
Yeah, so it's designing the product. And also when you have this, you will probably put in systems for marketing from the fulfillment. So testimonials, how do you get reviews, referrals, how do you keep people to stay for a long time?
Yeah.
It all helps that. It reduces churn. And it also, and again, it's this, the biggest lesson in all of this is that departments do not exist in a gym. That's the biggest lesson that I think we learned.
Yeah.
It's like, stop trying to make a marketing department of one person.
Yeah.
It's like, you're all a startup. Everyone should know everything, but they should have their speciality.
Exactly.
That's the big part of this.
Exactly.
Okay? And you're never going to get a gym to a point where you need departments. Maybe if you have a gym that's like 5 million quid, Nirvana, the gym that we're at here, they probably need departments, right? But for a micro gym that has 200 members, 300 members, everyone should know everything. You should be jumping on team meetings. Again, we'll talk about this. We'll really get into this in the next one. Okay. Next chapter, chapter 14, is about how to hire people, how to write the SOPs, how to then, but you need to have, again, do not move on until you know what the magic is of your business. You have a rough assembly line, so then you can get the team to then do that. Otherwise, you're literally just transferring chaos to chaos, and that is the worst thing you can possibly do. All right, so we'll see you in the next chapter.
All right, so team, creating SOPs and systems and all that kind of stuff. Firstly, what the hell is an SOP?
SOP. Okay.
SOP.
I want to remember two moments. When was the first time that someone coached about us? And the first time that we got money hit our bank account that wasn't due to us? Tell me the first moment of coaching.
The first moment of coaching was maybe 3 months into opening our first gym, maybe 2 months, something like that. And I was losing. I was like, oh my God, like, this person's going to come in, they're going to do their, I know who this person is, like I've known them for a while, and they're coming in and they're going to try out their first class, and I don't want to join in because I want to like let them have space, and I don't want them to think that the boss is in the room, even though I don't think we've ever come across like that. So I was like, I'm going to leave. And I think we went to go grab dinner, or we went to go sit in like the Abbey Square in Bath or something like that, wasn't it? Just to let go. And I remember like watching the camera, the Rio links, not watching the class, but like every like 5 minutes, oh my God, there's like 10 people in this class, and this coach called Jay, and he's teaching the class, and we're not there. Like, what the hell?
Yeah, because
up
until that point, we've been doing everything.
We've been doing everything.
All the classes.
We were there like all hours of the day, and it was just like, oh my God, someone else is there basically running the business right now.
Yeah,
like,
so how did that feel? Did it feel good? Did it feel scary?
It felt like, again, the end in mind for us was having the freedom, but also having the gym. It felt like the big first step towards that.
Yeah. Do you reckon you would have done that if we didn't have that end in mind?
I don't think we would have done it as quick as we did it.
I agree.
think it would have taken us maybe 6 to 9 months instead of 2 to 3 months.
I don't think we ever would have done it.
I think we would have, but I think it would have taken us a lot longer.
I don't think we would have got into the small group training. I think we'd still be PTing at that time.
I think we would just be happy PTing.
And again, it's because only we understood the game we were in, we understood what we wanted, and at this point, I guess at this point we had a simple SOP for the class.
Yeah.
We had programming, right?
Yeah.
So Jay came in and he knew what the class was, he'd come to a class, and so that's the first thing you guys can do when it comes to SOPs, which is like create a system for your classes, create programming. You're a coach, you should get that. Okay?
It's almost plug and play, like step by step. Like it's like, here's how you turn the music on.
Exactly.
Here's what kind of music to play. So
we'll get to that in a second though, right?
But then the second moment, just on
that as well though,
excited.
In terms of the programming, again, you get that, right? You need SOPs in programming. People just can't show up. Then why are you hiring a sales guy without giving them a script, right? Why are you hiring lead getters? Why are you hiring managers when they haven't got a process to take someone through, right? So as coaches, we get it. Programming, running classes, etc. But the previous chapter, in terms of the journey that someone goes on, is the most important thing. Programming is not important, right? The nutrition protocol is not important. It's important, but it's not as important as that. What's the next moment in Germany?
So the next moment was when we were in Germany or Austria, one of the two.
At my grandma's house.
Exactly. We were at your grandma's house in Austria, and I remember like seeing the Stripe, and we'd just taken on the sales guy, and he was in a bit of like a trial phase. So like it was our very first time doing, or like almost outsourcing the sales. Previously, it had all been you doing it, which was limited to doing just in person. And of course, end in mind, we didn't want to be in the gym all the time, physically in person. So we had to think about ways to outsource it. And so we took on this guy who, again, was actually a member at the time. So it's funny how a lot of our staff come from being members.
Yeah.
But he was a member, and we were like, oh my God, like you do sales. Like, wow, you work really hard in a sales company. Wanted to like transition to doing his own thing. So we were like, cool, we can take you on, you know, in like a small sales role as like a trial phase. Here's like all our consults for the next couple of weeks. We're going away. Have fun. Here's the script, here's all the SOPs, here's everything.
What was
lots of
there was
lots of training. But also it was our first time, so it was still
But how did it
coaches,
feel?
but
How did it feel?
so when I was sat down in the evening and I checked the Stripe and I was like, oh my God, there was 599 that's just come in and we didn't collect it.
Yeah.
Sorry, what?
Yeah.
Like I thought maybe it would take him like a fair few consults to get his first sale. It was actually the first one.
Yeah.
I was like, oh my goodness, like wow. I feel like we're one step closer to the end in mind, the end goal. And for me, that was just...
But they were then booked in for an onboarding.
Booked in for an onboarding.
And then they had and at that point, by the way, we had all of the classes outsourced. We had a manager for the gym. Like, the gym was running itself.
Yeah.
Right. In terms of you were still looking after them, but in
I
terms
didn't
of
have to
sales.
be there at that time.
And at that moment, that again, the class moment was big for QE. And what we always do is we always outsource me first, then QE in terms of stuff. But for the classes, that was huge for both of us. But for sales, that was huge for me because at that point, again, I felt like this. It's not necessarily true, but I felt like the whole business was resting on my shoulders because I was the only one that could get signups. I was the only one that could do sales. I was the purple unicorn, right? No one else can sell like me. I'm so amazing at sales. And this guy comes along, and his first day I'm like, oh my God, the weight was just off my shoulders. And I was
Someone else can help.
It was amazing. And that, if it wasn't for this one guy, we would not be where we are. Again, funny. This whole book is about how it's been about other people helping us, right? Not that we're lucky. I think you have to go and get help and you have to put out that energy and be humble enough to want the help. But it all comes from other people. It's being useful to other people and it's allowing other people to help you.
Yeah.
Okay?
So talk to us about
this is a funny one.
This moment that actually it kind of came back in your face.
Yeah. So this is the power of SOPs and systems, which was actually when the whole gym was running itself and I was off building the qualification, the academy, building the calisthenics park next to our gym, transitioning to a CIC not-for-profit. I had a consult booked in, one of our staff was ill, and I came in, I did the onboarding, and then I finished it, and I got told off by our manager because I didn't follow the process. And this is the thing, it's like, it went from me and Kira doing everything, and it was literally just vibes, and like me and Kira knowing what to roughly do and having this in mind, to this is the process. Yeah. This is how you take someone from not knowing about Cali to telling all their friends, and they just ran it, and they were so good at that. And so this was such a funny thing for us, and it was amazing. And I was like, oh my God, we built something so cool. Okay, so everything is in the book. If I was to sum this up, super simple. If you're at this stage, you know what you want, you know what game you're playing, and you have a product line of what to do, right? Look at your week, look at your calendar, track every hour of your day, from morning to evening, from the moment you wake up to the moment you go to bed. What do you do in the gym? Because if you're at this stage, you're probably at the stage of doing everything. You're cleaning, you're coaching, you're doing sales, you're doing marketing, you're doing fulfillment, you're working every hour of the week, but your business isn't growing. What you need to do, and it's only if you want this advice, this is what we did, is you look at your week and you write a pound per hour next to every single hour, and you outsource the lowest pound per hour. Simple. Yeah. Okay? You get that out as fast as possible. Once you've done that, you move to the next thing. Do not make the mistake that we did. At first, we smashed it, okay? At first, I was doing all the sales. I was making a lot more pounds per hour than what we were replacing. But then it got to a point where we started outsourcing sales, marketing too much. And it got to a point where we weren't making more pounds per hour in the hours that we freed up. So that's very important. You have to make more in the pound per hour that you outsource to. Very important. So again, you start off with the cleaning, then it's probably the coaching, but maybe it might be setting and stuff, but then it's coaching.
Slowly moving yourself off the floor.
Then it's moving yourself off the gym floor. Guys, we could talk about this for hours. If you do want to get yourself off the gym floor, you have to cut once and cut deep. There's a lot of our members left when we first did this, but we had to do it because eventually people just get so used to us and we'd never be able to leave. And so we cut once, cut deep, and got ourselves off the gym floor. The last thing you hire is sales and marketing. You have to, if you are a business owner, that is the lifeblood of the business, okay? Once you've done cleaning, once you've done coaching, then you can get a manager in to hire, to look after the coaches, look after the facility. Then you can think about setters, which, and probably you can do that before as well, what we talk about in the book. Then maybe closing and marketing, but only if you've got a really good person, okay? Now, what you need to do is once you've written out your assembly line and your production line, you need to write out a list of what you do to take people on that next stage. So you need to have a script and you need to have behaviors in that script as a simple list. Then when you hire people, number one, the NBA is won in the draft. So make sure you take on people. We only took on our members because they got it. They had conviction. Sales is a transference of belief over a bridge of trust. So we had people that believed in the product. It made everything easier. The NBA is won in the draft. If you want to teach someone a skill, document what you do, then demonstrate you doing it in front of them, and then they do it in front of you and they transfer the skill. That's how you do it. You productize it all out. God, we're going through this super fast. Another massive problem that we made was we hired out people before we actually knew how much money we were making. Get clear and also take off 10%. It's probably wrong, okay? Adjust for churn, adjust different things. If you're making profit, take off 10, 20%, okay? That's how much wiggle room you have. Sometimes you might have to slash your whole profit to take on someone else, but if it means that you can make more per hour on the next thing, then do that, okay? Now, overall, again, like I said, you track your week for 7 days, you go through that, you make sure you're doing it, you hire out the lowest pound per hour first, operator cadence, all these different things. Guys, it's all in the book. We talk about how many meetings you want a week, your sessions, your cadence, your SOP hour, all of this. But overall, you're here if you're doing everything, okay? You're running around, you're doing 70 hours per week. You maybe got clients, you know what's going on, but you're burnt out. You're just exhausted. You don't know what you're doing. What you need to do is you need to write out a productized plan of this. You then need to write out behaviors and a list for each stage. And then from there, you can find the right people to hire for that stage who do that thing and then make that happen. And you need to write out and you need to look at your week, your pound per hour, get rid of the lowest pound per hour first, work your way up. And then once you graduate the stage, you get essentially to whatever your freedom week was. Reverse engineer that. Say, am I fine doing sales? Am I fine doing marketing? Get to that point, and that's when you graduate on the stage, okay? Again, it's all in the book. If you want more help on this, go to school.com/Cali Academy. We could talk for hours on this, but again, it's the feeling of having someone else do a class for you. It's being off the gym floor so you can work on the bigger fires while other people are working on the small fires. And it's, hey, this is why we can write a book right now while the gym is running itself. This is where the scale is, but again, we just scratched the surface. If you want more info on this, read the book or go over to Cali Academy and we have everything on there, okay? Now in the next one, we're gonna talk about how to build something bigger than you, which is brand, about really scaling, about growing the business and having something that outlasts you. So if you want that, head over to chapter 15.
Chapter 15, building a brand and building something that's bigger than you. I guess it isn't a brand just like colors, logos, branding.
All that stuff.
That's what it is, right? Like a nice website, nice Instagram post, surely.
Well, tell me the story of building the Cali Park and the support that we got there.
Well, I think building the Cali Park was basically our way of demonstrating that we were community first and that our values were community, giving back, I guess the center of goodwill, and like we care for the community, the people that we can't serve, that maybe can't afford Cali or it's just not accessible to them right now. they have a place, and we have given them something to access through Cali that is completely free of charge.
Yeah, which means something more than just memberships or something.
Exactly. Yeah. And so when we were building the Cali Park, I'm sure you'll go into more of the story, or the Cali Yard, sorry. People and specifically businesses caught onto that. They realized that, wow, they are building something bigger than just memberships, selling 6-week challenges.
Literally.
Building something bigger, and I think they loved that. And the businesses that have the same mindset, the same values, the same core beliefs, they really got on board, and a lot of them actually got involved, sponsored the yard, helped make it possible, helped make it happen. So it was a turning point for us with brand.
100%. And we spent so long building something that we thought was just a great business. You know, like we looked after our members. You can, if you've been through the whole book, you got to this point, you realize that we went above and beyond for our members. We still do. We sent them flowers, we sent them handwritten cards, we go above and beyond. And that was back in the PT days and everything, right? And again, I always say, especially in a small town, you only get one name. The brand takes thousands of hours to build and 10 minutes to destroy. But the thing is, I'm not really going to even go into what brand is. If you want to have a really deep dive into it, go to Hormozy, go to Alex Hormozy, or go to Rory Sutherland. This is Marketing by Seth Godin. They will explain it better than I ever could explain it. The way I kind of think about it is it's what people say when you're not around. It's your culture. Brands change behavior. So imagine I have this t-shirt, it's completely bland. I put a Cali swirl on it. Do you like it? Do you not like it? If you like it, you associate something with the brand. If you don't like it, then again, it's changing your behavior, but going from nothing to that. And if I can put a swirl on this logo, on this t-shirt, and I sell this t-shirt for £10, I slap a swirl on it, I sell it for 20, my brand's value is £10. You can see that very clearly, right? So again, think about it as Nike, it's a swoosh. You associate the swoosh with Tiger Woods, LeBron, all these people. You get rid of Tiger Woods and LeBron, you have a swoosh, and you have more of that brand, more of that association. So yeah, it's an association, it's a feeling. You think of where it came from, you think of a cow, it's branding a cow, right? And either you come across a cow unbranded, you steal it, or you leave it alone, you come across a cow with something on it, it changes your behavior. Okay, that's brand. Now what's our story of brand? So we spent so long building the business, doing a good job, which is brand, by the way. Like brand is like, okay, if someone joins Cali, they're gonna get a good result, right? So we spent years building that. But the thing that really hit home for us was when we first made this free calisthenics park, the whole mission of Cali is information is free, transformation is paid, access should be free. We had this dream, again, if you really look into this, a lead magnet is a complete solution to a narrow problem that reveals a larger problem. We said, wow, we're doing a really good job. We can help people transform. We can give them amazing results. But imagine if we could have something next to our gym, which was an embodiment of what our gym is, which is that you don't need access, you need accountability, but we could still help the people who needed accessibility, but we gave it away for free. The easiest way to build a business is get what other people are doing, that they charge for, make it free, and then make another tier that they don't even think of and make it paid. That's like the fastest way. So again, we were charging £600 for 6 weeks, but we were giving away everything for free online. We now give away a free calisthenics park. We have an online community completely for free. We have all these things that most people would charge for, ebooks that are £50, we give for free. But the moment that the whole idea of brand hit home for us was when we said, fuck it. We're going to put 25 grand on a credit card and we're going to build this free calisthenics park because we want to do it. And we're going to put 25 grand on this bloody credit card and we're going to do this because we believe that the businesses of Bath are going to get behind us. And lo and behold, they did. And we had an amazing turnout. We had people coming, donating to us for the raffle. We had businesses inviting us to things that were dinner at the Royal Crescent and all these crazy things and all these amazing businesses that had a bigger brand than us at this point coming to us being like, wow, you're doing something amazing. And this was when we saw the power of brand. Now the thing, there is nothing you can do right now in your business that has more leverage than improving your brand, whatever that means, right? You can work on the funnel, you can work on coaching your coaches, but if you have a better brand, everything gets improved, right? Like imagine if suddenly Apple opened a gym. They're going to have the best gym in the area, right? This is why people like Richard Branson with Virgin can launch a new company and it goes crazy because they bring the brand and the association from the overall Virgin into the next thing. That's what we're kind of doing with Cali. We have Cali Academy, Cali Online, Cali Merch, Cali Gyms. Brand for me is building something bigger than you. And what that means is going to come with a lot of pain. When we made the Arch, it was the Ollie and Kira show. Now, and I'll tell you a story about this. I was sitting on the front desk. We'd just come back to launch the free calisthenics park. We traveled the world for about a year, and the whole gym was just running itself without us. I was doing nothing for the gym. Kira was doing 1 or 2 meetings a week to make sure the gym was all okay. I was sitting on the front desk of the gym because one of our staff were ill. And I was sitting there, and someone came into the front desk. They looked at me and they said, "Oh, you're new? How long have you been here for?" And I was like, a few months. And I was like, "Oh, by the way, what do you think about the gym? Do you like it?" And I got all the inside goss. It was great. But like, that to me is brand, right? You think of, you're going to hate me for this, but anyway, think of Batman, right? If you guys have watched The Dark Knight Rises and the Dark Knight series, in Batman Begins, he says, "As a person, I'm corruptible. I can be replaced, I can be destroyed, but as a symbol, I'm everlasting, I'm eternal," right? And we feel that. The thing, as flesh and bone, we get tired. I get burnt out, I get exhausted. But that symbol and that team, they can keep going much further and longer than we ever could. And we are purple unicorns when it comes to the PT industry, right? But if we can coach coaches and we can transfer those skills to other people, they can build something bigger than we ever dreamed of. And that's exactly what we're doing. So there are many moments though that came with a lot of pain in this. And I call this one cut once, cut deep, because when probably replaced all of our members from the Arch to our new gym. When we had the Arch, it was the Ollie and Kira show. That was the brand. When we launched our new gym on Walcott Street, this massive, amazing thing, so many of our members got quite annoyed, right? They're like, "We wanted the old gym back. We want you to." Imagine if we kept doing that forever. We would never build something bigger than Ollie and Kira. And the thing is, if that's what you want, that's okay. Keep doing that. But the thing is, again, I had that story of my mum in my head saying, "You can get burnt out. Your passions will change." The thing is businesses don't die, they fizzle. They don't just spectacularly go boom, right? It's because the owner gets exhausted. "I can't do this anymore." It's a slow death. And this is what we wanted to, yes, me and Kira can get burnt out. We will get exhausted. We've been there, right? The thing that gets me is I believe in people more than they believe in themselves. And it burnt me out so many times. It burnt me out in helping people get into the gym, in helping coaches get into the gym. And it gets exhausting. But if you can build something at this stage that is bigger than you, you have systems, you have a funnel, you have a process, you know what game you're in, you have the end in mind, then you can give that system to other people to run. And if they get burnt out and they get exhausted, I'm sorry it's harsh, but they get replaced, right? Or maybe they have a week off, or they're doing something that is 40 hours a week on that, and they haven't got to have the decision fatigue of thinking about 50 other things at once. And also, the thing is, I could talk about this so much, your employees don't care about making money for them. It's not their business, and that's okay, right? They need to focus on doing their task well. They need to put the door on the car in the production line. They're not thinking about how the car gets sold once they put the door on the car. And that's okay. You do expect them to think about how I can put this door on more efficiently, but you should not expect them of how I can sell more cars. That's your job. And that's what Kira and I are doing. We think long term, we think 3 to 5 years. We focus on the fires that we don't expect our staff to focus on. They work on the small fires, and once those small fires become big fires, then we come in and go, "Oh my God, we need to put that fire out." But for now, we empower them to do it. Let me give you an example. That free calisthenics park, the door broke. Of course it did. The lock broke. And I was always the fix-it guy. And now our staff have gone, I contacted the company that you got it to do this, and we've got a replacement. It's on the way. Ollie, what do you reckon? This one or this one? And I was like, fuck. That's what I'm talking about. We're paying them so that we can focus on the big things. And these big things won't pay off straight away. They might take more time to do that. Okay, what other mistakes have we learned? Having a team, Kira especially, I can give Kira a new idea. She can go through the grief cycle, the change cycle, and then we can both agree on something and then we go for it. That's the startup world. You can move fast. No, when you have a team, you have to bring them along on the journey. And so again, if you have gone through this cycle with your business partner or on your own, go to your team, sit them down and be like, guys, we have this problem. Let's think of a solution. Magically, if it comes close to the solution that you had, great. That's amazing, right? But you have to make them feel like we're getting this process together. And I promise you, when we've done that, it's also led to us coming up with better solutions every single time. Because it's arrogant to think that you have the best solution. You don't. When you put a collective together and you have a group conscious and you ask all of them together and you bring that together, you can have better solutions. Another one is when you change something in a business, your business will go down by 30% overnight. Because people get used to doing stuff, they have a cadence, they have a system. There's a cost of change. If that thing could boost the business by 2x, it's worth it. If it won't, don't do it. As founders, you get rewarded as soon as you quit your job, you made the new thing, you launched the business. As soon as you did that, you basically have to unlearn that behavior, because from now on, it's all about slow change, unless it's you two together. Like right now, I can make super fast changes on this book. We can change this video now, right? Because we haven't got a team. We haven't got a 200 members, right? We haven't got people relying on this. But me and Kira, we can do the changes, we can make it fast. Move fast on things like this, but once you have a system, once you have a process, once you have a team, once you have this brand, leave it alone, because people generally get better at their job over time. And I'm talking to me. This is the mistake that I made over and over again. And actually, I haven't made any changes in a while, right?
No,
and if you are going to add anything, add a completely new thing that doesn't change the business. For example, we launched online classes that helped our gym members, but none of our staff had to do it. And they're only going to get involved once we've tested it and we know it works. In no way is it threatening the business. When we built that free calisthenics park, yes, in some way it threatened the business. In some 100%, 25 grand on credit card is a big thing. But what happened was we tested it, we did it all, and then our team came along and they brought it on as their own thing because they understood it.
Talk about the story of reversible doors versus irreversible doors.
Nice. So Jeff Bezos has this really important principle, which is there's two doors. One door you can go through and you can come back. For example, that's a lot of things in business, right? But there are some doors that you can go through and you can't come back from. Those ones you need to think about. Those are the ones that you really need to sit down or weigh it up and think about it with your team. For the other ones that are you can go through and come back, just make the decision, just do it now and figure it out while you're inside the door. There's no point you thinking about pricing when you have no clients. Go and talk to people, say the price, see their reaction, okay? And this was what it's come down to now is people see that swirl and they think about community, stronger together, giving back. A gym that's a not-for-profit community interest company. We win so many awards. We're the #1 rated independent gym in the area, and people are joining because not just because of Ollie and Kira, not just because we do a good job, because of what it means. And I'm not saying you have to do that. You don't have to do that at all. But just think about it. If you have that business, then you can grow massive things because it means something more than that. And right now in the gym, we can travel the world, do these things because our staff know that all of the money goes back to them. All of it goes to free teens classes in local schools, eventually to going in care homes and doing mobility classes, giving it all away online for free, having a free calisthenics park. We get paid below minimum wage right now from the gym because we're building something bigger than us and that takes time. So, look, I guess to sum up this chapter, it's all talking about brand. And what I've learned is that, and this is quite similar to the end of Act 1, which is be useful, right? Which is think about what's your legacy? What do you want to build? If you're at this stage and you have a gym that you have staff, you have a system, you have a process, you have all these things, you are in a position of unbelievable power. Think about what you want to make. Think about what you want to build. Think about what you want to be, right? And what was the moment for you when you realized that you wanted to make this a CIC?
I was actually going to say something else before.
Go on.
I think a lot of the realizations I had around brand was, I think I read something in a podcast. I listened to something in a podcast, and it was all about the barbecue test, where basically it's brand is almost, and the associations of what you're building is what people would say if they were at a barbecue with their friends. And they're like, oh, you're looking good. Like, what are you doing? Oh my God, I've been going to this gym down the road. It's amazing. They've helped me with X, Y, Z. Like, they even sent me like a birthday card. But whatever they say about you is literally your brand. So I think whatever you do, whether it's building in Cali Park or doing a class here and there, or like whatever it is, at what scale, it's like, what do you want your customers and also the people that might know about you, might not pay just yet, to say about you? Are you proud of that? Like, are you like, wow, like, that person is I know they're gonna say these kind of things about me and my brand, my business. If you're proud of that, it's just building something you're proud of.
100%.
I think one of the best things that I think I realized early on is I want to build something that I'm proud of, not just something that pays the bills, that gets us by. Like, I want to build something that I'm genuinely so proud of, and I trust that people say good things about us or good things about the brand, the things that we do, the meaning of the brand. And that's what I want to say, because I think that's such a big realization that I had, especially with the CIC. The CIC was like one part of that, right? But the overarching was like, I want to demonstrate the things that I believe in, and what I want, proof exactly what I want Cali or like our brand to be. And this is taking that step in the right direction.
100%.
If we don't, it's not necessarily moving us further away.
100%.
But taking that step is definitely moving us closer
100%.
to what we want. So that was the obvious moment for me.
100%. I got two things to finish on: useless absurdism, and then how it was never ours in the first place. So useless absurdism comes from Stephen Bartlett, Diary of a CEO, and it's in his book. And he has an incredible saying, which is, useless absurdism will define your business more than the safe things.
Yes.
Third Space in London, it has like a 100-foot climbing wall, and everyone's like, oh, that's that gym with the 100-foot climbing wall. I hope now, people describe our gym as, oh my God, that's that gym with the free calisthenics park next to the gym. That will define our business more than any marketing, ads, anything that we ever do, right? That defines it. For Stephen Bartlett, it was, oh, that's the guy that has the massive bouncy slide thing, right? So that's the first thing. Think about what your customers will tell your other customer or your referrals and what that looks like for you. And as like a closing thing for all of this, I think the reason why we really made this a CIC, and I was reflecting on this in the book, we realized that this wasn't ours. Like, not that we're lucky. I think lucky is where preparation meets whatever it is, the saying that Christian likes. But it's Toby helped me get in shape, right? And then before that, it was my parents taking me to the gym, right? And helping me there. Then it was the powerlifting team. Then it was lockdown and our clients helping us, giving us money, believing in us. Then it was Jackson who helped me. Then it was all my clients. Then actually the client that I met during that stage owns the gym that we're now in and spent $500,000 doing it up. Then it was Hormozy and all these business coaches and Daniel Priestley and Rory Sutherland and Seth Godin and the PTDC, Jonathan Goodman and all these guys.
For sure.
And then it was all our clients who believed in us, paid us money. Then it was all our coaches who quit their jobs and came to join us. It's not about you. Yes, we can look at this and be like, you know what? If it wasn't for us, this wouldn't exist. That is so true, right? We built this thing. But the reason why we decided in the end to give this back to the community was we're doing the big fires right now, but like our team is doing the stuff and the community built this and it's going back into the community. So what I'm saying in all of this is like, I think the reason why Kira and I have done well in the gym industry, not in business sense, or we're not making millions a month, we're not doing all this stuff, but we have achieved the epitome of a fitness coach's dream, which is we have a gym, we have a business that runs itself, and we are not needed. And I think the reason why we did that was because we realized that we won the product. And at first we were, and we learned all the things. I think we were humble enough to ask for help, to go out there, get coaching, work for free, and read all the books and have the humility of realizing that I don't actually know anything and I need to get more and have more knowledge. It's the humility to ask for help, to give up control to other coaches, say, look, I believe in you, you can do this. Coaching is literally, I believe in you more than you believe in yourself. Here's how I did it. This is the proof. And this is what this book is all about, okay? I believe in you more than you believe in yourself. I genuinely believe that you can do this. You can be at the stage that we're at. You can be at whatever stage you want to be at. There are things right now that you believe that are holding you back. And the reason why I can say that is because we had it too, right? And right now you're paying in time, which is great. Do that. Work for free. Read the book. Watch the video. Rewatch this back. Book a call with me, get the free stuff. If you want to pay in money, you can pay in money. It's just going to accelerate the time on that. But all we wanted to do in this book was say, we've had so much help and we attribute our success so much to other people. We just want to do the same. We just wanted to create something that it took us hundreds of hours to write this book. We're right now, we're exhausted making this video, right? I think it's going to be over 5 hours of content, right? Completely free, because we just want to put our book on the shelf next to those people that helped us. And that is what we're doing for you guys, and it's what you're doing for your clients. And it's the biggest gift, and it's the biggest thing that we can do right now with our time to contribute back to that. So guys, with all of this, and this is a beautiful way to act free, which is when you realize that like this wasn't even yours to begin with. When that guy told me that we stopped him from killing himself, when Toby came along and helped us, when Jackson, this is what it's all about. And if you want to get to this point, I think it's more about a mindset shift and about psychology more than the business stuff. It's about letting go. It's about trusting people. It's about realizing that, you know what, you're special, but so are other people, empowering them and helping them out.
100%.
Okay?
Exactly.
So at this point, guys, you can either go back and watch all the other ones, go to the conclusion, you can go join the academy, you can do whatever you want, but you have reached such an important part in your journey. All I'm saying is power can be used for good or it can be used for bad. You have power, which is the ability to direct or influence others. You have skills. You are clearly a skilled person. You have influence. All I'm saying is when you wield that sword, you can either kill someone or you can defend someone. Money builds hospitals or it builds bombs. Just saying we use this power and we used it for good. We want to help people. We want to be useful. Wield it whatever way you want. It's up to you, but just realize that you are in an incredible spot. We have some really big problems going on in the world right now. And you right now, you don't have to build a free calisthenics park. You don't have to give money to charity. You doing this, hiring coaches, helping people is enough. And I just want to thank you for your service and thank you for what you're contributing to the world. And just say like, guys, we get you. Maybe like we understand, we get your troubles, we get your hardships, and just keep going. There is light at the end of the tunnel, and hopefully if there's any way that we can be useful and help you out, that makes me super happy. All right, guys? So thank you for getting to this point. That's the end of Act 3, and it's trite that we're building a brand, doing it all here. Thank you so much for your time. And the next bit is all about concluding the book. You made it. You read the whole book. Firstly,
congrats.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you and congrats for believing in us. Just like when someone pays you in money, you're paying us in your time. And that for me is the biggest gift that you could ever give us. We're not Hormozy, we're not James Smith, we're not Daniel Priestley, but we have gone through, we've gone into the arena, we've fought a lot, and this is just our story. And all we wanted to do was put this in the library next to all the people that helped us. That's all we wanted to do.
100%.
Right? And we've been helped so much by so many people. We felt a moral obligation of, look, right now, online, there is so much information out there. There's almost too much. In the world, it's so overwhelming. And in the age of information, what wins are search engines, libraries, and then eventually stories. Because humans used to sit around the campfire and tell stories. And it was, for us, it were the stories that broke our beliefs and changed our behaviors and what allowed us to break through the next stage. And what we've done is we've looked back on our story and wrote out the 15 stages of a fitness coach so that you guys don't have to make that mistake too. Again, we've got to the point right now where CaliUnity is a fully self-sustaining business. Kira does 1 or 2 hours a week. The whole thing goes back into the community and it's all about giving back. And this is what we wanted to do for fitness coaches. Again, we can help Bath, we can help our local area, we can help local schools, we can help with mobility in care homes, we can build a free calisthenics park. But the true warriors today who are fighting off the fads, fighting off the quick fixes, Ozempic's great, but not long term. The big pharma industry, all these things, the billion-dollar industry, which is keeping us hooked on Instagram, TikTok, the food industry, the sugar industry, is you, the fitness coaches. And so we wanted to tell our story because, hey, in some ways, maybe we've just read one page ahead. Maybe we've been so lucky to have help from other people and we've lived the story so we can put it in our own words so we can create the story to help you. And I just hope from the bottom of my heart that you've got something from this because that's all we wanted to do. Just like when we first made CaliUnity because of that guy who said that we helped him from not killing himself. Just because of all those people who said to us, guys, you need to make a gym, please do this. We wrote this book because people asked us, how did you build a fully self-sustaining business at 26 and 24? How did you become a fully booked personal trainer at 21? If we had this book, I promise you, we would have had a fully self-sustaining gym at 21, right? If we knew the things that we knew now from beating these levels of the game and beating those bosses, you don't want to go against a big boss with a wooden pickaxe. You want to go back and hopefully we're giving you the sharpened tools so you can go ahead and beat these bosses so that you too can be useful, so that you too can pass that on. So listen guys, like I said, we have to give our dues to the people that helped us. We are not business coaches, right? We are fitness coaches who are just telling our story. Alex Hormozy, go read his books. If you're a gym owner and you want to go on Gym Launch, it changed our lives. We would not be talking to you right now without him. Go read $100 million offers, $100 million leads, $100 million money models, and he has more content online which is better and deeper than we could ever produce in our life. Go to him. Daniel Priestley, oversubscribed, key person influence. Jonathan Goodman, the PTDC, even Fitness Marketing Agency and all those guys, their podcasts are amazing. Just go on YouTube, research these guys, read their books, Ignite the Fire by PTDC.
I was literally what started it for us.
That's what started it. Think of all the books like Ross Edgley with his World's Fittest book, Atomic Habits, How to Win Friends and Influence People, 7 Habits of Highly Effective People.
Seth Godin, This is Marketing.
This is just our free, and the reason why it's free is because we don't think we're good enough to get paid yet from a book. And this is why we have you. Okay, we have one thing that we ask from you guys. Please, read the book and give us feedback. That's it. You can, if you're reading this on a Google Doc, you can comment on the Google Doc, okay? If you're reading it as a PDF, I would love you, DM me on Instagram, book a call with me and be like, this was shit, this was good, change this. We're almost like building an open source book for fitness coaches. We're building out the 15 stages, we're building out the skill swirl, the skill tree, the progression chart, whatever. We need your help. Please, once you've read this, give us feedback. If you want to go through and fill out the feedback form, fill out the feedback form and go through and help me, help Kira, help us with the video. We're building, again, we gave you advice to go and get loads of clients for free. We're asking you to, we're getting you for free so that you can give us feedback. And if you want to, if this really helped you, if you leave us a testimony, either written or video, or both would be amazing, at the end of that feedback form, once we release the book, we will send you a signed copy as our gratitude, as our thanks for building this with us. Okay, again, we put our money where our mouth is. We build CaliUnity on the shoulders of other people and on the shoulders of coaches and other people who helped us and our clients. We're gonna build this on the shoulders of you guys. Thank you. Please help us to build this. Now, if you do want more support, head over to school.com/Cali, C-A-L-I, Academy, all one word. There's even more free stuff. There's this whole course on there, the books on there, the worksheets are on there. I'm doing lives every single day at midday UK time. You can spend your lunch with me for free for 30 days. You can unlock more programs. And guys, if you want guaranteed results, you can pay us. Pretty simple. How do you want to pay? Time or money? If you want us to do the work for you, you want live coaching, you want one-to-one help, then you can pay us for that. There's a sliding scale. The more you pay, the more we'll help, the more guaranteed your results are. And as a final note, guys, we've hopefully just read one page ahead from you guys. Right now, if you finish this book, you have probably read one page ahead of your friends who are coaches. Send them this book. Help them out. Send it to your clients. Hey guys, I'm building this thing. What do you think about this? How can we implement this? It's completely free. Share it around. That's the gift of stronger together, beauty and community. Share this around, guys. If you are reading one page ahead, share it around, but also realize that you are reading one page ahead. There are people out there that you can help. As long as you feel that you could have helped you at the start of your journey, then I promise you, kill that imposter syndrome. You can help people. So guys, thank you for spending your time with Kira and myself. You spent your most valuable resource with us, which is your time and your attention. And I want to thank you from that. We do not take it lightly. We put a lot of work into this, and I want to thank you from the bottom of our hearts. All right, guys? So go out there, change the world. We need more fitness coaches, and I want to thank you for your service in doing that. All right, guys? So we'll see you in the next iteration of the book, the next iteration of the video, and we'll see you guys then. Thank you.